by Devin, who said that the snow just started to pick up again in the morning hours. And, Winter Storm Leo expected to dump nearly 18 inches of new snow on the area through Monday. So there's a lot more to come with regards to this active pattern moving west to east across the country. And again, it starts off in the west in the form of snow, especially in those higher elevations. Heavy rain towards the coast, beneficial rains as we've been in the long-term drought in California. But there is another round of snow on the way, another 3 to 4 feet here for the southern peaks as we go through the central and southern portion of the Sierra Nevada chain. That's where the mountains are taller, and thus you get even higher snowfall totals. Widespread winter storm warnings right now for the Sierra Nevada chain, but also notice the mountains outside Los Angeles and Ventura counties. You're included in this. Most of northern and central Nevada, the ski resort areas from northern Arizona into Utah and Colorado, all underneath winter storm warnings. So we're following Winter Storm Leo not only through the rest of today, but also into tomorrow and tomorrow night. Look at this. This one pulls fairly far north with the precipitation shield. We're talking about Wyoming into South Dakota, southern North Dakota with some good snows on the way. A little bit of that mixed bag changeover zone in northern Nebraska, maybe near the Sioux Falls region. By Tuesday, the Midwest, welcome back to winter, right? It's been a while since we've been talking snow, but yes, from I-90 as well as maybe I-80, we're talking snow in the Midwest and certainly in the plains, maybe 94, then certainly 90 and 80. We're talking snow for you. So difficult travel as we go from Monday into Tuesday. Tuesday night, we watch that cold air push continue its trek to the south and east. Minneapolis, Green Bay, Sioux Falls, Omaha changing from rain to snow. Chicago on the warm side of things, even though it's coming in Tuesday night, we're still going to be reasonably warm. You might get close to some of that changeover potential as we go. Snows, right? There's that zone of 5 to 8, maybe a couple of locations that see 8 to 12 inches of snow, and a fairly widespread 3 to 5 inch snowfall total all the way across the northern tier and the western side of the Great Lakes, Rich. So again, with this active storm pattern, we got to follow each new kind of impulse coming in off the Pacific.
All right, Mark, yeah, not only just active in the southeast, we're finding some of that snow in the west and Midwest. All right, let me take you back over to the southeast and follow up this tornado warning. We'll take you down to the Panhandle of Florida, over toward Panama City Beach, and just to the west of Mexico Beach area. You have a couple supercells here capable of producing tornadoes. These are not water spouts as you're used to down there. These are supercells, and they can generate a larger tornado. If you're in this area, take cover immediately.
Currently in our area, 44 degrees under cloudy skies. Today, overcast, high 45, winds light and variable. Tonight, cloudy, low 36. Winds east-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Monday, rain and snow showers mixed in the afternoon. Some mixed winter precipitation possible. High 38. Here's our 7-day outlook.
A dangerous threat type of day. Severe storms have been bringing damaging winds, hail, and tornadoes. That threat from Jacksonville to Charleston, South Carolina, to Pensacola and Panama City Beach, as far north as Alabama and Birmingham. Within this zone, there are some areas that have torcons up to 9. That's specifically southern Georgia and North Florida. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to continuing coverage. I'm meteorologist Mark Elliott.
Now, meteorologist Rich Johnson. Welcome to this special edition of What. It's been a tragic day across the southeast, and it's not over yet. 15 people are dead, 4 killed by a tornado in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Another 11 killed in 3 South Georgia counties. let's get the latest with our first of all, let's head over toward Panama City Beach here, because we do have that one cell mark that we've been watching off the coast, and we've been looking at this. It's totally different than the typical water spout that
Correct.
we see there.
Yeah, these are real supercell organized thunderstorms coming in from the Gulf of Mexico, moving on shore. You can see what looks like inflow winds, wind going towards the storms, which would be right of this camera. So the kind of the palm fronds and the grass on the in the foreground there, blowing towards the camera and towards the right, while on the left we got sunshine out, because this is the nature of these storms. Small, well-organized storms that could have tornadoes.
So we're not only looking at storms in Florida Panhandle, but other locations in the south. And joining us right now is Dr. Greg Forbes with an update on the situation.
Thanks, Rich. And those circulations getting very close to the area, just near Panama City Beach area. We do have 3 tornado warnings: southeast Alabama, Florida Panhandle, and it just expired off into southeast parts of Georgia. A strong surface low heading off to the north and east. A warm front may get dragged far enough north that we even get some severe threat all the way to Atlanta. Central parts of Alabama there in yellow do have severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Montgomery, Alabama has had a funnel cloud been reported. Here's that storm, actually a pair of them. One of them coming very close to Panama City. The other, the strongest one, down to the south and east of there. Bay and Gulf counties, you have tornado warnings. These storms moving northeast at about 65 miles per hour. Should the northern one get a tornado, that would be coming into Panama City pretty close to right now. Then the Blountstown area, the Kennard area, 127, 146 you see for some of these additional times. Here's the strongest circulation just to the north and west of Mexico Beach, greens northbound, red southbound. So that would come over toward the Weewahitchka area, in addition to some of those other locations that I mentioned. Up into the area of Dothan, southeast Alabama, Henry, Houston counties with a tornado warning. This one has intensified since last 15 or 20 minutes. Well-defined little hook echo there just on the north side of Dothan. That will be heading over toward the Blakely area. This one could be hitting the Headland area pretty close to the right now, and then Blakely at about 228. The tornado warning is expired. Strong thunderstorms rolling across Brunswick in Georgia. Should they rotate, they'd be coming over toward the Golden Isles area over the next couple of minutes. Montgomery, Alabama, severe thunderstorms, a couple of little broken line segments. Once in a while, in the little gaps between those, you get a little low pressure area that could give a tornado. That may have been what had happened, that we had a report of a funnel cloud, but severe thunderstorm warnings for Coosa, Elmore, and Montgomery counties with damaging winds a possibility. Particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch, meaning strong, long-lived tornadoes a possibility here through 8 o'clock, maybe as far north as Atlanta, but certainly the south half of Georgia, southeast Alabama, and the Florida Panhandle, all the way up into the Jacksonville area. We don't get these all that often. They're associated with that surface low, that warm front, and this upper spin in the atmosphere, the cold pocket aloft. Now, there's a bit of a trough-oriented northwest-southeast that separates the rising in the clouds from the sinking behind that. When we get these negatively tilted features, those are often associated with the worst of tornado outbreaks. Here in temperature-wise, there's a low there. I think you can see where the front is, 77 versus Atlanta in the 60 range. It's warmed up a little bit. If that warm front comes north, the instability will increase, so will the tornado threat. Our future radar shows the spin in that surface low. That does head toward the Atlanta area, so the spin is certainly strong enough. By 4 o'clock, this line of supercell rotating thunderstorms from central and south Georgia down into the central part of the Florida Panhandle. That's the greatest tornado threat area. By 6 or 7 o'clock, that gets into Charleston and then across into northern parts of Florida, and then later on this evening, eastern parts of North Carolina, and works its way all the way down into Miami, perhaps as we head toward the midnight time frame. As we've been saying, greatest risk. We don't put this on the map very often. Torcons of 9 in that, but some severe to Atlanta and all the way up into eastern parts of North Carolina. As I've indicated, torcons of 9, 90% chance of a tornado within 50 miles in these areas. Mark?
And we want to get into the specifics. I know that many of you are watching from these very areas today, so let's talk about the exact timing for some of these locations, including Savannah, Georgia. The rest of this afternoon until even 9 p.m. this evening, torcon of 9. Jacksonville, Florida, through early this evening, potential for tornadoes, a torcon of 9. And then Charleston, South Carolina, a 7 out of 10. Nothing to sneeze at, right? These are big numbers on the torcon list. Let's start it in the Jacksonville area. Again, we do have that kind of early evening time frame where the best chance of tornadoes will be. We had some storms come through. They are now moving off the coast of Duval County, but there will be a recharge time. And notice 5, 6 into 7 o'clock, this next line of storms comes through. Potential for embedded supercell thunderstorms within that line as it makes its way off the coast and away. You will be better later this evening if you have any outdoor plans, any travel plans. If you can delay them and stay in your safe spot, that will help. Here's the Charleston area. Again, rounds of storms early this afternoon, but that is not the end of your threat. As we go into the early, even the late evening hours, we could have these embedded supercell thunderstorms race right on up the coastline, right through the Charleston area. Here, too, you have to have a way to get your warning so you can stay safe for the rest of the day. And then we go into even Columbia, South Carolina. The rest of the day into early this evening, storm threat, gusty winds. Within this zone, again, there are active tornadoes, as Dr. Forbes was just talking about. Want to zoom in on this one in particular, outside Dothan. Indications are that this is rapidly getting even better organized, and that we may actually have a developing tornado right in here with this storm as it continues to develop. Notice we've got this kind of broad shear zone right through here, but it's this little portion of it that has the potential, Rich, to be getting even more organized. So we're talking right there on the border of Henry County, an intensifying storm. That's one that we're watching very carefully. Over to you.
All right, Mark, and this is what we know right now about this severe weather outbreak sweeping across areas of the southeast. More than 5 million people under a tornado watch right now across parts of Alabama, Georgia, and Florida. National Weather Service, or should say the Storm Prediction Center, has upgraded today's tornado outlook to high risk. The first day they've had to do that since 2014. At least 15 people have been killed by the storms in Georgia and Mississippi. Well, coming up in just a second, we're back with more coverage on this severe weather outbreak, parts of Georgia, Florida, and eventually into the eastern Carolinas.
Your brain changes as you get older, but Prevagen helps your brain with an ingredient originally discovered in jellyfish. In clinical trials, Prevagen has been shown to improve short-term memory. Prevagen, the name to remember.
Tomorrow's the day we'll play something besides video games.
Every day is a gift, especially for people with heart failure. But today, there's Entresto, a breakthrough medicine that can help make more tomorrows possible.
Tomorrow, I want to see Teddy make his first hook.
In the largest heart failure study ever, Entresto was proven to help more people stay alive and out of the hospital than a leading heart failure medicine. Women who are pregnant must not take Entresto. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. Don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren. If you've had angioedema while taking an ACE or ARB medicine, don't take Entresto. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high potassium in your blood.
Tomorrow, I'm going to step out with my favorite girl.
Ask your doctor about Entresto and help make the gift of tomorrow possible.
We know you have a morning routine. We have one too. 7 days a week, AMHQ is right here and weather ready with Jim Cantori, Stephanie Abrams, Jen Carfagno, and the rest of AMHQ.
Let's get right to what you want, and that is the weather.
AMHQ, every morning starting at 5 on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 44 degrees under cloudy skies. Today, overcast, high 45, winds light and variable. Tonight, cloudy, low 36, winds east-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Monday, rain and snow showers mixed in the afternoon. Some mixed winter precipitation possible, high 38. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Seven days a week, AMHQ is right here and weather ready.
Let me get you ready for the day weather-wise.
AMHQ, every morning starting at 5 on the Weather Channel.
When you have digestive sensitivities, life can feel like a never-ending search for food that won't cause bloating, gas, or inner turmoil. Try ProNourish, a delicious nutritional drink that makes a great mini meal or snack that has protein and fiber. And ProNourish has no gluten or high fructose corn syrup and is low in FODMAP ingredients that can trigger digestive sensitivities. The search is over. ProNourish, nutrition you can feel good about.
Yeah, so Mom's got this cold. Hashtag stuffy nose, hashtag no sleep. I got it. Hashtag mouth breather.
Yep, we've got a mouth breather. Well, just put on a Breathe Right strip and pow! It instantly opens your nose up to 38% more than cold medicine alone. So you can breathe and sleep. Shut your mouth and say goodnight, mouth breathers. Breathe Right.
A deadly tornado outbreak is in progress. Right now we have 3 tornado warnings, 2 in Alabama, 1 in the Florida Panhandle, north and east of Montgomery, near the Dothan area and near the area of Panama City with tornado warnings. Let's start with the Panama City one. This is one where a supercell rotating thunderstorm has come on shore. A brand new extended warning now farther inland for parts of Calhoun, Gulf, and Liberty counties. This storm is going about 65 miles per hour. There's actually 2 storms with a little bit of rotation. It's the southern one that has the most rotation embedded within that. And that one, accordingly, it's getting just to the north and west of Weewahitchka area right now, heading up toward the Sharpstown area at about 140. The circulation there, the strongest one, not quite as strong as it had been, but crossing probably just north of Highway 22 now, north and west of Weewahitchka, going to go toward Highway 71 north of Weewahitchka. Then off into the areas north of southeast Alabama, the Dothan area, Henry and Houston counties. You can see there, I think, the little ever-increasing little spin on that area north and east of Dothan, heading toward the Blakely area, right there, just south and east of Headland, coming over toward the Bancroft area with a possible tornado. And then a brand new tornado warning. This is the storm we had, funnel clouds in Montgomery. There, the Bullock area. This one could be a rain wrap type of tornado. You see the little comma circulation. It's a little kink in the line. The tornado tightly inside that little kink, heading toward the area near the Houston's Union Springs area, Fitzpatrick, Warrior Stand area of parts of Alabama. So Rich and Mark, dangerous tornadoes. We're going to see even more of those coming up this afternoon, marching all the way across southern Georgia and all the way across the Florida Panhandle. Rich?
All right, Greg, as we look at the areas of the southeast, let's start over towards Savannah, Georgia. The timing of these storms, starting from really essentially right now and all the way through, go past 7 p.m., that risk of showers and storms. Again, there is that possibility of some of these storms becoming severe. Here's a look at the current radar, and then we can add on our forecast. And the way it's shaping up is that back over to Atlanta, you're looking at some heavy rain coming in. And, of course, back over toward the Georgia Dome today, you have the championship going on between the Packers, NFC Championship Packers, as well as the Falcons. So if you're heading to the ball game, make sure you have a way of seeing some of the warnings there. Of course, they will advise you if there's any threatening weather. Farther to the southeast across Georgia, North Florida, that's the line that we're expecting to see additional supercells fire up. And then as we go into the overnight hours, up toward Myrtle Beach and points over toward eastern North Carolina. So we're looking for that risk of storms really calming down areas of the southeast toward Georgia, North Florida, but spreading up toward eastern North Carolina again during the overnight hours. Eventually, some of that rain still wraps back into South Carolina and North Georgia. Birmingham forecast, good chance of rain all the way into the early morning hours, but we are thankfully not looking for additional severe weather at this time. Another forecast over toward Atlanta for this evening. That is when we're watching for the possibility of severe. Again, we have torcons of 9 some areas of the southeast. Mark's going to tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, some active storms, that's for sure. That potential is there. We're raising the awareness. We're showing you where the greatest area of concern is. That's this zone shaded in pink. That said, I don't want you to discount any of those areas in red where there could also be tornadoes as we go through the rest of the day. In the pink zone, central and south Georgia into North Florida, 9 out of 10 on the Torcon. But here in South Carolina, we're talking 7 out of 10. In eastern South Carolina, we're also watching the Florida Panhandle panhandle and southeastern portions of Alabama. 5 out of 10 for you on the Torcon. Now, here's a wide view of the radar. There is one storm in particular that has really grabbed our attention. Montgomery, Alabama is right over here. So we're south and east from there. Here comes this big storm that is really wrapped up. Notice a very strong circulation there. An observed tornado, according to the people in the area, plus correlation coefficient confirming.
Come on in. Pull up a chair. Gather around. So many ways to invite people to come together. Or you could just put out the Sabra and let the simple, fresh ingredients do the talking. Sabra, welcome to the unofficial meal.
You totaled your brand new car. Nobody's hurt, but there will still be pain. It comes when your insurance company says they'll only pay 3/4 of what it takes to replace it. What are you supposed to do, drive 3/4 of a car? Now, if you had Liberty Mutual new car replacement, you'd get your whole car back. I guess they don't want you driving around on 3 wheels. Smart.
With Liberty Mutual new car replacement, we'll replace the full value of your car. Liberty stands with you. Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Hi, I'm Phil Mickelson. I've been fortunate to win on golf's biggest stages. But when joint pain and stiffness from psoriatic arthritis hit, even the smallest things became difficult. So I talked to my rheumatologist, and he prescribed Enbrel to help relieve joint pain and help stop further joint damage.
Enbrel may lower your ability to fight infections. Serious, sometimes fatal events, including infections, tuberculosis, lymphoma, other cancers, nervous system and blood disorders, and allergic reactions have occurred. Tell your doctor if you've been someplace where fungal infections are common, or if you're prone to infections, have cuts or sores, have had hepatitis B, have been treated for heart failure, or if you have persistent fever, bruising, bleeding, or paleness. Don't start Enbrel if you have an infection like the flu.
Get back to the things that matter most. Ask how Enbrel can help relieve joint pain and help stop joint damage.
Enbrel, the #1 rheumatologist-prescribed biologic.
This is the Dyson V8 cord-free vacuum, and this is its Dyson digital motor, generating powerful suction to deep clean carpets, hard floors, clean up high, and convert to a handheld, to dig deep on stairs, furniture, mattresses, and cars, all with up to 40 minutes runtime.
Dyson V8 cord-free vacuum. Find out more at Dyson.com.
We know you have a morning routine. We have one too. 7 days a week, AMHQ is right here and weather ready.
Let me get you ready for the day weather-wise.
We've got a lot going on this morning.
Definitely see what kind of pattern we've had.
So start your morning routine with Jim Cantori, Stephanie Abrams, Jan Carfagna, and the rest of AMHQ.
It is a team here at the Weather Channel, and an awesome team at that.
Let's get right to what you want, and that is the weather.
AMHQ, every morning starting at 5 on the Weather Channel.
Hi, it's Jay.
And Megan.
From Destination Kia.
Where we're your destination for no money down on SUVs.
Lease a 2017 Kia Sportage or Sorento, your choice. No money down, just $259 per month, and that payment even includes sales tax.
Plus, we're including 3 years of oil changes.
And that's just an example of the deals on over 400 new Kias in one location. Now that's kooky.
So go kooky for Kia at Destination Kia. Puppies and babies not included.
Goldstein Mitsubishi is the real deal. We sell more new Mitsubishi. The 2016 Outlander ES, $20,495. Lease for $219 a month. 2017 Outlander ES, $22,999. Lease for $239 a month. 2017 Outlander Sport ES, $21,499. Lease for $199 a month. Goldstein sells more Mitsubishi because Goldstein is the real deal. With no charge car washes for life, lifetime powertrain warranty, and more. GoldsteinMitsubishi.com.
Real deal.
Currently in our area, 44 degrees under cloudy skies. This afternoon, cloudy skies. High 44. Winds light and variable. Tonight, overcast, low 36. Winds east-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Monday, afternoon rain and snow showers. Some mixed winter precipitation possible. High 38. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of severe weather. We had a supercell thunderstorm roll basically right over Panama City Beach. Look at the garbage cans that got blown over because of the gusty winds. They're now being kicked around by the surf, which has also got pushed onshore because of the strong onshore winds. So a very different view on that camera compared to what we had even a little bit ago. The wind not as bad, but now the garbage cans of the beach are thrown around and are rolling there in the waves. There are lots of storms to talk about, but first, the general zone of concern is this PDS watch, particularly dangerous situation. Only about 3% of tornado watches get this distinction, made because of the potential, a higher likelihood of tornadoes and long-lived, long-track, strong tornadoes at that. So this tornado watch goes until 8 o'clock Eastern, but the threat has already begun. We have a couple of different lines of storms that set up. The active tornado warnings are with this back line further west. And let's start off in Florida. We don't currently have a tornado warning on this storm at the moment, but there could be some cycling. Again, here's Panama City. One supercell is now east of Youngstown. Second one came just north of Mexico Beach and is just north of the Weewahitchka area in Florida. Some of the high-resolution models are hinting that this storm could very well continue to cycle and give us supercell characteristics all the way into the Florida coast. It's not to say that it will necessarily do so, but it's one that we're watching. Newest tornado warning has just come out for this storm. There's the Dothan area just off the screen. This storm came past the Dothan area and is about to cross over the Georgia border. So Calhoun, Clay, and Early counties, tornado warning for you until 2:45. A lot of wind energy with this storm, but also this little notch, this area that we have some of that kind of wind wrapping back around, moving away from the radar, whereas wind's moving toward the radar here, and that suggests that we could have a bit of a circulation right in there. And at times we've even had this what we call correlation coefficient, the look at the radar, look at what's in the atmosphere by the radar to see how symmetrical it is. If there's tumbling debris, the radar says, well, that's not a meteorological feature. And we see a little hint of that right in there, right where we also have that best chance of rotation. So that's something that we're going to continue to monitor. There has been at times an observed tornado with this storm, and it could continue to do so. So if you're in Freeman, if you're in Federal Crossroads, if you're in Bluffton, or if you're anywhere along that Georgia-Florida border, pay attention to this storm. Take it seriously. Get inside. Put as many walls between you and the storm as possible. The lowest level of your building is best. Then we go to a storm that's now well south and east of Montgomery, Alabama, headed towards Union Springs. This storm as well has had a confirmed tornado at times. Right in here, the best rotation that's still at play. And again, a look at that correlation coefficient suggesting that maybe we've had some debris, maybe even thrown out ahead of the storm a bit. Hopefully, Rich, that kind of cycling will be continuing and that storm will be not as strong. But the potential is there, as you see here, for the rest of the day. Widespread severe thunderstorm, supercell storms making their way to the Georgia coast. And then this big area of spin in North Georgia could also support tornadoes. So, Rich, there's a lot to follow still with this event today in the southeast.
Yeah, let's head over to the west now, Mark, where over towards San Francisco, you're seeing some sunshine, but that may help the atmosphere become more unstable. We could find some thunderstorms, maybe some small hail currently into the low to mid 50s in San Francisco. Your forecast does call for that risk of storms late this afternoon into this evening. Heaviest rain right now, though, down toward Los Angeles. For you in San Francisco, also under flood watch until later this evening. So we have that risk of some additional heavy showers. A very impressive area low pressure off the coast of Washington and Oregon. But this is what we're watching with the heaviest rain right now down to around the Los Angeles area. In fact, all the blue into the High Sierra down through the Tehachapi's. And look off to the east over toward Big Bear. We are looking at more snow into the mountains. So very beneficial rainfall helping with the drought situation, but there is that risk of flooding and mudslides. More about severe weather in just a second.
This piece is so you. I saw it and I was just like, oh, I have to have it.
State Farm knows that for every one of those moments, there's one of these.
This piece is so you. I saw it and I was like, have to happen.
From renters insurance to rewards credit cards, State Farm is here to help life go right.
Looking for a home service pro you know you can trust? For over 15 years, homeowners have trusted Home Advisor to find only the best home pros and do a thorough background check. So start every job at Home Advisor.
Lose weight, improve your health, and have more energy. Introducing Lean 13 from Nutrisystem. Lose up to 13 pounds and 7 inches overall in your first month. Lose weight fast, money back guaranteed.
I'm Laura, and I lost 30 pounds on Nutrisystem.
Millions have lost weight on Nutrisystem, and you can too. With perfectly portioned meals delivered right to your door.
I lost 50 pounds with Nutrisystem.
The secret? Balanced nutrition to help keep you strong and satisfied until you reach your goal.
They give you chocolate and pizza and shakes. I lost 30 pounds with Nutrisystem.
Order your 28-day plan and get specially designed meals, plus 1 week of new Nutri-Crush bars to crush cravings, free, and 1 week of Turbo Shakes to bust belly bloat, free. Call or go online in the next 2 minutes and we'll throw in FedEx shipping, free. Lose up to 13 pounds and 7 inches overall in your first month. Lose weight fast with Lean 13 from Nutrisystem.
Go online or call 877-703-THIN right now to get new Lean 13 with bars and shakes free.
If you have type 2 diabetes, you may know what it's like to deal with high and low blood sugar. Januvia sitagliptin is a once-daily pill that, along with diet and exercise, helps lower blood sugar. Januvia works when your blood sugar is high and works less when your blood sugar is low, because it works by enhancing your body's own ability to lower blood sugar. Plus, Januvia by itself is not likely to cause weight gain or low blood sugar, hypoglycemia. Januvia should not be used in patients with type 1 diabetes or diabetic ketoacidosis. Tell your doctor if you have a history of pancreatitis. Serious side effects can happen, including pancreatitis, which may be severe and lead to death. Stop taking Januvia and call your doctor right away if you have severe pain in your stomach area, which may be pancreatitis. Tell your doctor right away and stop taking Januvia if you have an allergic reaction that causes swelling of the face, lips, tongue, or throat, or affects your breathing or causes rash or hives. Kidney problems sometimes requiring dialysis have been reported. Some people may develop severe joint pain. Call your doctor if this happens. Using Januvia with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. To reduce the risk, your doctor may prescribe a lower dose of the sulfonylurea or insulin. Your doctor may do blood tests before and during treatment to check your kidneys. If you have kidney problems, a lower dose may be prescribed. Side effects may include upper respiratory tract infection, stuffy or runny nose, sore throat, and headache. For help lowering your blood sugar, talk to your doctor about Januvia.
Weekend Recharge is... It's a lot of fun.
Weekend Recharge, great place to learn something about the weather and to have a couple of laughs.
That just got weird.
Currently in our area, 44 degrees under cloudy skies. This afternoon, cloudy skies. High 44. Winds light and variable. Tonight, overcast, low 36. Winds east-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Monday, afternoon rain and snow showers. Some mixed winter precipitation possible. High 38. Here's our 7-day outlook.
A deadly and dangerous day continuing. Storms are targeting the southeast with Torcons up to 9, as you see here. South Georgia, North Florida, a 9 on the Torcon Ridge, meaning a 90% chance of seeing a tornado in any 50-mile radius.
Yeah, severe weather expert Dr. Greg Forbes said it's been a few years since even issuing a 9, such a high probability of finding that tornado within 50 miles of a specific location.
And we have already seen tornadoes today. That threat continues right now. Welcome back to our special coverage as we we track severe weather through the southeast. I'm meteorologist Mark Elliott.
And I'm meteorologist Rich Johnson. Mark, we continue to follow the storms. Right now, specifically, we've been watching the Panhandle, Florida, now back over towards southwest Georgia, southeast Alabama.
Yeah, some very healthy rotation, which means bad news for those of us in the area, as we could have tornadoes continuing. Looking live now from Apalachicola up through Atlanta. Atlanta socked into the clouds. Don't put your guard down. You are underneath a PDS watch, a particularly dangerous situation watch, even as far north as Atlanta. And I know we have a lot of visitors coming into the southeast with some with the NFL playoff game happening at the Georgia Dome. So you need to pay attention to the storms today.
Yeah, Mark, Dr. Greg Forbes has been with us, and he continues to follow that threat of severe storms. Greg, where's the biggest threat at the current time?
Well, Rich, it's getting close to the Alabama-Georgia border at this point. That's associated with some pretty strong upper air forcing that's pushing its way east. It's going to be mainly this line, I think, that's going to be marching its way east across central and south Georgia, across parts of the Florida Panhandle into northeast Florida. That is going to be the biggest severe threat. A warm front here also could be marching its way north, allowing the unstable air perhaps to get pretty close to the Atlanta area. Let's start with a couple of these tornado warnings. The one here, Calhoun, Clay, and Early counties in southeast Alabama coming into Georgia around the Blakely area with a tornado warning. We did have a tornado warning for the storm slightly to the south of that. The storm here, little curly Q right in the line there, coming up toward the Colomoki area with a possibility of a tornado. There you see the strongest rotation coming up into the area near the Bluffton region. The tornado threat here mainly now a little bit farther to the north, coming up toward Tuskegee, Macon County in Georgia there, with the possibility of a tornado, with a broad rotation showing up here with probably the strongest of the rotation right in there just to the north and west of the Tuskegee area. These storms all heading north and east at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. There's that Macon County tornado threat. Auburn, Alabama is about 1:52 p.m., for example, with that possibility of tornadoes. Supercell thunderstorms, we've had them came onshore around the Panama City area. You can see all of these with the little appendages come out the southwest side. No tornado warnings at the moment, but about a half hour to 45 minutes away from the Tallahassee area. We'll, of course, keep monitoring those for the possibility that they could develop some tornadoes. All the way to the Atlanta area, but especially central and south Georgia, a little bit of Alabama, and most of the Florida Panhandle, North Florida, under a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado watch, meaning long-lived, strong to even violent tornadoes are a possibility here. That's through 8 o'clock. 2-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, a possibility also. Part of the other factors making everything come together for a tornado outbreak is upper low with a cold pocket aloft over Arkansas, but the kink in the winds aloft goes like this. So it's northwest to southeast. We call that negatively tilted. It's putting some of the lifting in the clouds out ahead of that. When we get those negatively tilted features, it puts the cold air begins to work its way right over top of the warm moist air, and that warm moist air with the strongest of the warm front coming right across here. Atlanta 60, but Tallahassee 77. So you can see that it's going to be this area under the worst of the PDS is where that I was saying the tornado threat is going to be. Here's a future radar showing that the surface low, though, heads up by 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock time frame toward the Atlanta area. So not out of the question there'll be a tornado there. This main line that I was talking about marches the next couple of hours across Georgia into the eastern part of the Florida Panhandle, and then as we head into the evening hours into the northern half of Florida, and even all the way over into South Carolina and even parts of North Carolina as we get into the evening hours. And those will be times where dangerous tornado threats. Mark?
Yeah, and you know, so many people are watching from the southeast right now and asking us whether into us here at the Weather Channel, or asking us on social media about the exact timing and locations for the threats in your towns. Let's go through some of the specifics for you, including the Torcons of 9. This is for both Savannah and for Jacksonville. Savannah, your threat lasts until 9 p.m. Jacksonville, a little bit earlier in the evening, 6 to 7 o'clock for your tornado threat. Charleston, South Carolina, a 7 out of 10. Nothing to sneeze at, right? That's no small number, 70% chance of tornadoes lasting into the late evening hours. So as we bring up Jacksonville for you, we've had some storms come through already, kind of hit or miss storms, but even those have been strong to severe. And then we have another round. It is this 5, 6, 7 o'clock time frame with that best chance of tornadoes. The high-resolution radar has been doing a decent job, this future radar product, at picking up on the flavor of these storms. We had storms move through. They're now off the coast. A couple of storms that are still developing here in the eastern side of the Florida Panhandle. But notice this batch of storms comes through. That 6, 7, 8 o'clock time frame, that is the area of next greatest concern for Jacksonville. Embedded supercell thunderstorms within that line of storms. So that's a lot to follow, right? There are several rounds of concern. Again, into the Atlanta area, pulling this up because we know so many of you are traveling in, may not be familiar with your county or even your specific location within the area. Have a way, put on an app, know your location, know if the warnings are issued for your neck of the woods, and take personal responsibility if you're at the game. As you're leaving the game today, a little after 6 to 7, when everyone's kind of filing out of the dome, there could still be extremely heavy rain, including street flooding, including road flooding, and including severe thunderstorms with tornadoes. Notice the high-resolution model hinting at these kind of individualizing storms, these individual clusters that could have rotation, and then a little pivot happens with our big upper feature that Dr. Forbes was talking about, which could keep the heavy rain right over Atlanta and the north suburbs lasting through much of the evening, Rich. So there could still be a flood concern as well as a tornado threat as far north as Atlanta and then later into the Carolinas.
And of course, Mark, we've been following this severe weather outbreak for the past couple days now. And the deadly EF3 tornado that swept through Hattiesburg, Mississippi yesterday left widespread damage. Weather Channel's Dave Malkoff has more from the scene.
This EF3 tornado ripped through this area, leaving a scar about 15, maybe even 20 miles long. And with it, it took home after home after home, including this one. You can see the door is still standing, but the rest of the home blown away. There's only one room that's left, and that doesn't have a ceiling at all. Now, this is very close to the area where 4 people died. That's 3 men and 1 woman. And as I am walking, I'm going to be very careful because I don't want to step on a nail. Most of the injuries that happen in a tornado actually happen after the tornado has come through. But as you can walk around, you can see home after home. You can actually see the scar left right here on the earth as it pushes through. This is an area where people had to rescue each other during the tornado. We've already heard tales of somebody having to pull their uncle out from underneath the debris of the home. Not when the tornado had passed, but as the tornado was still roaring, they could still hear the sound of the tornado coming through, and they were still pulling those people through. Now, we've got these power lines down here. Power crews are here trying to put the power back together as fast as possible, but they can't do that while these lines are down because they don't want anybody hurt in this area when they energize those lines. So the cleanup is definitely starting here in Mississippi, but throughout the region, throughout the southeast of the United States, it's still very, very dangerous today because of all these storms coming through. We're already hearing of deaths as far away as Georgia. In Hattiesburg, Mississippi, I'm Dave Malkoff, the Weather Channel.
And now we take you back over toward North Florida, southwest Georgia. New tornado warnings here. Let's take you back in west of Tallahassee. This one storm right here over toward Bristol area. Calhoun, Gadsden, Liberty counties in effect until 3 o'clock. This storm moving off to the northeast. Another one farther south down toward the Gulf of Mexico. Not quite over to St. George Island, but near Apalachicola. There's a threat of tornadoes with these storms. We'll keep following this for you today.
Currently in our area, 44 degrees under cloudy skies. This afternoon, cloudy skies, high 44, winds light and variable. Tonight, overcast, low 36. Winds east-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Monday, afternoon rain and snow showers. Some mixed winter precipitation possible. High 38. Here's our 7-day outlook.
When cold and flu hold you back, try TheraFlu Express Max, now in new caplet form. It's the only cold and flu caplet that has a maximum strength formula with a unique warming sensation you can instantly feel. TheraFlu, for a powerful comeback. New Express Max caplets.
Well, this here's a load-bearing wall. We'll go ahead and rip that out. It's going to cause a lot of problems. Totally unnecessary, and it triples the budget.
Wouldn't it be great if everyone said what they meant? The Citi Double Cash Card does. Earn 1% cash back when you buy and 1% as you pay. Double means double.
You don't let anything keep you sidelined. That's why you drink Ensure with 9 grams of protein and 26 vitamins and minerals. For the strength and energy to get back to doing what you love. Ensure, always be you.
Why do we insist on 100% Alaskan whitefish? Why do we always hand dip in our famous batter? Cook it to golden perfection and serve it with fries for just $1.99? Because at Long John Silver's, we think you deserve more for $1.99.
I want the most out of my health and life, so I trust Nature Made vitamins. Because they were the first to be verified by USP for quality and purity standards, and because I recommend them as a pharmacist.
Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
Over 40, feeling tired, losing muscle, and even romantic drive? Man up with Ageless Male. Natural ingredients clinically shown to support energy, promote muscle, and boost free testosterone. Man up with Ageless Male.
Hey, searching for a great used car?
Yeah.
You got it. Just say, show me millions of used cars for sale at the all-new Carfax.com.
I don't want one that's had a big wreck.
Just say, show me cars with no accidents reported. Pretty cool.
I like it.
That's the power of Carfax. Find the cars you want, avoid the ones you don't. Plus, you get a free Carfax report with every listing. Start your used car search at Carfax.com.
I love Beneful Healthy Weight because the first ingredient is chicken.
Man, this chicken is spectacular.
I feel like when he eats Beneful, he turns into a puppy again.
You love it, don't you? You love it so much.
Try Beneful Healthy Weight with chicken, with real chicken as the #1 ingredient.
Constipated? Trust #1 doctor recommended Dulcolax. Use Dulcolax tablets for gentle overnight relief, suppositories for relief in minutes, and stool softeners for comfortable relief of hard stools. Dulcolax, designed for dependable relief.
Why pause a spontaneous moment? Cialis for daily use treats ED and the urinary symptoms of BPH. Tell your doctor about your medicines and ask if your heart is healthy enough for sex. Do not take Cialis if you take nitrates for chest pain or Adempas for pulmonary hypertension, as this may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Do not drink alcohol in excess. To avoid long-term injury, get medical help right away for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. If you have a sudden decrease or loss of hearing or vision or an allergic reaction, stop taking Cialis and get medical help right away. Ask your doctor about Cialis.
Quaker breakfast flats are crafted with these delicious ingredients and more, and baked with our wholesome Quaker oats to help keep you going. Help satisfy your morning hunger with every single bite. Quaker breakfast flats.
Now here's a look back over toward Panama City Beach here. You're looking at Apalachicola, Florida. Now we were just looking up the road a piece. There is supercells lined up all across areas of the northern Gulf Coast, across the Florida Panhandle, west of Tallahassee, now back over toward parts of extreme southeast Alabama, southwestern Georgia. These storms, every one of them had the threat of producing a tornado, and we're not only talking about the type that you usually see these weak water spouts, but the potential for these supercells to have significant tornadoes. Joining us right now is Dr. Greg Forbes with more on the situation.
Thanks, Rich. And right now we have 5 storms that are tornado warned all the way from east of Montgomery, Alabama, down into southwest Georgia and into the central part of the Florida Panhandle. We'll start from the north and work our way south. This storm has just lost its tornado warning just to the east of Tuskegee in Alabama. It has gusted out into more of a damaging wind threat, but Bullock, Macon, and Pike County still severe thunderstorm warning, and the rest of the rotation of that coming up next few minutes, 151 toward the Auburn, Alabama there. But here's what you're seeing, big broad picture of the inflow, and then the strong gusty winds coming with the gust front that is coming with this. A little bit farther to the south of that, though, we have some problems here over into the Calhoun, Randolph, and Terrell County areas, and this one has had a Doppler indicated tornado with that right in around the area south of Cuthbert, so that will be coming toward the Dawson area. Watch out for Dawson, Edison, and the Shellman County areas as well. Then just to the south and west of that, Calhoun, Clay, and Early counties, you have a tornado warning as well. That will be heading over toward the Morgan area. And from the area just to the north of Bluffton over toward the Oak Hill area. Then additional storms, I think, seem to have gotten something a little out of the order here, but down around the Mayhew, the Milford area, another one of these storms with a possible tornado. And then down into the Florida area, some of the storms, we're losing some of the tornado warnings, and they're coming and going, so it's hard to keep everything straight here. But let me pull up and get this one here for Baker, Early, and Miller counties, southwest parts of Georgia with a tornado warning. And then down, we've lost some of the tornado warnings that have been in around the Bristol area, but additional tornado warnings that are down in the area here, right around the Apalachicola area for parts of Franklin and Gulf County. So dangerous storms evolving very quickly, develop fast rotation, sometimes weaken. Some of them, though, will maintain that rotation for long-lived, strong tornadoes. Rich, Mark?
All right, thank you, Greg. Of course, we'll be on top of the situation. We're tracking a particularly dangerous threat for strong tornadoes across areas of the South. And joining us right now, Art Faulkner, the director of the Alabama Emergency Management Agency, joins us on the phone. Art, can you tell us how you are preparing for this tornado outbreak that we're looking at over across, especially areas of southeast Alabama today?
Well, we've been preparing for it for several days now. This is about the third round, and certainly the state of Alabama has fared better than the states to our east and our west.
And we have about 45 seconds left, but I mean, flood watches and warnings around Montgomery, severe thunderstorm warnings in eastern portions of the state, tornado potential. How do you get this kind of word out to everyone?
Well, we're doing that through various means, the National Weather Service and their weather radios, through the media such as yourself, and out just trying to warn people, because these storms have been spinning up tornadoes out of severe thunderstorms very quickly, and they're rapidly changing.
Yeah, it looks like these storms, the worst of the conditions, now making its way well to the east of Montgomery. Thank you for joining us, Art Faulkner with Alabama Emergency Management. Now, as we continue to watch the radar right here, several tornado warnings now still southwestern Georgia.
Yeah, a very dangerous day continuing. One of the biggest storms is headed through southwest Georgia, Calhoun, Randolph, Terrell counties. We'll give you an update on this next.
The day after chemo, you could be home with your support system. Here, here, and here with Neulasta Onpro.
Strong chemo can put you at risk for infection. In a key study, Neulasta reduced the risk of infection from 17% to 1%, a 94% decrease. Apply the day of chemo. Neulasta Onpro is designed to automatically deliver Neulasta the next day without returning to the doctor just for a Neulasta shot. Neulasta is for certain cancer patients receiving strong chemotherapy. Do not take Neulasta if you're allergic to Neulasta or Neupogen, filgrastim. Ruptured spleens, sometimes fatal, as well as serious lung problems, allergic reactions, kidney injuries, and capillary leak syndrome have occurred. Report abdominal or shoulder tip pain, trouble breathing, or allergic reactions to your doctor right away. In patients with sickle cell disorders, serious, sometimes fatal crises can occur. The most common side effect is bone and muscle ache.
Talk to your doctor about Neulasta Onpro.
Weekend recharge is... it's just a thing. I don't know.
Weekend recharge, great place to learn something about the weather and to have a couple of laughs.
We got a cold stretch. Hey!
We forgot to pay the bill.
Whoops!
It just got weird. Sort of the Weather Channel's way of dialing it back.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's a lot of fun.
Currently in our area, 44 degrees under. This afternoon, cloudy skies, high 44, winds light and variable. Tonight, overcast, low 36, winds east-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Monday, afternoon rain and snow showers, some mixed winter precipitation possible, high 38. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Stay safe on the roads this winter. For more safety tips, go to MichelinMan.com.
This is a pea, not something pretending to be a pea. That's slow roasted chicken, a carrot. You'll see them in every dish from Nutrish Recipe. Real chicken or beef is the #1 ingredient. There's no corn, wheat, or soy. Nutrish, real recipes, real ingredients, real good.
Want to feel luxurious hand cream?
Luxurious hand cream? My hands get so dry and cracked from my job, I need serious relief. That's why I use O'Keefe's Working Hands. Guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked hands. Thanks to O'Keefe's, I got my hands back.
O'Keefe's, guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked hands and feet.
John, we're giving you a raise.
That's fantastic, but I'm gonna pass.
Are you okay?
Honey, you got another present.
No, thank you, Dad.
Who says no to more? Time Warner Cable Internet gives you more of what you and those little data hoggers want, like ultra-fast speeds up to 50 megs. That's 8 times faster than DSL.
This internet speed is sick.
Get 15 meg internet starting at $39.99 a month. Call 1-844-663-7310.
And with home Wi-Fi, the whole family can be online at once.
Great for kids to stream scary shows while not cleaning their room. You'll also get our exclusive 1-hour arrival window, a money-back guarantee, and there's no contract to sign. Get 15 meg internet with no data cap starting at $39.99 a month. Plus free installation and access to over 500,000 TWC Wi-Fi hotspots nationwide. Would Rex pass up more beef stew? I don't think so. Say yes to more. Call now.
Is we want you to unplug so you get lost in the weather.
A deadly tornado outbreak continues. Storms in eastern Alabama, Georgia, Florida today continue with a number of tornado warnings, at least 6 of them ongoing here from near Auburn, Alabama, down to the Apalachicola area of Florida. Let's take a look at some of these. Embedded in a line, a circulation coming up toward Auburn, Alabama, Lee County with a possible tornado there. Timing, Auburn University Airport at about 1:59, Mount Jefferson about 2:07. You'll see these details of the timing in the white boxes. A little bit farther to the south of that, coming across here in the area of southwest Georgia, Randolph and Terrell counties. I think you can see this one has a tornado debris signature, little donut hole showing up right there, heading toward the Dawson area, right now near the Carnegie area. Dawson about 311, showing the velocity on this one, strongest that I've seen thus far today. Very tight, reds and yellows eastbound, blues and greens westbound. That's the tornado vortex signature, the rotation, and then showing the debris signature. The reds are precip. When we get these little green and blue dots in there, that's places where debris have been tossed up. It's tumbling. It gets that particular signature. So dangerous tornado in progress there. Next storm down the line to the south in Georgia, Baker, Early, and Miller counties near the Mayhaw area, heading up toward the Milford area. Macedonia, for example, at about 3:03, heading up toward Patmos. Mayhaw, it's pretty close to there right right now. Then a little bit farther down the line, Franklin, Liberty, and Wakulla counties with a tornado warnings showing up there. And coming up toward the Hilliardsville area, for example, at about 3:25. Then down into the Apalachicola area, Franklin and Gulf counties with tornado warnings. High Bluff over toward the St. Teresa areas at about 3:25. So a number of dangerous tornado warnings, more and more yet to come. A whole line of these supercell thunderstorms going to march their way across central and south Georgia, across the Florida Panhandle over the next few hours. Stay safe, everyone. Rich, Mark?
All right, Greg, as we now look at our Torcons, we've been talking a lot about Torcon here, and let me tell you exactly what this means here. First of all, you can take the example, can find a point at a certain location, and what we can do here is that any particular point from 50 miles, that is where we're making this calculation here. For instance, if we have a 4, we're looking at multiplying this number by 10 to get the percentage. So 4 times 10, 40. So we'd be looking at a 40% chance of seeing a tornado from this particular point right here in this 50-mile radius. All right, as we look at our situation across areas of the south, this is what we have going on. We have a very high Torcon here. Savannah back over to Jacksonville. Dr. Greg Forbes was saying it has been a couple years since he's actually issued a forecast with a Torcon of 9. That, of course, means that there's a 90% chance of seeing a tornado within 50-mile radius of that one point here. So Savannah, Jacksonville, the highest numbers here. Charleston, a 7. That is also very high, a 70% chance within 50 miles of actually seeing a tornado. All right, here's a look at our Torcon today. Back over to southern Georgia. That's where we have the 9. Jacksonville right in this area right here. And, of course, Savannah right up in this area here. So on this pink shaded area, and again, we don't have this pink shaded areas very often, but just indication of the North Florida Panhandle toward Jacksonville and South Georgia, we're looking at high Torcons. Once again now, let's head back over to Mark.
Thanks, Rich. And you know, these storms are moving so quickly, forward motion 50 to even 65 miles per hour. So it never will hurt to get another look at some of these big storms. Within this line, multiple supercells, some of which have confirmed active tornadoes with them. Let's start with this storm just north of Morgan, Georgia, on its way towards Dawson. It's Randolph and Terrell counties. Extreme rotation with this storm. Tornado warning until 3:30. It may be loosening a little bit, but still plenty of rotation right in here. Greens and reds touching, greens going towards the radar, red away, and this correlation coefficient dropping out a bit. Not as many of the greens and blues, but still the radar saying, hey, something non-meteorological may be tumbling a bit through the air there. Not as bad as it was even a couple of minutes ago, but still a very dangerous storm, something that we have to continue to follow. Updating the timing for you near the Dawson area, for example, by anywhere from 3:20 to 3:25 as this storm continues to move towards the north and east. Let's jump south into Florida. Big time storms here, including in and around the Apalachicola area, just east of there. Franklin and Gulf counties. Look at this rotation. We're talking about greens going towards the radar and then reds going away, showing you that counterclockwise spin. This one too, when you talk about the correlation coefficient and those tumbling pieces in the air, that is a very clear signature. North of Apalachicola, moving north and east, we have to carefully monitor for this tornado potential. So this is something that we're just continuing to follow for you. Lots of active tornado warnings just north of that one, Liberty and Wakulla counties, just outside Tallahassee. Be careful today.
Currently in our area, 44 degrees under cloudy skies. This afternoon, cloudy skies. High 44. Winds light and variable. Tonight, overcast. Low 36. Winds east-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Monday, afternoon rain and snow showers. Some mixed winter precipitation possible. High 38. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back as we take a live look at Apalachicola, which is getting absolutely pounded right now. Extreme wind, extreme rain, and tornado potential just north and east of town right now. My goodness, this is a massive line of embedded supercell thunderstorms that stretches from the Florida Panhandle into central Georgia. A lot to follow.
Yeah, Mark, this area here right next to St. George Island, just a little bit to the east. A very popular area for visitors.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're staying safe. We're staying with you to try to ensure that you do so. I'm meteorologist Mark Elliott.
And I'm meteorologist Rich Johnson. Welcome to this special edition of Weather Center Live. We have a tragic and deadly day across the southeast. It's not over yet. 16 people have been killed. 4 killed by a tornado in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Another 12 killed in 3 South Georgia counties. To get the very latest on this severe weather outbreak, let's head over to Dr. Greg Forbes.
Thanks, Rich. And we showed that Apalachicola cam. The Doppler radar shows a debris signature, a tornado likely in progress there near Apalachicola. I'll come to that one momentarily. I'm going to start, though, from near Auburn, Alabama. I'll work our way south. Here in red, you see 5 storms with tornado warnings on them. It's going to be this line that's going to be the major tornado producer moving across central and southern Georgia, across central and eastern Florida Panhandle, northern Florida, and into South Carolina through this afternoon and evening. And with this red warm front going north, spun north by the surface low, we might even get a severe thunderstorm into the Atlanta metro area. Here in Auburn, Alabama area, Lee County, you have a tornado warning. This one going north-northeast, very close to Auburn right now, heading up to Ordopalika and then the Casita areas as it goes off toward the north and east. The next storm down then into southwest parts of Georgia, Randolph and Terrell counties. This one at times has had a debris signature with that. Little curlicue hook showing up right in there with the possibility coming toward the Dawson area at about 3:14, for example. The next storm down the line then in Georgia, just to the north and east of Mayhaw now, Baker, Early, and Miller counties with a tornado warning. This one, you see a little bit of a kink in the line there, so that would be coming up toward, say, the Red Store Crossroads and then the Southwest Regional, Georgia Regional Airport coming through that area. There are supercell thunderstorms heading their way toward the Tallahassee area. At times they have had tornado warnings on them. At the moment there are 2 in this Florida Panhandle area, 1 right there, Liberty and Wakulla counties with a tornado warning. That would be coming up close to the south side of Tallahassee, maybe the International Airport or close to it at about 3:30. And then the one that is close to Apalachicola, it has gone off now to the east of north and east of Apalachicola, Franklin, Liberty, and Wakulla counties, around the High Bluff, the St. Teresa, the Livingston areas. Let me do a little bit of adjusting on that. It's more like here, coming up towards St. Mark's at about 3:47. And let me show you the signature in this. Well, it has weakened a little bit, but greens and reds, that's the tornado vortex signature based on the velocity. And there still is a bit of a debris signature showing up in there. Reds are precipitation, rain. The blues and greens in there, places where the tornado has likely tossed up some debris. So that's going to go from west of Carabel up toward the Sopchoppy area and maybe a little bit to the west and southwest of Sopchoppy. These kind of tornadoes, the strong ones, get these debris signatures. Strong and long-lived tornadoes a possibility, particularly dangerous. Tornado watch goes all the way up to Atlanta, probably especially central and south Georgia, a little bit left of southeast Alabama, central and east Florida Panhandle, north Florida until 8 o'clock. 2-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts along with these dangerous tornadoes. I've shown you the temperature conditions, the fronts. We also have this spinning upper low, and it's got its axis oriented northwest-south. So that part is kicking right into some of that warm air across the Gulf Coast states. This very warm air in here, that's where I've given all of this area the tornado condition index 9. It has the low winds, the wind shear, it has the upper forcing, it has the instability. Dangerous storms, as I've said, coming across these areas. Mark?
Yeah, and to be even more specific, Dr. Forbes going through the general zone of concern. We're seeing those active tornadoes, but so many of you are watching from this area right now and asking about these cities. So we want to give you an update on both the magnitude of the Torcon and the timing here. Starting off with, say, Savannah, Georgia. Threat has already begun, goes until 9 o'clock this evening. Jacksonville, Florida, a 9 out of 10 on the Torcon, 90% chance of tornadoes. Your threat goes until 6, maybe even a little past then, 7 or 8, till that line goes off the coast. I'll show you that in a sec. And we're also looking at Charleston, South Carolina. Later in the day, right, into the late evening hours, your threat continues, a 7 out of 10 on the Torcon. Jacksonville, Florida, this is why I'm saying 6 to maybe 7. We do still have that potential for strong thunderstorms right on through the late evening hours. We've already had some storms come through today. That was not the whole threat. You need to pay attention to these storms, especially on a day like this when you can have rounds of storms approaching. Still, the radar hinting at kind of spotty showers and storms until the main line comes through, 6, 7 to 8 o'clock. Within this line, embedded supercell thunderstorms will still be possible. We've got all the ingredients there, as Dr. Forbes was talking about, for that rotation to continue, even in areas that already had rounds of storms today. Further north, up the southeast coast, we're talking Charleston. You, too, have seen some rain come through today. You'll have more rain showers through the bulk of the afternoon. But then notice, again, the high-resolution radar picking up on these embedded supercell thunderstorms within the general line of storms. So you're going to get heavy rain. You're going to get wind energy. You may also have tornadoes come through. There's going to be a lot to follow. Warnings will continue to come fast and furious. And the storm motion is very quick, too. We're talking 50, 60, even 65 miles per hour with these storms. Columbia, South Carolina. Here's another example for you. Rich, we're talking storms for the rest of the day into early this evening. Severe weather also possible here. Over to you.
Yeah, Mark, I'm looking at our digital warning board. It is just lined up with tornado warnings. All right, this is what we know right now as we summarize about this severe weather system sweeping across the southeast. More than 4 million people under a tornado watch right now. Parts of Alabama, Georgia, Florida. The National Weather Storm Service, or should say the Storm Prediction Center, has upgraded today's tornado outlook to high risk. The first day that they had to do that since 2014. At least 16 people have been killed by these storms this weekend in Georgia as well as in Mississippi. Well, as we look at these severe storms across areas of the southeast, we continue to watch these storms lined up across parts of southwest Georgia, just west of Tallahassee, Florida in the Panhandle, and parts of east central Alabama. Some warnings too. We'll keep you advised. We'll be right back with more on the tornado warnings across this area of the southeast.
Liberty Mutual stood with me when I was too busy with the kids to get a repair estimate.
Liberty did what?
Yeah, with Liberty Mutual, all I needed to do to get an estimate was snap a photo of the damage and voila.
Voila. I wish my insurance company had that. Wait, hold it, boys. It's supposed to be 3 of you. Where's your brother? Where's your brother? Hey, where's Charlie? Charlie?
You can leave worry behind when Liberty stands with you. Liberty stands with you. Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Do you tell yourself, today's the day, I'm gonna lose the weight, but nothing changes? Well, today's the day. Just call Nutrisystem.
I'm Brian, and I've lost 75 pounds on Nutrisystem.
I'm Chris, and I lost 120 pounds on Nutrisystem.
Lose 15 pounds and 7 inches overall in your first month. Lose weight fast. Money back guarantee.
I got to eat my favorite food.
I got to eat, and I got to eat a lot. Nutrisystem for Men is the real deal, with real food that gets real results. Order your 28-day program right now and get all new Nutri-Crush bars to crush cravings free, and 1 week of Turbo Shakes to bust that gut free.
Nutrisystem just gave me my life back.
These guys are just like you. They made the call and they got the results. Lose weight, boost energy, improve your health with Nutrisystem for Men. Call or go online in the next 2 minutes and we'll throw in FedEx shipping free. Lose 15 pounds and 7 inches overall in your first month. Make the call now.
Go online or call 877-357-DIET right now and get Nutrisystem for Men with bars and shakes free.
We know you have a morning routine. We have one too. 7 days a week, AMHQ is right here and weather ready with Jim Cantori, Stephanie Abrams, Jen Carfagno, and the rest of AMHQ.
Let's get right to what you want, and that is the weather.
AMHQ, every morning starting at 5 on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 44 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, overcast, low 36. Winds east-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Monday, afternoon rain. Monday night, cloudy with rain and snow. Some sleet may mix in. Low 34. Snow accumulating 3 to 5 inches. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Weekend Recharge is... We want you to unplug so you get lost in the weather.
Come on in. Pull up a chair. Gather around. So many ways to invite people to come together. Or you could just put out the Sabra and let the simple, fresh ingredients do the talking. Sabra, welcome to the unofficial meal.
I just found this amazing website called Adore Me. They have tons of bras, PJs, underwear, all from petite to plus.
I know your phone's out, so look them up.
This Valentine's Day, get your first set for only $19.95 at adoreme.com.
If you're taking prescription medications, does your mouth often feel dry? A dry mouth can cause cavities and bad breath. Over 400 medications can cause a dry mouth. That's why there's Biotene. Biotene can provide soothing dry mouth relief, and it keeps your mouth refreshed, too. Remember, while your medication is doing you good, a dry mouth isn't. Biotene, for people who suffer from dry mouth symptoms.
A very dangerous and deadly tornado outbreak continues. It's mostly now pushing across central and south Georgia, a little bit of eastern Alabama and central and eastern Florida, Panhandle, North Florida. The line of thunderstorms that's showing up here has embedded supercell rotating thunderstorms from near Auburn, Alabama. We've lost one tornado warning in southwest Georgia. There's still one, and two down to the southwest of Tallahassee, between there and the Apalachicola area. So I'll start from the north and work our way to the south. Looks like this line of thunderstorms now has pushed out of the Auburn, Alabama area. Lee County, you've had a tornado warning. Looks like it's going to expire. Coming up toward the Langdale area near the Georgia border, though. Be on the lookout for a possibility of tornado coming into that area. We've lost the tornado warning that was over here in the area near Cuthbert. Severe thunderstorm warning for Dougherty, Lee, and Terrell counties. There had been a rotation that was heading over toward the Brownwood area. It has weakened. But down to the south of that, still a tornado warning for Baker, Early, and Miller counties, heading up toward the Milford area. This storm has been indicated by Doppler radar. Close to right now, probably going to be embedded in rain. Many of these are going to be very difficult to see, and they're moving anywhere from 50 to 65 miles per hour up toward the Albany, Georgia area with a possibility of a tornado. Then there's two circulations very close together in the areas south and west of Tallahassee, Florida. Right here you can see a little bit of a hook coming out the back side of that line with some rain ahead of it. Again, it may be hard to see this coming. That will be a tornado that will be coming across areas maybe toward the International Airport and the south side of Tallahassee in that 325, 330 type time frame. And south of that, a storm that has had very strong rotation, a little embedded circulation, a little ball showing up right in there, south and west of Sopchoppy, Franklin, Liberty, and Wakulla counties with tornado warnings coming up toward the Sopchoppy and the Shields area of Florida. So dangerous storms. They'll keep marching right across south half of Georgia and Florida. You want to stay safe, folks. Let's go now to Rich and Mark.
All right, thank you, Greg. And I tell you what, these are tough storms here when they are these rain-wrapped storms, very hard to discern when they're on top of you. So make sure you're very vigilant, watching for the latest with the warnings. All right, as we look at Savannah, Georgia, your forecast looking like this, where we're expecting later this evening the greatest chance of some of these storms coming in that could be severe. Here's our radar right now. We just took you back over toward the Tallahassee area, back over toward southwestern Georgia. as we put this forecast into motion, watch what happens here. We're looking for heavier rain to develop across areas of North Georgia and Alabama. There also is that risk of finding severe weather also in your location. Greatest threat, though, is going to be farther south with this line right here, passing by maybe Charleston over to around Jacksonville as we head toward the evening hours. Then as we go into the nighttime hours, we're watching for some of this, the threat of severe weather to make its way right up toward eastern North Carolina. Then eventually the wee hours of the night, these storms, most of the action pushing offshore east of the Carolinas and Georgia. Taking it out to tomorrow morning, most of that weather is finally over with. Birmingham, some showers, some thunderstorm. There's still that risk of severe. The greatest emphasis will be a little bit farther off to your southeast. And around Atlanta, of course, the ball game is going on right now. We're watching for that risk of severe weather, even maybe some flooding as that game ends in a few hours. Now let's head to Mark. He's going to tell us a little bit about Torcons.
Yeah, you know, we still have a lot of active weather to go today. We want to kind of raise your alert, raise your alarm, and show you where the biggest areas of concern will be. At the same time, just under me on the screen here, Blakely, Alabama. We've been following our storm tracker Kelly Williamson in the area, so if he's near any of these storms, we'll bring that to you as well. Greatest risk today, South Georgia into southeast Alabama into North Florida. That's where we have Torcon potential up to 9, a 90% chance of seeing a tornado within any 50-mile radius within this area. Not to discount the areas in red today, it's a 7 in East South Carolina, and back towards the west, a 5 out of 10. We'll be right back.
Want longer-lasting heartburn relief? Try Duo Fusion. Duo Fusion goes to work in seconds and lasts up to 12 hours. Tums only lasts up to 3. For longer-lasting relief in one chewable tablet, try Duo Fusion from the makers of Zantac.
Hey.
Hey.
Morning.
So how do I look?
You look really nice.
It's my first day back to work. I want to look better than nice. No, you know, what do you think of this?
No, you look stunning. Bald is beautiful.
Well, you would know.
Today's a great day to stir up courage. Coffee Mate, stir things up.
I want the most out of my health and life, so I trust Nature Made vitamins. Because they were the first to be verified by USP for quality and purity standards, and because I recommend them as a pharmacist.
Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
What if an insurance company wasn't only there when things went wrong? Because for every tornado, there's a twister. For every crash, an even bigger collision. And for every tailspin, well, tailspins. State Farm understands that getting the most out of life doesn't just mean being there when things go wrong. It's about being here in all of life's moments when things go perfectly right.
Hello, I'm an Idaho potato farmer, and I finally found our big Idaho potato truck. It's been touring the country telling folks about our heart-healthy Idaho potatoes, America's favorite potatoes, and donating to local charities along the way. But now, it's finally back home where it belongs. Aw, man. Hey! Wait up! Where you going? Here we go again.
I run canyons.
I'm a soundscape ecologist.
A snowflake consultant.
I'm a kinetic wind sculptor.
I'm just about the only person in the world doing anything like it.
From the Weather Channel and renowned internet filmmakers' Great Big Story comes a celebration of storytelling and weather.
I love pushing the boundaries in these conditions.
When you're on the edge as an adventurer, it's the most amazing feeling.
That's amazing. New episode tonight at 9, only on the Weather Channel.
Goldstein Mitsubishi is the real deal. We sell more new Mitsubishi. The 2016 Outlander ES, $20,495. Lease for $219 a month. 2017 Outlander ES, $22,999. Lease for $239 a month. 2017 Outlander Sport ES, $21,499. Lease for $199 a month. Goldstein sells more Mitsubishi because Goldstein is the real deal. With no charge car washes for life, lifetime powertrain warranty, and more. GoldsteinMitsubishi.com.
Hi, this
this is Andy James from Rensselaer Honda, and our new dealership is complete. Thank you for your patience this past year. Our facility has a new waiting lounge, a kids zone, and express service space where you can pull in for an oil change and be done in less than an hour. And we offer free pickup and delivery. We come to your home or work, pick up your car, and service it. You never leave your home or office. Visit Rensselaer Honda's new dealership today with over 400 cars to choose from.
Currently in our area, 44 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, overcast, low 36. Winds east-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Monday, rain and snow showers mixed in the afternoon. Some mixed winter precipitation possible. High 38. Monday night, periods of rain and snow. Some sleet may mix in. Low 34. 3 to 5 inches of snow expected. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Tornado threat continues. I'm meteorologist Mark Elliott. We're following a large zone of severe weather potential. This is known as a particularly dangerous situation, a PDS watch. Only about 3% of tornado watches get this distinction, and they're issued for when there's a higher potential for tornadoes as well as large, long-tracked, long-lived, dangerous tornadoes. And we've seen some of that already today. A couple areas of concern, right? We've got severe thunderstorms and gusty winds moving out of Alabama into North Georgia. Then this line of storms from the Florida Panhandle into South Georgia has embedded supercells along with it as well. This is the lone active tornado warning, but it's a doozy headed generally towards the Albany area. Doherty, Lee, Worth counties, tornado warning until 3:45, and it's this part of the storm that is the most dangerous. Look at this. This is the different view for you, the motion of these storms. Green going towards the radar, red away, and I'm going to try to shift this just a little bit and see if we can get the radar site just off to the north. Look at that. Here's a different view of it. Now green's going towards the radar this way, red down, and so a lot of radar indicated rotation. Right in here would be the biggest amount of rotation. As for your correlation coefficient, if there's tumbling debris, hard to say if there's anything clear there, but a big time storm generally headed towards the Albany area in Georgia. So Rich, that's one that we're definitely keeping a close eye on.
All right, Mark, of course we will. As we now head our attention farther west over to San Francisco, hey, we're seeing a break, some sunshine here, but that's actually going to make the atmosphere a bit more unstable. You get some heating here and could be looking at some thunder showers popping up in a scattered fashion. Some of those may have some hail with them. As we check your forecast over to San Francisco, does call for that risk of some thunder showers today, and by tomorrow into tomorrow night, slightly more stable, so rain shower chances. All right, flash flood watch still until this evening in San Francisco, all the way down to Los Angeles. Last few hours, a steady to heavy rain around the LA basin. Of course, you want to be very careful for that threat of flooding or maybe even some mudslides. All right, here's our situation that we're looking at. Low pressure center, very impressive looking off the coast of Washington and Oregon. And you can see the next onslaught of rain ready to come over towards San Francisco right in this area here. But what you don't see, all of these areas out here, those are all showers and possibly a few thunder showers too. The radar just can't see that far offshore. Heading down to Los Angeles, blue indicating the snow, and heading in a little bit more closely, San Gabriel seeing snow, and all the way over toward Big Bear, additional snow. Big Bear Lake ski resorts loving this with the snow coming down. And around LA, you don't see this too often, just a large area of moderate to heavy rain across the region. San Francisco, you can see just to your west, showers ready to move move back in. Again, there is that risk of a thunder shower. Here's your forecast as we look through this evening. More showers, a few thunderstorms, and still heavy rain around the LA basin. Now let's head back over to Mark.
We're sticking with the winter weather theme, but believe it or not, also tying it into the severe weather in the southeast, because part of that energy, part of that wind energy, part of that low pressure system is headed off the coast and up in towards New England. Syracuse right now, 48 degrees. Your temps will be plummeting. We're talking about the chance for rain changing to snow, starting as some rain on Monday, then mixing in with snow showers as this strong low is able to pull that cold air back down and around. So Monday night into Tuesday morning, light snow will take hold in the Syracuse area. This is a very strong disturbance that we're going to be following. The jet stream will be active, this big dip in the jet, and a lot of wind energy along with that. And because of this potential, we're going to have a deepening area of low pressure and a lot of this moisture coming in, being pulled in from the Atlantic. All those winds pointed right at the coast. So all of those coastal threats will be there. We're talking large waves, beach erosion, just a nasty day towards the coastline. The cold air will be the limiting factor. You got to get pretty far inland to get to enough cold air because of all this kind of warm flow coming in. The coastline will be largely rain. And we can see that starting off tomorrow. We're talking rain and wind towards the coast. Interior sections get a little bit of that snow, which gets more dramatic as we go into the nighttime hours and into Tuesday as the cold air gets pulled in. I-95 stays just wet.
Tomorrow's the day we'll play something besides video games.
Every day is a gift, especially for people with heart failure. But today, there's Entresto, a breakthrough medicine that can help make more tomorrows possible.
Tomorrow, I want to see Teddy rate his first hook.
In the largest heart failure study ever, Entresto was proven to help more people stay alive and out of the hospital than a leading heart failure medicine. Women who are pregnant must not take Entresto. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. Don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren. If you've had angioedema while taking an ACE or ARB medicine, don't take Entresto. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high potassium in your blood.
Tomorrow, I'm gonna step out with my favorite girl.
Ask your doctor about Entresto and help make the gift of tomorrow possible.
This is the Dyson V8 cord-free vacuum, and this is its Dyson digital motor, generating powerful suction to deep clean carpets, hard floors, clean up high, and convert to a handheld, to dig deep on stairs, furniture, mattresses, and cars, all with up to 40 minutes runtime.
Dyson V8 cord-free vacuum. Find out more at Dyson.com.
The day after chemo, you could be home with your support system. Here, here, and here with Neulasta Onpro.
Strong chemo can put you at risk for infection. In a key study, Neulasta reduced the risk of infection from 17% to 1%, a 94% decrease. Apply the day of chemo. Neulasta Onpro is designed to automatically deliver Neulasta the next day without returning to the doctor just for a Neulasta shot. Neulasta is for certain cancer patients receiving strong chemotherapy. Do not take Neulasta if you're allergic to Neulasta or Neupogen, filgrastim. Ruptured spleens, sometimes fatal, as well as serious lung problems, allergic reactions, kidney injuries, and capillary leak syndrome have occurred. Report abdominal or shoulder tip pain, trouble breathing, or allergic reactions to your doctor right away. In patients with sickle cell disorders, serious, sometimes fatal crises can occur. The most common side effect is bone and muscle ache.
Talk to your doctor about Neulasta Onpro.
There's something different at your grocery store. It's grain-free and made just for pets. It's Rachel Ray Nutrish Zero Grain with zero grains, glutens, or fillers. Made with simple, natural ingredients like real meat or fish, which is always the #1 ingredient. With the Zero Grain, you can get a grain-free recipe for your pet without a special trip. Nutrish, real recipes, real ingredients, real good.
We know you have a morning routine. We have one too. 7 days a week, AMHQ is right here and weather ready with Jim Cantori, Stephanie Abrams, Jen Carfagno, and the rest of AMHQ.
Let's get right to what you want, and that is the weather.
AMHQ, every morning starting at 5 on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 44 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, overcast, low 36. Winds east-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Monday, rain and snow showers mixed in the afternoon. Some mixed winter precipitation possible. High 38. Monday night, periods of rain and snow. Some sleet may mix in. Low 34. 3 to 5 inches of snow expected. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to special coverage here. We're tracking severe weather in the southeast. I'm meteorologist Mark Elliott.
And I'm meteorologist Rich Johnson. We continue to follow that threat of severe weather across areas of the south. This is a look at some damage done by a tornado at Adel, Georgia. Early this morning, I was working last night when this cell went through this area here, and it had a very distinct, when you're looking at the radar there, distinct couplet on it, and just some horrific damage here. People lost their lives in this storm, Mark.
Yeah, as many as 8 people killed in this storm, but we have more storms to talk about now, and more damage like this is certainly possible, including into the Albany area in Georgia, where there's now a tornado emergency. We want to go over to severe weather expert Dr. Greg Forbes. Doc, this looks like a really dangerous storm headed towards Albany right now.
Yeah, it is. Have very strong rotation showing up on the Doppler radar, and it's the only tornado warning that we have at the moment. It's located right here, southern part of Georgia, but it's ahead of this cold front in this line of thunderstorms that has been and will continue to produce as it goes across Georgia and northern and northeastern Florida. Dangerous tornadoes. So let's take a look. Here we're talking about that tornado emergency for Albany, Georgia, Dougherty, Lee, and Worth counties. It's going northeast, pretty close to 70 miles per hour at the speed of movement. You can almost see a couple of the arms of the precipitation pattern wrapping around here with the circulation right in about there. So it's right about over Albany at the moment, heading up toward the Dakota area, Red Rock, Dole, some of these other locations under the tornado threat. Here you can see the tornado vortex signature. Here's what we're talking about. Reds and blue, the blues that are going north and eastbound, reds going south and west. So right here on the south side of Albany is where the tornado vortex signature is showing up, and that will be heading then up toward the area south of Philomena and off toward the west of Ashburn. I'm going to leave that on and then show you that now we have picked up tornado debris showing up in here. So it does appear we have a dangerous, life-threatening tornado in progress coming across the south and then ultimately the east side of Albany, Georgia, and then heading up toward Philomena and the Ashburn areas and areas south and west of those locations. Then beyond that, we'll take a look from north to south. Some of the here is the Atlanta metro area. Of course, a big sporting event taking place there. A line of thunderstorms. No warnings on those immediately, but it's this part of the line that'll be coming up toward Carrollton. Get down a little bit farther down the line into a little bit warmer temperatures. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings for Chambers, Lee, and Randolph counties in the western part of the Alabama area, heading over toward the Langdale area near the county line. Then down into the area of Florida, we have a Grady, Jefferson, and Leon counties, a severe thunderstorm warning. That is including the Tallahassee metro area. These storms are moving so fast, it's hard to keep the radar properly aligned here, and can never totally rule out a tornado from these storms either. Over farther to the east, in the warm air ahead of the front, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for Clay, Duval, and St. Johns counties. And again, there's some little curlicues there. Can never totally rule out a tornado forming in these. Particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch includes Atlanta, and especially central and south Georgia into east, central and east parts of the Florida Panhandle, North Florida till 8 o'clock. Long-lived, strong to maybe even violent tornadoes a possibility. There's such a strong low-level wind shear instability and upper forcing coming in. The leading edge of that upper disturbance is negatively tilted from northwest to southeast, putting that upper forcing right over this warm, moist air. Look at this. Temperatures in the 70s, and that concludes all the way down into Florida. We'll get a tornado threat for the northern half of Florida. Then toward midnight, a squall line probably marching all the way down into the Miami area. Here's some of our computer forecasts showing that next couple hours or so, surface low may move right over Atlanta. So that could be enough to get a chance of a tornado, while that big line of thunderstorms with the supercells in it marches into southeast Georgia, northeast parts of Florida. Then as we head into the early evening hours, even across South Carolina and into the northern part of Florida with the tornado threat. So dangerous hours yet ahead. It won't be until midnight or even beyond that before this tornado outbreak is over. Mark?
Thanks, Dr. Forbes. A lot to follow here, right? That's a huge area with the potential for tornadoes. So, want to throw you some of the specifics for some of the cities that have that potential. Savannah and Jacksonville, both with a 9 out of 10 on the Torcon. That's a 90% chance of seeing a tornado within any 50-mile radius of these cities. And Charleston, no slouch either, 7 out of 10 on the Torcon value for you. The Jacksonville area, there's going to be a secondary round of storms. I say secondary because you had some big storms earlier this afternoon. But that's not the end of your threat. You have to continue to pay attention to your weather for the rest of the day, because we could see this next line popping up some of these storms just outside the city by 5 or 6 o'clock, and then they blast on through 6, 7, 8. This completely fly through the area. Again, you heard Dr. Forbes mention the Atlanta area. We've got Green Bay against the Falcons happening at the Georgia Dome. When that game is done, and all the spectators and the people that aren't necessarily familiar with the streets and the area and the counties come out of the dome, there could still be heavy rain and severe thunderstorms, not to mention the chance for flooding. So a lot to follow here for the Atlanta area. Here we go. Late this afternoon, this next kind of round of storms pushes right on into the western suburbs and then into downtown itself. There's what we call kind of the pivot point of this area of low pressure, happens right over the city, and it means we could be stuck in this heavy rain from the city and points north right on through the rest of the evening hours. That could mean some localized flooding, not to mention that severe weather chance as well. And Savannah, Georgia, the Georgia coastline, you've seen some storms. You'll continue to see that chance with the next big push of storms coming in 5, 6, 7 o'clock. Here's Charleston as well. So Savannah just down here, Charleston here. Both cities will get overrun by even more thunderstorm activity blasting on through for the early afternoon. So, Rich, there's a lot to follow, including active tornado warnings right now.
Yeah, Mark, it looks like a busy rest of this afternoon right in through this evening. While the deadly EF3 tornado that swept through Hattiesburg, Mississippi yesterday left widespread damage, Weather Channel's Dave Malkoff has more from the scene.
This EF3 tornado ripped through this area, leaving a scar about 15, maybe even 20 miles long. And with it, it took home after home after home, including this one. You can see the door is still standing, but the rest of the home blown away. There's only one room that's left, and that doesn't have a ceiling at all. Now, this is very close to the area where 4 people died. That's 3 men and 1 woman. And as I am walking, I'm going to be very careful because I don't want to step on a nail. Most of the injuries that happen in a tornado actually happen after the tornado has come through. But as you can walk around, you can see home after home. You can actually see the scar left right here on the earth as it pushes through. This is an area where people had to rescue each other during the tornado. We've already heard tales of somebody having to pull their uncle out from underneath the debris of the home. Not when the tornado had passed, but as the tornado was still roaring, they could still hear the sound of the tornado coming through, and they were still pulling those people through. Now, we've got these power lines down here. Power crews are here trying to put the power back together as fast as possible, but they can't do that while these lines are down because they don't want anybody hurt in this area when they energize those lines. So the cleanup is definitely starting here in Mississippi, but throughout the region, throughout the southeast of the United States, it's still very, very dangerous today because of all these storms coming through. We're already hearing of deaths as far away as Georgia. In Hattiesburg, Mississippi, I'm Dave Malkoff, the Weather Channel.
And we have another very serious situation here in South Georgia. This one here, we have a tornado emergency for Albany, Georgia, and that's right in through here. The area that we're concerned about now is just right over this area here, just to the east of town. This is for Dougherty, Lee, and Worth County until 3:45 Eastern time. This storm here, as we look at our velocity radar, anytime you see what we call a couplet here, where we have a blue and red very close to each other, not only is that saying there's a large circulation, there's probably a smaller circulation. So right in through here, this is what we're looking at, this cyclonic circulation right through here on the east side of town. Coalition coefficient, this is the area that we're concerned about right in through here, where it's saying that there's probably some debris that is being lifted up into the air. So if you're anywhere to the east of Albany, make sure you've already found a safe place to be as this storm continues its way farther to the east of Albany.
Currently in our area, 44 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, overcast, low 36. Winds east-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Monday, rain and snow showers mixed in the afternoon. Some mixed winter precipitation possible. High 38. Monday night, periods of rain and snow. Some sleet may mix in. Low 34. 3 to 5 inches of snow expected. Here's our 7-day outlook.
You totaled your brand new car. Nobody's hurt, but there will still be pain. It comes when your insurance company says they'll only pay 3/4 of what it takes to replace it. What are you supposed to do, drive 3/4 of a car? Now, if you had Liberty Mutual new car replacement, you'd get your whole car back. I guess they don't want you driving around on 3 wheels. Smart.
With Liberty Mutual new car replacement, we'll replace the full value of your car. Liberty stands with you. Liberty Mutual Insurance.
ProPlan BrightMind Adult 7+ promotes alertness and mental sharpness in dogs 7 and older.
The difference has been incredible. She's much more aware. She wants to learn things.
Purina ProPlan BrightMind, nutrition that performs.
Oh, oh, I do believe that something good is happening. Yeah, I do believe.
Rethink the power of the oat. Quaker, we are the good we make.
I'm Chris, and I lost 120 pounds on Nutrisystem.
Listen up, guys. Want to shed a few pounds? Got a beer belly going on? Can't fit into your pants? Then you need Nutrisystem for men.
I'm Essex, and I lost 43 pounds on Nutrisystem.
I'm Trevor, and I lost 60 pounds on Nutrisystem.
Lose 15 pounds and 7 inches in your first month. Lose weight fast. Money back guarantee. Real guys, real results.
I'm Michael, and I lost 50 pounds on Nutrisystem.
Put down the pie, pick up the phone, and get with the program today. Get 1 week of all new Crush bars free and 1 week of Turbo Shakes free.
The food was delicious.
If you're like me and you like to eat, this is what you get to do.
This is perfect for men, especially guys who don't want to cook.
So get off the couch, call or go online in the next 2 minutes, and we'll even throw in FedEx shipping. Free! Lose 15 pounds and 7 inches in your first month.
It's not that hard. You eat the food, you lose the weight.
Go online or call 888-608-DIET to get Nutrisystem for Men with bars and shakes free.
I just found this amazing website called Adore Me. They have tons of bras, PJs, underwear, all from petite to plus.
I know your phone's out, so look them up.
This Valentine's Day, get your first set for only $19.95 at adoreme.com.
Introducing Cologuard.
I'm here for an important reason. Colon cancer screening. If you're age 50 or older and at average risk, Cologuard finds cancer and precancer. And it's a non-invasive test you can use at home. In fact, I'm as easy as get, go, gone. How do you get me? Your doctor orders me, and I'm delivered directly to your doorstep. There's no need for time off or special prep because I use the DNA in your stool to find colon cancer. Then you just go. I mean, collect your sample. Then I'm gone. Just ship me to the lab. Gotta go.
Cologuard is intended for individuals at average risk for colon cancer. Cologuard is not for high-risk individuals, including those with a history of colon cancer or polyps, IBD, certain hereditary cancer syndromes, or a family history of colon cancer. Cologuard, colon cancer screening that's as easy as get, go, gone. Ask your doctor if Cologuard is right for you.
When cold and flu hold you back, try TheraFlu Express Max, now in new caplet form. It's the only cold and flu caplet that has a maximum strength formula with a unique warming sensation you can instantly feel. TheraFlu, for a powerful comeback. New Express Max caplets.
Dangerous tornado outbreak continues. We've had a tornado emergency for Albany, Georgia. Now the tornado continues off toward the north and east toward the Dulles area. The circulation is right in here. You see tornado warning showing up in these particular locations. So here we're talking about a possibility of counties of Ben Hill, Turner, and Worth counties with tornado warnings, as well as now with going 70 mile per hour, they're trying to get ahead of it, Crisp and Wilcox counties. And then, by the way, there's a brand new tornado warning for a different storm that's down around Camilla, Georgia, Dougherty, Mitchell, and Worth counties. We'll go back to the storm that's had the confirmed tornado on that. It's going north and east of the Albany, Georgia area right now. You could see a bit of a swirl showing up in the storm in the whole radar pattern. In fact, look there. There's the hook echo, but it may even have some rain out ahead of this. So this could be a rain-wrapped tornado. It is moving toward the Dulles area, then up toward the Dakota area, the Rochelle area at 70 miles per hour. Take a look at the velocity showing up on this. The blues and greens are northeast bound. The reds and yellows are southwest bound. By the way, at the Albany area, there's been a 75 mile per hour measured gust, and that's probably outside the tornado. So you can see this with a little bit of a lag in the radar. This tornado likely to be hitting Dulles right now. I'll leave that tornado vortex signature based on the velocity in place and show you then that we have debris that's showing up. When we have reds, that's just normal precipitation mode. The raindrops all sort of falling with the same orientation. But when we get tumbling of debris that's been picked up by the tornado, we get these blues and greens. So a dangerous tornado coming up toward the Dulles area, and then we'll continue up toward the Arab area, or the Arabi area of Georgia, if that continues in place. So Mark, our tornado outbreak continues. These storms will continue across central and south Georgia, Florida Panhandle, and into northern Florida and South Carolina. Mark?
Yeah, Dr. Forbes, this is a really dangerous setup. And so when you're talking about tornadoes and talking about tornado warnings being issued for your area, we want to make sure you know what to do and where to go. If you're in a tornado warning, now's the time to follow this advice. You want to seek shelter. If you have a basement in your home, that's the best place to go. You want to put as many walls between you and the storm as possible, including getting underground. And then within the basement, an interior room of that is the best option as well. That would be your safest room because you're putting more barriers between you and the storm. If you have a staircase that you can get under, those are often very well constructed, right, and provides a little extra layer of shelter. So under the stairs or into an interior hallway, if you don't have the safest room, is a good option. But again, the lowest floor, like a small center closet or a small central bathroom, always, if you can, consider what's above you as well. If things do give way and break, you don't want anything large to fall on you. Because of that, if you have one of these interior rooms, like in a basement, maybe a workshop area in your basement, get under the work table. Put a layer above you, and then, of course, crouch as low as possible. If you have your bicycle helmet, have that in your safe room and put that on your head as well. And sturdy shoes, so if there is any damage, you can walk your way out without getting any injuries afterwards if there is destruction. Again, Rich, this is a dangerous day. We know that there are tornadoes in progress right now, so knowing where to go when you get a warning is crucial.
And Mark, with folks in mobile homes also, A mobile home is not a place to ride out any tornado. What you need to do is find a close by, sturdy structure and have a plan in place to get there very quickly if there's a warning. All right, let me show you more about our Torcon here. And we look at a point. You can pick a point, and then the radius here, 50-mile radius, we just multiply by 10. So if this is a 4 right through here, we are looking at multiplying that by 10. So this would be a 40% chance of seeing a tornado within that 50-mile radius. All right, as we look at our Torcon numbers right here, Charleston, 7, still rather high, but 9 for Jacksonville and Savannah. Once again, let's head over to Mark with the latest.
And because these storms are moving at highway speed or faster, 65 to as many as 90 miles per hour, we want to give you another update on these storms. Again, we have the tornado emergency declared for the Albany area. That same storm is now headed towards I-75, where we do have Ben Hill, Turner, and Worth counties under a tornado warning. Here's the best rotation. Generally crossing over 32 right now. There is debris being indicated by the radar.
This is Peloton, the indoor cycling experience designed to happen in your home. Only Peloton allows you to take high-energy live and on-demand studio cycling classes without having to go anywhere. Ride live with some of the best studio cycling instructors in the country. Ride flexible with thousands of on-demand rides. Ride connected alongside riders from all around the world. This is fitness evolved. This is Peloton.
We know you have a morning routine. We have one too. 7 days a week, AMHQ is right here and weather ready.
Let me get you ready for the day weather-wise. We've got a lot going on this morning.
Definitely see what kind of pattern we've had.
So start your morning routine with Jim Cantori, Stephanie Abrams, Jan Carfagno, and the rest of AMHQ.
It is a team here at the Weather Channel, and an awesome team at that.
Let's get right to what you want, and that is the weather.
AMHQ, every morning starting at 5 on the Weather Channel.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 44 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, overcast, low 36. Winds east-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Monday, rain and snow showers mixed in the afternoon. High 38. Monday night, periods of rain and snow. Low 34. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Why do we insist on 100% Alaskan whitefish? Why do we always hand dip in our famous batter, cook it to golden perfection, and serve it with fries for just $1.99? Because at Long John Silver's, we think you deserve more for $1.99.
It's not just a car, it's your daily retreat. Go ahead, spoil yourself. The ES and DS Hybrid. This is the pursuit of perfection.
When it comes to getting help with home repair and improvement projects, millions of homeowners trust HomeAdvisor to find a reliable local pro.
We use HomeAdvisor for all our home projects. Installing the garage door,
remodeling the kitchen,
cleaning the gutters,
fixing the AC, any project.
Big or small.
HomeAdvisor's like a neighbor who knows all the great service pros in my area.
You can compare prices
and book an appointment right online.
HomeAdvisor is completely free to use.
Go to HomeAdvisor.com or download the free app.
HomeAdvisor. I want the most out of my health and life, so I trust Nature Made vitamins. Because they were the first to be verified by USP for quality and purity standards, and because I recommend them as a pharmacist.
Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
Want to feel luxurious hand cream?
Luxurious hand cream? My hands get so dry and cracked from constant washing, I need serious relief. That's why I use O'Keeffe's Working Hands. Guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked hands. Thanks to O'Keeffe's, I got my...
John, we're giving you a raise.
That's fantastic, but I'm gonna pass.
Who says no to more? Are you okay? Time Warner Cable Internet gives you more of what you and those little data hoggers want, like ultra-fast speeds up to 50 megs. That's 8 times faster than DSL.
This internet speed is sick.
Get 15 meg internet with no data cap starting at $39.99 a month. Call 1-844-663-7310. Would Rex pass up more beef stew? I don't think so. Say yes to more. Call now.
The Old Brick Better Sleep Store is having a huge Sealy Posturepedic event with prices so low they're not authorized by Sealy. The sleep shops hate it, but our Old Brick customers just love it. Old Brick has the lowest price and they can prove it. Let's compare online. This cushion firm Sealy Posturepedic is $13.99 on sale at the sleep shops. Old Brick has the very same queen set for $8.99 every day of the week. That's $500 less, simply for shopping the Better Sleep Store at Old Brick Furniture.
Is we want you to unplug so we get lost in the weather.
A dangerous, deadly tornado outbreak is in progress. Just moments ago, we've had reports of damage from a dangerous tornado just to the north and east of Albany, Georgia. It is producing damage. It's had a debris signature. And just to its south, there's a tornado that's north and east of Camilla, Georgia. Severe thunderstorms working their way toward the Atlanta, Georgia metro area as a strong surface low heads that direction. We'll start with the tornado warnings off to the north and east of Albany, Georgia now. You see that hook echo just to the west of the Ashburn area. And that'll be coming up into Crisp and Wilcox counties of Georgia very soon because it's moving 70 miles per hour. It is just past the Doles area. There's that hook that I was talking about. The inflow comes in here, rain, cooled air wraps around there. The tornado at the interface, so that will be taking it close to the Araby area and then up toward the Pitts area, say at about 411. Showing the velocities, it is really rotating, folks. The blues and greens going northbound, reds and yellows southbound. So where they meet, crossing just north of Highway 32 and right just east now of Highway 33, that's the tornado vortex signature going to go up in the area between Ashburn and Araby and just to the west of Rebecca. I'm going to leave that tornado vortex signature and the velocities on and then show you there are still some specks of blue and green there. That's where debris has been picked up when it was just to the east of Albany, maybe falling out of the sky a little bit below the radar altitudes at this point. Now, just to the south of that, north and east of Camilla, Georgia, coming up towards Sylvester, Dougherty, Mitchell, and Worth counties. Weaker circulation here on the southwest edge of this storm near the Bridgeboro area. Sylvester, probably about 407. You see here, there is some rotation, but reds and greens, but not nearly what we're seeing in that area that's farther to the north. Now, here is Atlanta, Georgia, and down to the south and west of that, a line, a little mini bow in that. Can't totally rule out a circulation with a tornado in that, but more likely damaging winds heading into the area near Carrollton and Noonan, Carroll, Coweta, and Heard counties with severe thunderstorm warnings. That's probably less than an hour away from downtown Atlanta now if it holds together. Down into the Florida Panhandle, the storms have passed Tallahassee, but they're over in the Monticello area now, Jefferson, Leon, and Thomas counties with severe thunderstorm warnings. And south of the Jacksonville area, right coming toward the beaches areas now of Duval and St. Johns counties with severe thunderstorm warnings. Dangerous tornadoes, particularly dangerous ones, continue likely across south and central Georgia, northeast Florida. Stay safe, everybody. Mark?
And, you know, just to show how everything is connected here with weather, we've got this very strong low developing through the southeast, but it's going to tie into a low that goes off the coast of the northeast corridor. And we're going to have all of the coastal threats that come with wintertime nor'easters. Along the coastline, we're talking coastal flood advisories and coastal flood watches that are up. That includes Delaware, much of New Jersey, Long Island. Flood potential is there. There's also going to be extreme wind with this developing storm as it continues to pull north and east. High wind warnings are there along the coastline. Wind advisories a little bit further inland. So when you put all of this together, we have all this wind energy, right? We've got this deepening trough that we've been following, and then it helps translate this upper level low translates to a surface system that goes right up the eastern seaboard. Now, I will say that there's going to be a lot of warm, moist air drawn into this storm. That's what keeps I-95 largely as rain as opposed to snow. But if you get far enough inland, there is some cold air in place, and there will be some of that added moisture thrown in from the Atlantic. So that's how you get the recipe for some snow out of this system. This is an interior track storm, which means the interior portion of New England is going to get the snow, the coast is going to get the wind and the rain. It's going to be a cold rain at that. Temperatures in the upper 30s to low 40s. Not a nice beach day. Monday into Monday night, that's for sure. Tuesday, again, Boston to New York to Philly, still rain. You have to go pretty far north, but if you go north and west, there will be that transition zone into snow, which continues Tuesday night and even into a little bit on Wednesday. Putting all of this together, we've got that chance for a good bit of snow in the interior sections, the Green and White Mountains, northern Maine, the areas that just seem to continue to get snow this season will continue to do so, while the areas that haven't seen much, Boston, New York, Philly, still staying all rain. That includes D.C., of course. Rain and wind with our coastal system Monday into Monday night, ending Tuesday morning with rain showers. But, Rich, it is tied to this developing storm in the southeast, which continues to bring severe weather threats.
Yeah, Mark, and not only the northeast, we're watching another storm over on the west coast where there's heavy snow in the mountains, rain across the valleys. Well, coming up next here at the Weather Channel, we'll be looking at more in the way of severe weather. There's active tornadoes across parts of the south, especially one that we're concerned about is just east of Albany, Georgia. We'll have an update on that storm and the rest of the severe weather roundup coming up in just a few minutes.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 43 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, overcast, low 36. Winds east-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Monday, rain and snow showers mixed in the afternoon. High 38. Monday night, periods of rain and snow. Low 34. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Severe weather continues to roll through the southeast from Jacksonville, Florida to Charleston, South Carolina. You've already had storms come through, and that's not even the biggest threat yet. We've got another round of damaging and dangerous storms on the way.
Yeah, Mark, we're looking at severe storms across areas of the south. We're looking from Jacksonville, Florida, Charleston, South Carolina, all the way over to around Tallahassee earlier. Now the storm's finally moving past Tallahassee, but torcons today, 9, and Dr. Greg Forbes says that doesn't happen very often.
Not often at all, which is a good thing, but for the days that they are issued, you have to pay attention to the weather. You have to know when the storms get there and what to do when they arrive. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm meteorologist Mark Elliott.
And I'm meteorologist Rich Johnson. Welcome to this special edition of Weather Center Live. This is a tragic and deadly day across the southeast, and it's not over yet. 16 people are dead, 4 killed by a tornado in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, another 12 in 3 South Georgia counties. Let's head over to Dr. Greg Forbes. He has the latest on not only that severe storm just to the east of Albany, but a complete roundup.
Yeah, indeed. Thanks, Rich. We've had a tornado emergency for the Albany, Georgia area. A large tornado was rolled through there. It's off to the north and east of there now. That's the northern of 2 tornado warnings that is and still has tornado indications with that. This is the main line now. The north end, not quite as unstable, but damaging winds might come into the Atlanta area and then all the way down to the east of the Tallahassee area. And this line will continue, especially from that warm front southward, south half of Georgia down into northern half of Florida with severe thunderstorms and tornado potential. Here's that most dangerous of the storms that we've seen this afternoon. A well-defined hook echo there getting close to the Ashburn area now, and that will come up then into Crisp and Wilcox counties. This is the storm that has come by the Albany, Georgia with a seen tornado with damage, with debris signatures, and that will be now just to the northwest of Ashburn, crossing I-75 up toward areas of the Wilcox High School, Hatley, the Pitts, the Rochelle areas under that threat for tornadoes. It's gotten a little bit broader circulation. Sometimes that means it's getting a little bit weaker, but there are two spots in there. Can you see places where here and here the reds and blues get closer together? So there could be even one tornado lifting and another possibly forming. Sometimes that happens as these storms cycle. And at any rate, they're going to be moving from just south of Araby and just north and west of Ashburn up toward the Rochelle areas. I'm going to leave this drawing on and go to our debris signature. Not a well-defined blue and green dot in this area at the moment. Along the edges there might be kicked up by the wind. Could be some debris that's fallen out from previously from those tornadoes. So still a dangerous storm, may cycle and reform yet. If it has weakened one of them, might form a new strong one. Another one down to the south of that, this one Doppler indicated Dougherty and Worth counties near the Sylvester area with a possibility of a tornado coming up toward the Shingler area, the Hobby area, and might ultimately also come just to the south of Ashburn where that other tornado is missing just to the north and west. Here is Atlanta, the north end of this, a little bit north of the warm front, not nearly as warm as down there, but still with the upper air energy, strong winds, can never totally rule out a tornado. Sometimes wee little tiny keeks in the line could do that. Probably 45 minutes away from downtown Atlanta. Of course, a NFL playoff game in progress there. Then east of Tallahassee, severe thunderstorm warnings coming across from Monticello, Florida, up into parts of Georgia, Brooks, Jefferson, and Madison counties with severe thunderstorm warning. And these storms that were south and east of Jacksonville, this is round 2 that's come through Jacksonville. Round 3 will be the big one. That line that's out east of Tallahassee now, the severe warning pushing offshore. South end of that can never totally rule out that there could be some water spots coming offshore. Particularly dangerous situation. Ingredients all together for long-lived, strong to violent tornadoes in that, especially central and south Georgia, but it does include that watch all the way up to Atlanta, includes central and east Florida panhandle, northern parts of Florida till 8 o'clock, 2-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour gusts, a possibility as well. Some of those ingredients, this upper air disturbance that has gone negatively tilted northwest to southeast, the tail end is kicking its way east right into the very warm, moist, unstable air. These are the kind of situations where we get these intense, particularly dangerous situation outbreaks. Look at the warm front, cold front driving east, all of that area unstable, tremendous amounts of shear, and the timing of this shows that we'll have by the next few hours the storms pushing even into east Georgia and then working their way across north parts of the Florida Peninsula, and by late evening all the way across the Carolinas with that threat for tornadoes. So Mark, we're not done yet. Dangerous times yet ahead this afternoon and evening.
No, not done at all. We're going to have to continue to follow these storms for you and have to really raise your alert, raise your guard for these storms to come through. Hey, it's January. Many of you have already seen storms come through, but that does not mean that your threat is done. In fact, we can show you some of the specific cities and some of the timing for you, including here in Savannah, Georgia, a Torcon of 9, threat through the rest of the day until late this evening. Jacksonville, we may have to make this closer to 8 o'clock for when your threat is done. This broken line of storms is going to be blasting on through, but I'll show you why in just a second as for when that line comes by. But again, 6, 7, 8 o'clock, that's when we will have that next round of storms come through the Jacksonville area. Again, I say next round. You already had some big-time storms earlier this afternoon move east of Duval and away in towards the Atlantic Ocean. Already, though, by 5 o'clock or so, you'll start to pick up off to the west those big storms. Here's 6 o'clock, storms near Lake City. By 7 to 8 o'clock, they blast through Jacksonville. That's why I'm saying we may need to keep your alert up through at least 8 in Jacksonville itself. Then those storms move off the coast and away. That same line of storms, however, will also go through Savannah. They'll go through Charleston, and then far enough north, as you heard Dr. Forbes mention, the Atlanta area. Lots of people in town, big-time sporting event going on with the NFC Championship game, and you'll be getting out of this game as this line of storms barrels in from the west right into downtown. That's basically when you're going to be exiting the game, and look at what the model is hinting at, potentially right over downtown, including 75, 85, 285, the buses, the trains, you name it, it is going to be impacted by this line of storms coming on through. And it's not done in the Atlantic Atlanta area, we have what's known as the pivot point happening basically right over North Georgia. This upper level low, as it turns its way through the area, is going to continue to kind of keep that unsettled weather and heavy rain from the north metro right on through downtown. And because of that, there's an increased potential for some flooding. Hey, the grounds are saturated. It's been pouring for the past couple of days in the Atlanta area on and off. And so the rivers are already running high. The grounds are saturated. And so flooding is a concern along with that chance for severe weather and isolated tornadoes. Towards the Georgia coastline we go. I mentioned that same line of storms come through, in and out of the storms for the rest of the day in the Savannah area, as well as up north into Charleston, South Carolina. Rich, over to you.
All right, Mark, we'll continue to follow this threat of severe weather. We're also watching that threat of severe weather moving up across the eastern Carolinas later tonight. We leave you with the warning from Crisp and Wilcox County over towards southwestern Georgia.
Hey guys, what's up?
I love Beneful Healthy Weight because the first ingredient is chicken.
Man, this chicken is spectacular.
I had to start hiding the bag because he would try to put his face in it all day. Yeah, you love it, don't you? You love it so much. I feel like when he eats Beneful, he kind of turns into a puppy again. It's protein, it's vegetables, it's grains. I mean, like, that sounds like a dinner I'd make for myself, right?
Hey, it's a big bag. Just have some of mine.
Try Beneful Healthy Weight with chicken. With real chicken as the #1 ingredient. Healthful, flavorful, Beneful.
Come on in. Pull up a chair. Gather around. So many ways to invite people to come together. Or you could just put out the Sabra and let the simple, fresh ingredients do the talking. Sabra, welcome to the unofficial meal.
Friend of yours?
That's frequent heartburn. It's always lurking around. But I'm safe. I took my Prevacid 24-hour today.
I didn't.
One pill prevents the acid that causes heartburn all day, all night. Prevacid 24-hour.
I'm proud of what the Weather Channel is. It's a place you can turn to and trust.
Our team's taking you into the storm with live reports and expertise you won't get anywhere else.
We are meteorologists, and that makes a tremendous difference.
When it comes to a weather situation that warrants attention, we're the place to go. It's that simple. A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 43 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, overcast, low 36. Winds east-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Monday, rain and snow showers mixed in the afternoon. High 38. Monday night, periods of rain and snow, low 34. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Seven days a week, AMHQ is right here and weather ready.
Let me get you ready for the day weather-wise.
AMHQ, every morning starting at 5 on the Weather Channel.
There's something different at your grocery store. It's Rachel Ray Nutrish Zero Grain. With zero grains, glutens, or fillers, real meat or fish is always the #1 ingredient. Zero Grain from Nutrish. Real recipes, real ingredients, real good.
I had so many reasons for not losing weight, for putting it off. Sound familiar? It's time to take control with Nutrisystem.
Introducing new Lean 13 from Nutrisystem. Lose up to 13 pounds and 7 inches overall in your first month. Lose weight fast. Money back guaranteed.
You gain energy, you improve your health, and you lose weight. I'm Marie, and I lost 50 pounds on Nutrisystem.
Order your 28-day plan right now. With Lean 13, you'll get specially designed meals, plus 1 week of new NutriCrush bars to crush cravings free, and 1 week of Turbo Shakes to bust belly bloat free.
Belly fat? Got that under control, too.
Call or go online in the next 2 minutes, and we'll even throw in FedEx shipping free. Lose up to 13 pounds and 7 inches overall your first month. Millions of people have lost weight on Nutrisystem.
It's time to take control.
Go online or call 888-315-DIET right now and get new Lean 13 with bars and shakes free.
We continue to follow active tornadoes across the southeastern United States. I want to show you a couple of the zones of concern, including right here. We're following this, here's this kind of broken line of storms, and then let's zoom in for you, where east of Cordell, Crisp, and Wilcox County, we now have yet again a tornado emergency in place. For this storm, it has recycled, and it looks like it has yet another tornado in progress moving through Wilcox County. This is the same storm that we've been following, and the rotation on here is just massive. We're talking greens going towards the radar, reds going away. So within that area, we have this circulation, right? Putting the local streets down for you, somewhere near Double Run Road, as far north as, say, Christian Home, over towards Rochelle. These are areas that you need to be concerned about. Again, the greens and blues going towards the radar, reds and yellows going away. This is the rotation zone. We also use the radar to not only show you the rotation, but to see if there's anything being thrown around within the storm. And there's now some hints in that same area that we were just looking at with regards to rotation of some debris being thrown by. Not the largest debris signature yet, but it's something that we're definitely going to continue to follow, because all the indications are that this is a storm that could put down a tornado at any point. So here's the town of Rochelle. As we are giving you a look at the warning again, Crisp and Wilcox counties. The Abbeville area is in the path of this storm, moving very quickly on off towards the north and east. And so if you're in this area, including the Abbeville area, this is something that you definitely need to take seriously, getting into your safest spot. And what that means is out of a mobile home into a sturdy building. And as for the sturdy buildings, the interior rooms on the lowest level is your best bet. Again, this area of the storm is where we have some of that rotation. Timing out basically the heaviest rain for you with this. Abbeville has already begun. Milan and McRae within the next 20 minutes. But this part of the storm is moving in this direction, and that is the rotation. Again, it looks like a tornado is in progress here once again, Rich. Another very dangerous storm cycling in the southeast.
Yeah, Mark, good advice about the mobile homes. And we cannot stress enough that you cannot ride out one of these tornadoes, any tornado, in a mobile home. You need to find a structure, a sturdy structure very close by that you can get to quickly. So you need to plan that out now. All right, as we look at the timing for Savannah, Georgia, showers and storms. So all the way up to around 7, 8 o'clock tonight, watching for some of these storms, potentially severe. Latest radar looking like this, where once again, this is the area of biggest concern right in through here. That's the storms that Dr. Greg Forbes was just telling us about. We also have a severe cell off to the southwest of Atlanta. All right, as we look at our future radar right here, this one line, this is one we're watching right in through here. Notice as we look at 7 p.m. bypassing or very close to Charleston, all the way down to around Jacksonville, maybe 6 to around 8 o'clock, and also over toward the eastern Carolinas. Later this evening into the wee hours of the morning over toward eastern North Carolina. So make sure you have that NOAA weather radar or a way of receiving warnings in case there is severe weather for later this evening into early tomorrow morning. As we check the radar into your forecast now for Birmingham, still some showers and storms. It looks like the heaviest of the weather is now off to the east of Birmingham. Still a large area, heavy rain in the vicinity, making its way back over toward North Georgia. Once again, let's head back over to Mark.
And that same storm that we were just analyzing for you and just showing you has a new tornado warning continuing north and east from where we were. Let's show you the radar real quick and zoom all the way in. It came through the Albany area with tornado emergencies. Now, as we look towards Crisp and Wilcox and then further north and east, Dodge, Lawrence, Telfair counties, tornado warning for you. Rhine, Abbeville, Rhine Elementary School, all in the path. We'll update you again next.
As the one who's always trapped beneath the duvet, I'm begging you, take Gas X. Your tossing and turning isn't restlessness, it's gas. Gas X relieves pressure, bloating, and discomfort in minutes, so we can all sleep easier tonight.
Liberty Mutual stood with me when I was too busy with the kids to get a repair estimate.
Liberty did what?
Yeah, with Liberty Mutual, all I needed to do to get an estimate was snap a photo of the damage and voila.
Voila. I wish my insurance company had that. Wait, hold it, boys. There's supposed to be 3 of you. Where's your brother? Where's your brother? Hey, where's Charlie? Charlie?
You can leave worry behind when Liberty stands with you. Liberty stands with you. Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Introducing Cologuard.
I'm here for an important reason. Colon cancer screening. If you're age 50 or older and at average risk, Cologuard finds cancer and precancer. And it's a non-invasive test you can use at home. In fact, I'm as easy as get, go, gone. How do you get me? Your doctor orders me, and I'm delivered directly to your doorstep. There's no need for time off or special prep because I use the DNA in your stool to find colon cancer. Then you just go. I mean, collect your sample. Then I'm gone. Just ship me to the lab. Gotta go.
Cologuard is intended for individuals at average risk for colon cancer. Cologuard is not for high-risk individuals, including those with a history of colon cancer or polyps, IBD, certain hereditary cancer syndromes, or family history of colon cancer. Cologuard, colon cancer screening that's as easy as get, go, gone. Ask your doctor if Cologuard is right for you.
Since when did experience become something to hide? I say we own it. Lose all that negativity. Just let it go. It's just bad energy. Oh, and lose those terrible black balloons they give you on your 50th. What's up with that?
Hey, we hear you. That's why our members love AARP the magazine. It celebrates you with fun and provocative content, from lifestyle and entertainment to in-depth reporting. And it's just one of the great benefits of membership.
If you don't think this is right for me when you think AARP, then you don't know ARP. Get to know us at aarp.org/possibilities.
I run canyons.
I'm a soundscape ecologist.
A snowflake consultant.
I'm a kinetic wind sculptor.
I'm just about the only person in the world doing anything like it.
From the Weather Channel and renowned internet filmmakers' Great Big Story comes a celebration of storytelling and weather.
I love pushing the boundaries in these conditions.
When you're on the edge as an adventurer, it's the most amazing feeling.
That's amazing. New episode tonight at 9, only on the Weather Channel.
While every other gym is talking about resolutions that never seem to stick, Best Fitness wants to be your fitness solution. With the best facilities, the best equipment, and the best, most knowledgeable staff, we have the tools to help anyone at any fitness level reach their health and fitness goals. Whether you're looking for cardio and free weights, group exercise classes, or personal training, we have your best fitness solution. And the best part? You can join for $9.99 per month with no enrollment fee. Find your best fitness solution online at bestfitness.net.
Goldstein Mitsubishi is the real deal. We sell more new Mitsubishi. The 2016 Outlander ES, $20,495. Lease for $219 a month. 2017 Outlander ES, $22,999. Lease for $239 a month. 2017 Outlander Sport ES, $21,499. Lease for $199 a month. Goldstein sells more Mitsubishi because Goldstein is the real deal. With no charge car washes for life, lifetime powertrain warranty, and more. GoldsteinMitsubishi.com.
Real deal.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 43 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, a few showers this evening, then clouds lingering overnight. Low 36. Chance of rain 30%. Monday, afternoon showers. Some mixed winter precipitation possible. High 38. Here's our 7-day outlook.
A deadly and dangerous tornado outbreak continues. The worst of the storms right now across central parts of Georgia. We have a tornado emergency for parts of Wilcox County in Georgia, and a tornado debris signature has been seen at times with this. When the storm was back around Albany, Georgia, we had a visual of a tornado, a large tornado, and damage that's been in that area. Also, right along that red warm front, just north of that, we have a tornado warned storm as well. We'll start with a storm that's had the long history of being a dangerous tornado. It's getting very close to Abbeville in Georgia now, Dodge, Laurens, and Telfair counties, and it's coming out of Wilcox County. You see at the very end here, a little bit of a hook echo showing up there, and that doesn't really tell the whole story. It looked more impressive in the visually before, but when I show you the velocities, you'll be impressed. Right now, it's very close to the Wilcox County High School, heading up toward the Abbeville area, the Godwinsville area, some of the other additional areas close to the Rochelle area you see there in white. It should pass south of Eastman, Georgia. Here's what really makes us worry, though. The blues and greens northbound, the reds and yellows southbound. So just to the south and east of Rochelle is where the tornado is located, heading up toward the Abbeville area, coming across, going to go east of Rochelle there on Highway 280. I'll leave that tornado velocity signature on. We do have a few specks in there of when these blues show up. That's suggestive of debris, tumbling motion. When it's red like that, that's the precipitation. So dangerous tornado likely to still be in progress. Just to the north of that one, another tornado warning near the Cochran, Georgia area, Bleckley, Laurens, and Twiggs counties with a tornado warning. That one heading up toward the Goldsboro area and then the Chapels Mill area. So Mark and Rich, dangerous day continues.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's on the heels of what was a very dangerous night. South Georgia suffering major damage from tornadoes that came through the area in the overnight hours into the early morning. And then, of course, we have this next round of storms. Already 12 people lost their lives.
Yeah, meteorologist Mike Seidel is live in Nashville, Georgia with the latest.
We're in deep South Georgia. This is Berrien County. We're just east of Interstate 75, not far from the Florida line. Tornadoes rolling through this part of the state early this morning before sunrise, and one in particular killing at least 7 in nearby Adel, just outside of town in the Sunshine Acres Mobile Home Park. After that, it came in this direction off to the east, and look what it did to this house, shearing off the top level. There were people in the house. They're okay. That's a good thing. But look at this tree here. Imagine the force of the wind that uprooted this huge hardwood tree. This root ball runs about 10 to 12 feet. And speaking of trees, just down the road, 2 of those fatalities here in Georgia, an elderly couple in a sturdy brick home, but a tree fell on their house, and they were both killed. Around the neighborhood, you can see the power companies back out here, getting poles back up, getting the power back on. And then in the background, you can see another mobile home that was shredded and debris littering the entire landscape as it blew across this field here in Berrien County. We'll keep you updated. In the meantime, we're heading back to Adel. It's about a 10-mile drive for safety. More storms set to roll through here in the next couple of hours. Could produce more tornadoes, so we need the safe structure and a safe place to be, at least until after sundown tonight. In the meantime, I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel in Nashville, Georgia.
And Mark, again, when we hear about this, we just cannot stress enough that a mobile home is not a place to try to ride out any bad storm.
Yeah, even a weak tornado is enough to throw a mobile home, and we have strong tornadoes potentially in progress right now. Zooming in on some of the latest warnings for you. This is in Georgia, just east of 75 now, Dodge, Laurens, and Telfair counties.
Yeah, last night we were looking at a similar area here where we had a serious storm with tornado went through that caused fatalities. This is a similar type of structure here where we have one storm. Even though there's more than one tornado signature here, this one storm appears to be taking over most of the flow here, and it's the worst one by far.
This almost looks like it's giving the impression of a cycling or a family of tornadoes. 2 rotation signatures, a little bit of debris being hinted at, a whole lot of rain. So you're not easily going to be able to see this. We'll have to update the timing for you, advance this real quick here. If you're on the screen right here, these are the times for your towns.
Statins lower cholesterol, but could also lower your body's natural CoQ10. Cunol helps restore this heart-healthy nutrient with 3 times better absorption. Cunol has the #1 cardiologist-recommended form of CoQ10. Cunol, the better CoQ10.
Friend of yours? That's frequent heartburn. It's always lurking around. But I'm safe. I took my Prevacid 24-hour today. I didn't.
One pill prevents the acid that causes heartburn all day, all night. Prevacid 24-hour.
Type 2 diabetes? Listen up. We're not professional athletes, but that doesn't mean we're giving up.
I'm in this for me.
For me. Along with diet and exercise, Farxiga helps lower blood sugar in adults with type 2 diabetes, lowering A1C by up to 1.2 points.
Do not take if allergic to Farxiga. If you experience symptoms of a serious allergic reaction such as rash, swelling, difficulty breathing or swallowing, stop taking and seek medical help right away. Do not take Farxiga if you have severe kidney problems, are on dialysis, or have bladder cancer. Tell your doctor right away if you have blood or red color in your urine or pain while you urinate. Farxiga can cause serious side effects, including dehydration, genital yeast infections in women and men, serious urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, and kidney problems. Stop taking Farxiga and call your doctor right away if you have signs of ketoacidosis, which is serious and may lead to death.
I'm in this for my family.
I'm in this for me.
Ask your doctor about Farxiga and learn how you can get it for free.
I just found this amazing website called Adore Me. They have tons of bras, PJs, underwear, all from petite to plus. I know your phone's out, so look them up.
This Valentine's Day, get your first set for only $19.95 at adoreme.com.
With my moderate to severe ulcerative colitis, the possibility of a flare was almost always on my mind.
Thinking about what to avoid, where to go, and how to deal with my UC.
To me, that was normal until I talked to my doctor. She told me that Humira helps people like me get UC under control and keep it under control when certain medications haven't worked well enough.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections, including tuberculosis. Serious, sometimes fatal infections and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Before treatment, get tested for TB. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB, hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Raise your expectations. Ask your gastroenterologist about Humira. With Humira, control is possible.
Hi.
Hey.
I've made plans for later in case the date doesn't go well.
Same here.
Wouldn't it be great if everyone said what they meant? The Citi Double Cash Card does. Earn 1% cash back when you buy and 1% as you pay. Double means double.
I'm proud of what the Weather Channel is. It's a place you can turn to and trust.
Our team's taking you into the storm with live reports and expertise you won't get anywhere else.
We are meteorologists, and that makes a tremendous difference.
When it comes to a weather situation that warrants attention, we're the place to go. It's that simple. A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 43 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, a few showers this evening, then clouds lingering overnight. Low 36. Chance of rain 30%. Monday, afternoon showers. Some mixed winter precipitation possible. High 38. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to our special coverage here. We continue to track severe weather and tornadoes across the southeast. I'm meteorologist Mark Elliott.
Now, meteorologist Rich Johnson. Mark, it has been an extremely active day, unfortunately, yet again.
Yeah, from overnight last night all the way through this morning, and now a secondary round in some of the same areas. People getting hit more than once in less than 24 hours with tornadoes.
We have some new video out there showing you just how strong the system here. And this is over toward Albany, Georgia. And this is where we did have a confirmed tornado, especially concerning the area east of town.
Yeah, you can see the rain just dumping down. Looks like maybe some hail mixed in. Visibility disappeared. Lightning that seemed really low base, and that's because there was a low base to the clouds, right? There was potentially a tornado coming right through as this video was being taken.
And this cell is still going on.
Yeah.
All right, let's head back over to Dr. Greg Forbes. He has the latest on this severe storm.
Thanks, Rich. And that storm that hit the Albany, Georgia area has now moved north. It has caused damage to homes just north of Rebecca in Georgia. So it is ongoing. It's the southern of two tornado warned storms near this red warm front. There's a storm on the front just to the north of that. And severe thunderstorms just ahead of the surface low coming into the Atlanta area. This whole area here, it's this main line of storms as it comes across Georgia, South Carolina, and Florida are going to be the main ones with the continue to give a tornado threat. Here is the storm I was just talking about near the Abbeville area. That is where the Rebecca area is near. Dodge Dodge, Lawrence, and Telfair counties, you still have a tornado warning. It doesn't look particularly ominous in terms of the precipitation pattern now. Right now, it's close to the Abbeville area, heading up toward Chauncey Elementary School, the Jaybird Springs area. But when we show the velocities, that's a little more impressive. Not as intense as it had been, but greens northbound, reds southbound. So a broad swirling with tornado embedded in there around the Abbeville area, heading off to the west of Rhine and then off to the west and southwest of the Chauncey, Georgia area. Off to the north of that then, north and east of Cochrane, heading in the area as well to the south and east of Macon, Bleckley, Lawrence, and Twiggs counties with a tornado warning. You see a little bit of a circulation there. It's probably going to go just to the north of Goldsboro near Montrose and then up toward the Tucker's Crossroads area with a possibility of a tornado. Then as we get up into the Atlanta area, not quite as warm and as unstable. It's a little north of that warm front, but the surface low coming this way. We've had some reports of at least minor damage in this line that now has come past the Carrollton area. Severe thunderstorm warnings for Carroll, Douglas, and southwest parts of Fulton County. About a half hour away from downtown Atlanta at this point. Could be some damaging winds come into those areas. We did have a severe thunderstorm warning for the Adel area. Had killer tornado, I believe it was, earlier. Some of those storms now have weakened a little bit, but severe thunderstorms are rolling right through Valdosta, Georgia, with severe thunderstorm warnings. Can never rule out totally that the south end of that would get a possible tornado. We do have now particularly dangerous tornado watches that, as before, until 8 o'clock includes good portions of Georgia down into northern Florida, and now until 10 o'clock includes the Charleston area and Savannah, Georgia areas, and we'll probably get a watch that will include Tampa before very long. Very strong upper low, a little bit to the west. It has taken on a bit of a northwest-southeast tilt. Its southeast leg, if you will, is kicking this whole squall line eastward across Georgia and giving a lot of extra energy, while at the same time the warm front is pushed into central Georgia. The cold front of the system, the surface low, this whole sector in here is where the particularly dangerous ingredients are all coming together, and by midnight likely to march its way into South Florida, even with damaging winds a possibility there. By 6 o'clock, this line I'm talking about, eastern Georgia, northeast parts of Florida, and marching into South Carolina, embedded supercells with possible tornadoes by 10 o'clock or so, all the way across South Carolina and into North Carolina and into central parts of Florida. So danger situation continuing, racing its way eastward. Some of these storms, Mark and Rich, are going 65, even 70 miles per hour. Guys?
Yeah, highway speed or better. Dr. Forbes, thank you so much. Meanwhile, South Georgia suffering from major damage from tornadoes that swept through the area this morning, and then potentially again within the past hour. Already we know of 12 people that lost their lives.
Yeah, right now meteorologist Mike Seidel is live in Nashville, Georgia with the latest. Mike?
Well, we've actually made our way back to Adel here right off I-75. The reason we came back here is for safety, because where we were earlier in Adel and out in Nashville, it's wide open. There's nowhere for safe shelter. And we saw that line of severe thunderstorms heading our way. We were under a severe thunderstorm warning here until just a few minutes ago at 4:30 Eastern, and it whacked us pretty good. A lot of heavy rain. I estimated the wind gusts pushing about 50 miles an hour, and now it's all moved on through. You can see to my west now, blue sky, and it's clearing very nicely. So we're out of the woods here, at least in Adel, and you know, another half an hour here, and it's all well going to be east of 75. But let me show you what we found when we got into town earlier today. This is out on Valdell Road, and this is southeast of town. Now, we were not allowed to go to the Sunshine Acres Mobile Home Park, where at least 7 were killed, because they're still doing a search and rescue and recovery. What we're doing, what we did is we turned around, came over here, not far from the trailer park, and you can see the damage here. Just trees splintered, power poles uplifted, trees uplifted, and down the road, then later we went to Nashville, the next county over in Berrien, and that's where 2 elderly folks, a husband and wife, lost their life last night. They were in a solid brick home, but a tree came right over their house. Now, the tornado touched down at 3:45 this morning. They had about a 35-minute lead time on the warning, but Cook County was not under a watch until 3:20. The tornado watch had been extended eastward into southwest Georgia, but they didn't quite get into Cook County. With that said, though, the Weather Service still did have a warning on that storm storm a good 30 minutes, just over 30 minutes ahead of time. But here's the deal, nocturnal tornadoes, very dangerous. They are 2.5 times more likely to be killers than daytime tornadoes. This time of the year we have long nights and shorter daylight periods. So people went to bed and they're in that mobile home park, and this is what happens. It's a very tragic scene here. And again, it's about 4 miles outside of town. So Rich and Mark, the severe storms have blown on through literally. Dr. Ford's mentioning moving at 60 to 65 miles an hour. And now we're seeing the drier, more stable air coming in across I-75 here in Adel. And by the way, we're about 125 miles as the crow flies north and a little northwest of Jacksonville. It's about a 3-hour or so drive down 75 from Atlanta. Gentlemen, back to you.
Thank you so much, Mike. Yeah, we're still following a lot of potential for those storms. As you heard Mike say, he had to drive to a different location to get back to an area where he had shelter available. And that's the kind of awareness that we need you to have as we go through the rest of the day, because that potential is there for more severe weather, for more tornadoes as we go through the rest of the day. For some of your specific timing, let's go into this. Savannah, still a 9 out of 10 on the Torcon. Jacksonville, a 9 out of 10, which may even have to be extended just a little bit further, maybe not till 6, but rather closer till 8 o'clock because of the potential of this line of storms. I want to give you the wide view for this potential because, again, we have this line. This is the main line of storms, embedded supercells with that. Also, severe weather potential with our area of low pressure moving into North Georgia. So by 7 to 8 o'clock, we're in Jacksonville. But also, how about Tampa to Orlando? 7, 8, 9 o'clock, that same line starts developing through you guys. Central Florida, you're not necessarily out of the woods. And then down into South Florida, by Miami, we could have storms 10, 11, maybe even midnight tonight. And notice that area of low pressure still slowly spiraling through North Georgia means a prolonged flood threat is there in North Georgia because of the saturated grounds and the rounds of rain that we'll be seeing. So back to Jacksonville. Again, that broken line of storms and broken supercell line is going to be moving through 6, 7, maybe lasting to close to 8 o'clock will be the next round of strong to severe storms. I say next round because we already had some today. That was not the whole show. The atmosphere has recharged. Here they come through 6:30, 7, 7:30, 8. Then they're finally gone. You can breathe that sigh of relief, but you have to have a way to get your warnings up until then. The Atlanta area, we're talking about big time storms right now, and then this kind of pivot point with heavy rain lasting right on through the evening hours, Rich, and that's why the flood threat is there in North Georgia. Over to you.
All right, Mark, and this is what we know right now. Let's summarize with this quickly changing situation. We have a rare, particularly dangerous situation here. Tornado watch is now in effect until 8 o'clock. Eastern parts of Georgia, Florida, Alabama. At least 16 people have been killed in severe storms, Georgia as well as Mississippi. When we come back, we'll tell you much more about these severe storms as we continue to track them through this evening.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 43 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, a few showers this evening, then clouds lingering overnight. Low 36. Chance of rain 30%. Monday, afternoon showers. Some mixed winter precipitation possible. High 38. Here's our 7-day outlook.
What's the best way to get 2 servings of veggies? V8 or a powdered drink? Ready? Go!
John, you gotta shake it. I shake it. Glad I had a V8.
The original way to fuel your day.
You don't compromise, and you never settle. So why wear glasses with just any progressive lenses? See the difference with Verilux. The only progressive lens brand with lenses designed using wave technology for smooth transitions and sharp vision. Ask about Verilux and never compromise your vision.
Essilor, makers of Verilux, Transitions, and Crizal lenses. Better sight,
better life.
We approach life by simply enjoying it.
Boost Simply Complete. It's intelligent nutrition made with only 9 ingredients, plus 25 vitamins and minerals and 10 grams of protein.
And look where life can take you.
Boost. Be up for it.
Your brain changes as you get older, but Prevagen helps your brain with an ingredient originally discovered in jellyfish. In clinical trials, Prevagen has been shown to improve short-term memory. Prevagen, the name to remember.
Some things are simply impossible to ignore. The strikingly designed Lexus NX Turbo and Hybrid, the SUV that dares to go beyond utility. This is the pursuit of perfection.
The day after chemo, you could be home with your support system. Here, here, and here with Neulasta Onpro.
Strong chemo can put you at risk for infection. In a key study, Neulasta reduced the risk of infection from 17% to 1%, a 94% decrease. Apply the day of chemo. Neulasta Onpro is designed to automatically deliver Neulasta the next day without returning to the doctor just for a Neulasta shot. Neulasta is for certain cancer patients receiving strong chemotherapy. Do not take Neulasta if you're allergic to Neulasta or Neupogen, filgrastim. Ruptured spleens, sometimes fatal, as well as serious lung problems, allergic reactions, kidney injuries, and capillary leak syndrome have occurred. Report abdominal or shoulder tip pain, trouble breathing, or allergic reactions to your doctor right away. In patients with sickle cell disorders, serious, sometimes fatal crises can occur. The most common side effect is bone and muscle ache.
Talk to your doctor about Neulasta Onpro.
I just found this amazing website called Adore Me. They have tons of bras, PJs, underwear, all from petite to plus. I know your phone's out, so look them up.
This Valentine's Day, get your first set for only $19.95 at adoreme.com.
Is this my car? State Farm knows that for every one of those moments, there's one of these.
Is this my car?
This is ridiculous!
This is ridiculous. Ah!
From car insurance to car loans, State Farm is here to help life go right.
Mom's got this cold. Hashtag stuffy nose, hashtag no sleep, hashtag mouth breather.
Just put on a Breathe Right strip. It instantly opens your nose up to 38% more than cold medicine alone. Shut your mouth and say goodnight, mouth breathers. Breathe Right.
Quaker breakfast flats are crafted with these delicious ingredients and more, and baked with our wholesome Quaker oats to help keep you going. Help satisfy your morning hunger with every single bite. Quaker breakfast flats.
What's the best way to get 2 servings of veggies? V8 or a fancy juice store? Ready? Go.
Hi, Juice Universe. 1 large rutabaga with a plat.
Done. That's not fair. Glad I had a V8.
The original way to fuel your day.
All right, we're starting off with our storm tracker. Kelly Williamson near Cordele, Georgia. That's south central Georgia down along I-75 here, and he is tracking some of these storms across the area, of course, being extremely careful. There's been a number of tornadoes that we have seen today across the region. One in particular we've been following had made its way past Albany, Georgia, and now farther to the east. All right, we have an update on our watches here until 8 o'clock Eastern time. This is another one of those PDS advisories, particularly dangerous situation. These are issued by the Storm Prediction Center when we're looking at tornadoes that may be long tracked or strong tornadoes. So we're watching for this all the way down past Tampa, actually. So central Florida, including Orlando, all the way up toward Jacksonville and over to around Savannah. So we are looking at this particularly dangerous situation with this watch. All right, here's our latest visible satellite imagery. We're watching over toward Atlanta right here. We did have one storm off to the southwest. The rotation of this low pressure area actually well to the west, still over towards central Mississippi. But this is what we want to focus on now east of I-75. Couple storms here. This one over toward Bleckley, Lawrence, Twiggs County until 4:45 Eastern time. You can see this one cell here off to the southeast of Danville. These storms have generally been very quickly making their way off to the east-northeast. Another tornado warning, this one for Dodge, Lawrence, Telfair counties. That one a little later until 5 o'clock. Again, these storms quickly making their way off to the northeast here, east-northeast. And not only are we looking at the radar here, a lot of these are rain wrapped. This is our velocity radar area concern. You can see the couplet here, not as tight as some of the others that we've seen right next to each other, but we're still looking at the possibility of a rain-wrapped tornado here. And the reason those are so dangerous is because you can't see them coming. A lot of times you can't even hear them coming. So we'll keep you updated on these tornado warnings. Right now, let's head back over to Mark.
And the tornado threat is in central and southern Georgia. North Georgia, including the Atlanta area, has a severe thunderstorm threat coming through. And this is the view of the city from the top of the Coca-Cola World Headquarters building. You can see the winds increasing, the camera bouncing around a bit, an ominous sky, right? A low cloud deck, feels like it's touching the tops of the buildings. So whether it's a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning, if it comes into your neck of the woods, you need to know what to do. It's too late to start thinking about it when the warnings are issued. You need to know beforehand. So for the rest of the day, if you get a tornado warning, knowing where to go is key, and that includes the lowest level of your home. A basement is the best bet, and then at that, the interior room is the best bet in the basement. And if you don't have a basement, the lowest level, or maybe the hallways, right? If you interior room on the whatever the lowest level is, the hallways or under staircases may help you as well. As for this interior room, often it's an interior bathroom or maybe an interior closet. That plumbing for those interior bathrooms is really well grounded, right? That's why we often suggest that interior bathroom. It gives you a little bit of an extra zone of security as that stuff is anchored in through the piping. If you can, consider what's above you, but the more important thing is to get into that lowest level, put as many walls between you and the storm as possible, and cover your head, whether it be with a bicycle helmet or under a workbench if you're in the basement and in your workroom, for example. Putting something above you in case there is any debris, that is key as well. Rich, this threat will continue for the rest of the day. We do have the potential for ongoing tornadoes even into early tonight.
And Mark, as we've been mentioning many times about mobile homes, that is not a place to ride out any severe weather, especially a tornado. You need to find a very sturdy structure close by and have that plan in case your area is warned. All right, we talk about Torcon quite a few times. This is what it means. You can take a location, for instance, we'll pick a 4 here. We're looking at a 50-mile radius from that particular location. You multiply by 10. That means in this case a 40% chance of finding a tornado within 50 miles of that particular location. All right, as we look at that example there, Charleston, a very high number of 7, over to Savannah, Jacksonville. That means a 90% chance of seeing a tornado within that zone of 50 miles away. So pay extra attention to the weather today. Make sure you're having a way to get these warnings. Coming up next here at the Weather Channel, of course, we'll keep you updated on the severe weather outbreak and cover the tornado warnings with Dr. Greg Forbes.
When you're out in the field, out in the elements, I think it's the greatest thing in the whole world.
It is a cool moment to kind of strap on the blue jacket and head into the snow or to torrential downpours.
Out there in the worst of the weather, we use LL Bean gear. That keeps us warm and that keeps us dry.
I'm beyond proud to put on that blue jacket and be part of the Weather Channel.
Regardless of what's going to happen, weather-wise, people want us there to take them through it. I've always been proud to wear that jacket.
LL Bean, official outfitter of the Weather Channel.
I run canyons.
I'm a soundscape ecologist.
A snowflake consultant.
I'm a kinetic wind sculptor.
I'm just about the only person in the world doing anything like it.
From the Weather Channel and renowned internet filmmakers' Great Big Story comes a celebration of storytelling and weather.
I love pushing the boundaries in these conditions.
When you're on the edge as an adventurer, it's the most amazing feeling.
That's amazing. New episode tonight at 9, only on the Weather Channel.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 43 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, a few showers this evening, then clouds lingering overnight. Low 36. Chance of rain 30%. Monday, afternoon showers. Some mixed winter precipitation possible. High 38. Here's our 7-day outlook.
I want the most out of my health and life, so I trust Nature Made vitamins. Because they were the first to be verified by USP for quality and purity standards, and because I recommend them as a pharmacist.
Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
Do you tell yourself, today's the day, I'm gonna lose the weight, but nothing changes? Well, today's the day. Just call Nutrisystem.
I'm Brian, and I've lost 75 pounds on Nutrisystem.
I'm Chris, and I lost 120 pounds on Nutrisystem.
Lose 15 pounds and 7 inches overall in your first month. Lose weight fast. Money back guarantee.
I got to eat my favorite food.
I got to eat, and I got to eat a lot.
Nutrisystem for Men is the real deal, with real food that gets real results. Order your 28-day program right now and get all new Nutri-Crush bars to crush cravings, free, and 1 week of Turbo Shakes to bust that gut, free.
Nutrisystem just gave me my life back.
These guys are just like you. They made the call and they got the results. Lose weight, boost energy, improve your health with Nutrisystem for Men. Call or go online in the next 2 minutes and we'll throw in FedEx shipping, free. Lose 15 pounds and 7 inches overall in your first month. Make the call now.
Go online or call 877-357-DIET right now and get Nutrisystem for Men with bars and shakes free.
Home Advisor is a very easy way to find a home contractor, and for me, it's the only way.
Home Advisor instantly connects you with top-rated pros for any type of home project.
If you need it, Home Advisor has it.
And it's completely free. Go to homeadvisor.com.
John, we're giving you a raise.
That's fantastic, but I'm gonna pass.
Are you okay?
Honey, you got another present.
No, thank you, Dad.
Who says no to more? Time Warner Cable Internet gives you more of what you and those little data hoggers want, like ultra-fast speeds up to 50 megs. That's 8 times faster than DSL.
This internet speed is sick.
Get 15 meg internet starting at $39.99 a month. Call 1-844-663-7310.
And with home Wi-Fi, the whole family can be online at once.
Great for kids to stream scary shows while not cleaning their room. You'll also get our exclusive 1-hour arrival window, a money-back guarantee, and there's no contract to sign. Get 15 meg internet with no data cap starting at $39.99 a month. Plus free installation and access to over 500,000 TWC Wi-Fi hotspots nationwide. Would Rex pass up more beef stew? I don't think so. Say yes to more. Call now.
7 days a week. AMHQ is right here and weather ready.
Let me get you ready for the day weather-wise.
AMHQ, every morning starting at 5 on the Weather Channel.
The dangerous tornado outbreak continues. Just over the past hour, we've had a storm that has produced damage at or near Albany, Georgia, Rochelle, and most recently Kramer, Georgia. That tornado is still ongoing near and just south of this red warm front in the just south of central part of Georgia here. And in that line, that's where the main severe threat is going to continue across eastern Georgia and work its way into northern half of Florida later on tonight, all the way down to Miami. Let's take a look at where some of the worst storms are right now. The worst one is this one. It has come up all across this area, now getting close to the McRae area, Dodge, Lawrence, and Telfair counties with tornado warning. The circulation center with the strongest rotation is just to the south of Eastland, or Eastman, I should say, heading up toward the McRae Church area and past some of these other locations you see in the white box. Going about 65 miles per hour, not as strong a circulation as there had been. It's crossing Highway 23 just south of Eastman right now, and we'll be heading up toward Highway 46 and then Highway 319 off toward the east of Eastman. Thunderstorms have rolled into the Atlanta metro area. They had some damage farther down to the south and west, the Carrollton area. They not severe warned at the moment, but lightning, of course, always deadly and could be a problem for people letting out of the NFL playoff game when thunder roars stay indoors. Severe thunderstorms down in Atkinson, Bacon, and Coffee counties, all the way down into the Valdosta, Georgia area, and could build in a line even farther down into northeast parts of Florida. So we're going to certainly continue monitoring this storm. Tornado watches go all the way now down into central Florida. Mark?
Thanks, Dr. Forbes. Amazing how all of this is connected, right? We've been talking about this big developing area of low pressure, this upper level feature swinging through the southeast. Well, that same feature helps to translate a pretty robust surface system off the east coast. In nor'easter fashion, we're talking about all of the coastal threats: high wave action, beach erosion, and extreme wind. High wind warnings are up along the coastline from the Cape all the way back down through coastal Jersey. Wind advisories further inland and some high wind watches as well. There is the potential of hurricane force winds here. Hurricane force wind warnings are up for the coast of Long Island from 1 p.m. Monday until 1 a.m. Tuesday, and that includes wind gusts upwards of the 80-mile-per-hour range. This is a strong low that we're following. Again, the same system that's curling its way through the southeast is going to help kind of invigorate a low that goes off the east coast. With that, we're pulling in that Atlantic Ocean moisture. We're going to have a moist flow that's pointed right at the coastline for days. The water's going to be piling up, so low-level coastal flooding is a potential too. If you're going to try to find cold air, you got to go pretty far north and west from the I-95 corridor. That's your only chance of seeing wintry weather with this. On the backside of the storm, some of that cold air gets pulled in also, but it's going to be you're a little hard-pressed to find wintry weather with this. It will be a nor'easter in that we'll have all the coastal impacts. We're going to have the gusty wind threat, but largely a rain maker. I-95 certainly rain. D.C., Philly, New York, Providence, Boston, all talking about the rain. We go into Tuesday, though. That's when you start to see this thing getting wrapped up, and we're pulling in some of the cold air. So again, the Green and White Mountains, northern Maine, the Tug Hill Plateau, you might see a little bit of snow from Tuesday into Tuesday night, but very few from Portland to Boston and continuing down 95 will see any sort of wintry weather. It's just going to be too warm. So when we put the snowfall totals on the map for you, the favored locations of the Northeast that have continued to see snow this season will continue to do so. And those that have been a little bit snow starved, like Boston, straight on down I-95, it's a rain event for you. The bigger peaks of the Northeast corridor, those, again, the Green and White Mountains, for example, 5 to 8, maybe as much as 8 to 12 inches of snow. And then, of course, you get all the wind. D.C., a windswept rain on Monday. Monday night into Tuesday morning, those showers continue. And you could say the same story for Philly, for Newark, New Jersey, for New York City, for Providence. It is a rain event for I-95, Rich.
All right, Mark, and we can't reiterate enough just about safety with these tornadoes. And again, if you're a mobile home, that is not a place to try to ride out a tornado. So what you need to be doing is finding a very sturdy structure that you can get to very quickly. Well, as we look at this tornado watch here, this is, again, a particularly dangerous situation. These are issued by the Storm Prediction Center when you have the possibility of long track tornadoes or large and damaging tornadoes. This time, this PDS watch area, not only for areas of South Georgia, but all the way south of Tampa. Here's a look at the radar, and you can see that one tornado warning still in the mid portion of your screen. Coming up in just a couple of seconds, Mike as well as Nick will be here, and Dr. Greg Forbes will be continuing severe weather coverage here at the Weather Channel.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 42 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, a few showers this evening, then clouds lingering overnight. Low 36. Chance of rain 30%. Monday, afternoon showers. Some mixed winter precipitation possible. High 38. Here's our 7-day outlook.
And we have special coverage for you on what's become a very dangerous and deadly tornado outbreak. These images coming in from Georgia, where strong storms and likely tornadoes have taken lives today. Thanks for joining us here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Mike Bettis.
And I'm meteorologist Nick Walker. It has been a very busy past few days filled with destructive tornadoes. Take a look at some of the areas that we've been watching. We've been watching Cook County, Georgia. A house just completely demolished here. It looks like the entire contents of the house are just strewn about.
And look at the trees that have all been snapped or debarked here. A tough situation. A lot of stuff here has just been completely, a lot of folks' lives, unfortunately, completely upended. Top stories of homes taken off. Let's show you what we know right now.
All right, here's what we know right now. It's about the severe weather that's breaking out across the South. Parts of Georgia, Florida, and Alabama under a rare high risk for severe weather and tornadoes. It's the first such distinction by the Storm Prediction Center since 2014. 16 people have been killed this weekend by tornadoes in Georgia and in Mississippi. And the National Weather Service confirms the tornado that struck Hattiesburg, Mississippi was an EF3.
Let's take you through the active weather that we have right now. It does include multiple watches from South Carolina and Georgia down through Florida. All these considered to be particularly dangerous situations. That's a designation that the Storm Prediction Center gives to watch areas where you could have long-lived, long-track, and fast-moving tornadoes. Let's head over now to our severe weather expert, Dr. Greg Forbes, has been monitoring these storms on the radar the entire evening. Dr. Forbes, give us the latest.
Thanks, Mike. And we did have one of those long-lived, violent, perhaps strong to violent tornadoes over the past hour. It came through the Albany, Georgia area, the Rochelle, and then Kramer. We have reports of structures damaged, heavily so, in all of those areas. That storm now has weakened. It's this northern severe thunderstorm warning. This red area, that's the warm front. South of that, it's quite warm, and this line of thunderstorms just ahead of a cold front with the upper air forcing is the one that still could produce tornadoes. Right at the moment, no tornado warnings. This storm just to the north and east of Eastman is the one that previously had been tornado warned. It's heading up toward the Dublin area of Georgia right at the moment. Severe thunderstorm for Dodge and Lawrence counties. Still a little bit of a circulation showing up here just now to the east of the Eastman area. So that could be, if it would re-intensify, come up toward Orleans and the Lowry areas. But the circulation has definitely weakened. There's a little bit of a rotation, but not nearly as strong as the couplet that we had previously. Up in the Atlanta area, mostly showers at this point have come through. They're down in the Carrollton area, Noonan area, there have been severe thunderstorm warnings. Blustery, windy, and rainy storms there. Down into southeast parts of Georgia now, Atkinson, Bacon, and Coffee counties with severe thunderstorm warnings. Never can rule out in the south ends of some of these storms. And then a brand new severe thunderstorm warning a little bit farther to the east. We can see here as the sun begins to set, this upper low that's back north and west of Jackson, Mississippi, has kicked its tail end off to the south and east. So that's what we call negatively tilted. That is pushing the whole storm system very quickly with the jet stream blasting across this region, across Georgia and toward the South Carolina area. That upper forcing is in the little wedge now of very warm air, but all of the peninsula of Florida, Mike, is extremely warm. So we're going to get a squall line move through there. Some of those could have damaging winds, and some of those with tornadoes, as you showed, a particularly dangerous situation. Watch at least down for the north half of the Florida peninsula as well.
Do you think we maintain the intensity of these storms through the night tonight? When could we see that, this finally start to dissipate?
Well, I think probably after about 10 o'clock we'll begin to see, we'll run out of space just a little bit, and then maybe the storms will begin to lessen. Here's a forecast for 7 o'clock. Most of the storms, even out of Georgia at that point, but beginning to work their way more and more into Florida, across South Carolina. As we head then into 10, 11 o'clock, we're mostly out of South Carolina, a little bit of North Carolina left, but then we'll be going from central Florida down in farther into South Florida. So with us running out of space and maybe the low-level jet, maybe the forcing has not been quite as strong with a warm front going farther to the north. Still a greatest threat area here, central Georgia, South Georgia, northern Florida. But I've dropped Torcons now down into a 7 from a 9 into this region. Still a 6 value is very high up into these areas of eastern South Carolina. And then overnight tonight, I'll have a severe threat after 10 o'clock, marching mostly from Orlando down through the Miami area, and that probably be midnight or a little bit after midnight, and we may still have a few storms in the eastern parts of the Carolinas lingering past 10 o'clock tonight.
And what happens down there in Florida, Dr. Flores? More of a squall line through there?
I'm thinking it's more squall lines, but I have given Torcon values of 3 down into South Florida. There still could be 1 or 2 brief tornadoes. I don't think they're going to be the destructive type like we had up in parts of the Gulf Coast states farther north, but we could get some damaging wind gusts maybe in a number of areas.
But still hours away from this thing being over. Right?
Yeah,
Dr. Forbes, thank you. Nick?
All right, thanks, guys. Our meteorologist Mike Seidel has been out in the storms and has been surveying the damage that has happened, particularly in southern Georgia. He's in Nashville, Georgia right now on the phone with us. Mike, tell us why you're in Nashville and what it is that you're seeing right now.
Yeah, and the reason we're on the phone, Nick, is we had to go back into town into Adel for cover and safety from the line of severe storms, which blew on through. And we had winds gusting, I estimated, over 50 miles an hour, pushing 60 with the wind and the rain. Fortunately, we were just under a severe thunderstorm warning, but better safe than sorry, because we're now out here, back out in the wide open spaces of Berrien County. And this area got hit after the tornado touched down just upstream in Adel, and that's in Cook County. That's where at least 7 were killed in the Sunshine Acres mobile home park. You can see the video we shot. Now, this is not the mobile home park. This is just a little outside of it. You can see all the damage on the road here, Vandell Road. Nobody was hurt here. But where we are in Nashville, just down the road, in a brick home, an elderly couple was killed when a tree fell on their home. So that's another concern. Even if you're in a sturdy home, you got to worry about these trees, especially these big hardwoods. What we're doing now is we're setting back up for live coverage, and we'll get back on there hopefully here in about 30 minutes at 5:30 Eastern, give you the visual on the ground. The storms have passed, Nick. We're safe and sound, and the sun is coming back up. So we'll try to get back to you via the TV. Nick, back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Mike. Appreciate the update. All right, Mike Bettis now with a quick update on the radar.
Hey, the good news is that we no longer have any tornado warnings out there. Doesn't mean that we can't still get some this evening, but severe thunderstorms are wrecking across Georgia and Florida this evening. Take a closer look at what's going on near the Alma area. Take shelter right now with strong storms packing 60-mile-per-hour winds.
You totaled your brand new car. Nobody's hurt, but there will still be pain. It comes when your insurance company says they'll only pay 3/4 of what it takes to replace it. What are you supposed to do, drive 3/4 of a car? Now, if you had Liberty Mutual new car replacement, you'd get your whole car back. I guess they don't want you driving around on 3 wheels. Smart.
With Liberty Mutual new car replacement, we'll replace the full value of your car. Liberty stands with you. Liberty Mutual Insurance.
The full line of Ram ProMaster work vans offer better fuel economy, upfits tailored to fit your business, greater cargo capacity, and easier access to your workspace. Ram ProMaster and ProMaster City let you maximize every hour, minute, and second even more effectively. Now, competitive commercial owners or lessees are eligible for these incentives on the 2017 Ram ProMaster.
Coffee Mate helps you stir up a rich, creamy flavor. It can inspire you to stir up other things too, like a new friendship. Stir up commitment with Coffee Mate.
Friend of yours? That's frequent heartburn. It's always lurking around. But I'm safe. I took my Prevacid 24-hour today. I didn't.
One pill prevents the acid that causes heartburn all day, all night. Prevacid 24-hour.
I run canyons.
I am a snowflake consultant.
I'm a kinetic wind sculptor.
I'm just about the only person in the world doing anything like it.
From the Weather Channel and internet filmmakers' great big story comes a celebration of storytelling and weather. That's amazing. New episode tonight at 9, only on the Weather Channel.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 42 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, a few showers this evening, then clouds lingering overnight. Low 36. Chance of rain 30%. Monday, afternoon showers. Some mixed winter precipitation possible. High 38. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Seven days a week, AMHQ is right here and weather ready.
Let me get you ready for the day weather-wise.
AMHQ, every morning starting at 5 on the Weather Channel.
When you have a cold, you just want powerful relief. Only new Alka-Seltzer Plus, free of artificial dyes and preservatives liquid gels, delivers the powerful cold symptom relief you need without the unnecessary additives you don't. Alka-Seltzer Plus liquid gels.
Brought to you by Alka-Seltzer Plus Cold and Cough.
Over 40, feeling tired, losing muscle, and even romantic drive? Man up with Ageless Male. Natural ingredients clinically shown to support energy, promote muscle, and boost free testosterone. Man up with Ageless Male.
This is the Dyson V8 cord-free vacuum, and this is its Dyson digital motor, generating powerful suction to deep clean carpets, hard floors, clean up high, and convert to a handheld to dig deep on stairs, furniture, mattresses, and cars, all with up to 40 minutes runtime.
Dyson V8 cord-free vacuum. Find out more at Dyson.com.
Welcome back to our ongoing severe weather coverage. We take it to Georgia, where this video was shot driving along Valdell Road that runs between Valdosta and Adel, Georgia. Storm damage as far as the eye can see. Look at that, the debris, just homes flattened, trees flattened, and debris lining the sides of the road. We've seen damaged cars, we've seen massive trees down. So Dr. Forbes, bring us up to date now on where the most dangerous storms are and what we can expect.
Well, the good news is at the moment Nick, that we don't have any tornado warnings, but we do have severe thunderstorm warnings all the way from central parts of Georgia down into northwest parts of Florida. This northern of the storms, that yellow here, severe warned, had, though, tornado damage around Albany, Rochelle, and Kramer in Georgia over the past hour and a half. Right now, it's coming through Dodge and Lawrence counties just south of Dublin, Georgia. It has weakened, though, at least in terms of its rotation. Farther south from that, south of Adelia, Georgia, a number of locations here heading toward Waycross with some of those embedded storms that could have that damaging winds, maybe some 1-inch hail. And then a little bit of an individual supercell thunderstorm east of that around Jessup, Brantley, Pierce, and Wayne counties. We'll keep an eye on that one. That line of thunderstorms comes down into the northwest parts of Florida, then heading toward Lake City, right across the I-10 area, and just to the north and west of Cross City. And those will swing east. That will be round 3 or 4 that have come into the Jacksonville area when that line gets there. And look what's down to the west of the Tampa metro area, all the way from Cedar Key down to the west. So these are the storms that this evening are going to be dangerous storms, maybe with a tornado threat coming into the northern half of the Florida Peninsula later tonight, even into maybe the Miami area. Nick?
All right, thanks so much, Dr. Forbes. We want to give you an update now on where we could continue to see problems even through the next several hours into the evening. We're talking about the greatest risk area here in pink. Southern Georgia, once again, in greatest risk, and down into Florida, not just northern Florida, but areas even farther toward the south now, including Orlando and Tampa in this high-risk area, too. And even though that's the high-risk area, we can't rule out the possibility of some very strong thunderstorms in all the red areas, all the way up toward Atlanta, where we have that ongoing NFL playoff game going in the Georgia Dome. And as folks come out of that game, we're going to need to make sure that they are forewarned of the danger and that they keep alert. We're also seeing areas up toward Columbia and into Raleigh, the Carolinas here, even into the next several hours, could be at risk for some dangerous storms, and even down into South Florida as well. The Torcons are up, and let me give you an update on where they are right now. Central and South Georgia and northern Florida, a 7 in 10 chance of seeing a tornado within a 50-mile radius. Dr. Craig Forbes has a 6 here for the East South Carolina area, a 6 in 10 chance, a 60% chance of seeing a tornadic storm in this area within a 50-mile radius. So we've got a lot more hours to go here of possible severe weather. Mike?
All right, thank you very much, Nick. We're going to take you out live now to show you what's happening on the roads in Georgia. This is a live look in Abbeville, Georgia. Storms have come through there. You see a little bit of blue sky now starting to come in behind. So for a lot of you, the weather improved pretty quickly. But for a lot of these storms, you're going to expect 60-plus mile-per-hour gusts. And we've had some damage across central and south Georgia. About 15 million people are under a tornado watch right now. Let's show you some of the reports that have been trending today. Notice the upward trend here, especially for some wind damage. All right, we've had 25 wind damage reports, 3 tornadoes, and 6 large hail reports today, and most of those happening over the course of a very short couple of hours. Here's a look at the map across Georgia, a place like Albany. Multiple reports of tornadoes there. We've actually starting to see some video now come in of maybe a large wedge tornado that happened there. Around Owensboro, preliminary report of damage to 4 homes about 4 miles north of Rebecca on Highway 112. More when we come back on the Weather Channel.
I checked, everything's there. Wait a minute.
Hold on, I can explain.
Gotta have a good answer.
Switch to Geico and you could save a ton of money on your car insurance.
Why did you say so in the first place? I thought you was wearing a wire.
Why would I wear a wire?
Geico, because saving 15% or more on car insurance is always a great answer.
Come on in. Pull up a chair. Gather around. So many ways to invite people to come together. Or you could just put out the Sabra and let the simple, fresh ingredients do the talking. Sabra, welcome to the unofficial meal.
Ugh, heartburn.
Sorry, ma'am, no burning here. Try Alka-Seltzer Heartburn Relief Gummies. They don't taste chalky and work fast.
Incredible. Can I try? She doesn't have heartburn.
Alka-Seltzer Heartburn Relief Gummies. Enjoy the relief.
This is a pea, not something pretending to be a pea. That's slow roasted chicken, a carrot. You'll see them in every dish from Nutrish Recipe. Real chicken or beef is the #1 ingredient. There's no corn, wheat, or soy. Nutrish, real recipes, real ingredients, real good.
The 2017 RAV4 with Toyota Safety Sense Standard. Toyota, let's go places.
Well, America, the results are in. 85% of people prefer Xfinity X1 to their current TV experience. People just like this. With the X1 Challenge, we're showing real people how Xfinity stacks up to the competition.
Chicago Med. Oh, wow. You just made my day.
This is a lot easier and fun.
Where do we sign up?
I'm getting Xfinity. See for yourself why so many people prefer X1.
What will you say when you experience X1? Get a great offer on an X1 Triple Play from Comcast. Click, call, or visit a store today.
I run canyons.
I'm a soundscape ecologist.
A snowflake consultant. I'm a kinetic wind sculptor.
I'm just about the only person in the world doing anything like it.
From the Weather Channel and renowned internet filmmakers' Great Big Story comes a celebration of storytelling and weather.
I love pushing the boundaries in these conditions.
When you're on the edge as an adventurer, it's the most amazing feeling.
That's amazing. New episode tonight at 9, only on the Weather Channel.
Get tips and incentives, gain control over your energy use, and make your bills more manageable. See our energy savings programs at ngrid.com/billhelp. That's life on the grid.
Do you have these, but want these? Let Hippos show you how to take control.
At Hippos, we simplify home control.
TV, music, lighting, shades, cameras. Control it all with the touch of a button.
From anywhere in your home.
Whether you're looking to install new or upgrade your present system,
Our technology experts will help you every step of the way.
If your control is out of control,
it's time to call Hippos.
Enroll in Budget Plan. Have a more predictable bill and avoid spikes. To sign up, visit ngrid.com/billhelp. That's life on the grid.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 42 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, a few showers this evening, then clouds lingering overnight. Low 36. Chance of rain 30%. Monday, afternoon rain and snow showers. Some mixed winter precipitation possible. High 39. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to our coverage here of strong storms and severe weather across the south. And how about this? Adel, Georgia. This is an area called Sunshine Acres. This is a mobile home park, and you can see how much damage was sustained today as a likely tornado ripped right through this area. Just debris everywhere. You can't even see anything that even resembles a home at this point, just completely splintered and blown away. We do have that risk of more tornadoes through the evening. We're here to keep you updated on what that risk is. As of right now, we actually don't have any tornado warnings, but we have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings out there, and some of these storms could be producing 60+ mile-per-hour winds. These are the areas where we're watching for tornadoes from South Carolina and Georgia back down through central Florida. All these tornado watches through the evening are deemed as particularly dangerous situations, a designation that's given by the Storm Prediction Center where you could potentially have large tornadoes, long track tornadoes, and fast-moving tornadoes. And that's what we're anticipating this evening. Big low basically parks itself right here, and you've got that big counterclockwise flow into this thing is really winding up right now. But the strong squall line here down through Georgia and Florida is causing some issues. Between Caldwell and Dublin in Lawrence County, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for you right now. That's until 5:30 this evening. We'll look for some hail and some high winds in just about all these storms, and a lot of lightning as well. Nick?
All right, thanks so much, Mike. You know, the first tornado in this outbreak across the South killed 4 people and left a wide path of devastation in the town of Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Our Dave Malkoff shows us what's left of one neighborhood hard hit.
This EF3 tornado ripped through this area, leaving a scar about 15, maybe even 20 miles long. And with it, it took home after home after home, including this one. You can see the door is still standing, but the rest of the home blown away. There's only one room that's left, and that doesn't have a ceiling at all. Now, this is very close to the area where 4 people died. That's 3 men and 1 woman. And as I am walking, I'm going to be very careful because I don't want to step on a nail. Most of the injuries that happen in a tornado actually happen after the tornado has come through. But as you can walk around, you can see home after home. You can actually see the scar left right here on the earth as it pushes through. This is an area where people had to rescue each other during the tornado. We've already heard tales of somebody having to pull their uncle out from underneath the debris of the home. Not when the tornado had passed, but as the tornado was still roaring, they could still hear the sound of the tornado coming through, and they were still pulling those people through. Now, we've got these power lines down here. Power crews are here trying to put the power back together as fast as possible, but they can't do that while these lines are down because they don't want anybody hurt in this area when they energize those lines. So the cleanup is definitely starting here in Mississippi, but throughout the region, throughout the southeast of the United States, it's still very, very dangerous today because of all these storms coming through. We're already hearing of deaths as far away as Georgia. In Hattiesburg, Mississippi, I'm Dave Malkoff, the Weather Channel.
And it's because of that imminent danger that we want to share with you just some tips and some reminders on where to go in your home. I mean, picture your home right now. Are you looking around at it? The basement is going to be the safest place. If you've got a basement, that's where you need to go. You need to use it, all right? Put as many barriers between you and the outside as possible. Outside walls, get away from windows. And so, you know, the safest room is going to be an interior room on the lowest floor, whether you have a basement or not, the lowest lowest floor. A small center room, a bathroom or a closet usually works best. Always consider, though, what's on floors above you, all right? Because obviously tornadoes affect areas, up more than down. So consider what's there and avoid sheltering beneath heavy objects. Crouch down as low as possible. Get that baseball helmet, the football helmet, the bicycle helmet on. We'll be talking about damage in the South Georgia area coming up.
Friend of yours? That's frequent heartburn. It's always lurking around. But I'm safe. I took my Prevacid 24-hour today. I didn't.
One pill prevents the acid that causes heartburn all day, all night. Prevacid 24-hour.
I thought a lot about what you said.
About not being treated like a little kid anymore. Staying up later.
Being more adventurous. We just have one thing to say about that.
It's about time.
It's about time.
Kids grow up. So do vacations. 3 theme parks. 5 resort hotels. Universal Orlando Resort.
Hi. So, Chevy invited you to this focus group to ask you what kind of person you think would drive their all-new Lego Batmobile.
Well, it's all black. Probably someone with self-esteem issues?
What?
Yeah, screams loner to me.
Does it? I bet he's super outgoing and really popular.
Oh, okay. What makes you say that, Batman?
Look at this. It's awesome. You look at the driver and you think, I totally want to be that guy.
Well, I think it's perfect for picking up the little ones from soccer practice.
Oh, come on.
Introducing the all-new Lego Batmobile from Chevy.
I'm Phil Mickelson, pro golfer. My psoriatic arthritis caused joint pain.
Just like my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis.
And I was worried about joint damage.
My doctor said joint pain from RA can be a sign of existing joint damage that could only get worse. He prescribed Enbrel to help relieve pain and help stop further damage.
Enbrel may lower your ability to fight infections. Serious, sometimes fatal events including infections, tuberculosis, lymphoma, other cancers, nervous system and blood disorders, and allergic reactions have occurred. Tell your doctor if you've been someplace where fungal infections are common, or if you're prone to infections, have cuts or sores, have had hepatitis B, have been treated for heart failure, or if you have persistent fever, bruising, bleeding, or paleness. Don't start Enbrel if you have an infection like the flu.
Joint pain and damage
can go side by side. Ask how Enbrel can help relieve joint pain and help stop joint damage.
Enbrel, the #1 rheumatologist-prescribed biologic.
Well, finished. You wouldn't want your painter to quit partway.
Think you missed a spot.
So when it comes to pain relievers, why put up with just part of a day? Aleve. Live whole, not part.
You want this color over the whole house.
When you're expecting a little angel, be soft. When your little angel expects a lot from you,
you gotta be kidding me, little dude.
be strong. Life takes softness and strength, sometimes over and over and over. That's why we make Angel Soft Mega with more of the value you already love.
I never peed this much in my life.
I run canyons.
I am a snowflake consultant.
I'm a kinetic wind sculptor.
I'm just about the only person in the world doing anything like it.
From the Weather Channel and internet filmmakers' great big story comes a celebration of storytelling and weather. That's amazing. New episode tonight at 9, only on the Weather Channel.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 42 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, a few showers this evening, then clouds lingering overnight. Low 36. Chance of rain 30%. Monday, afternoon rain and snow showers. Some mixed winter precipitation possible. High 39. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All of a sudden I saw the tornado go by and my
got against a building, a brick wall, and the brick wall fell down on us. And it's pretty much the only room still pretty much standing.
I didn't know who was still alive, who wasn't. I was scared.
Amazing images here this weekend of what has been a deadly weekend of weather. Thanks for staying with us for this special coverage. I'm Mike Bettis.
And I'm Nick Walker. It's been a very busy past few days filled with destructive tornadoes and heavy downpours as well. Look at this in Albany, Georgia, as the rain comes down. This video sent to us via Instagram, just sheets of driving rain and the wind whipping that rain across the road sideways. And if you can see that, it looks like a river flowing down the streets. That's the street out there. Amazing.
It is amazing stuff.
All right. Now, here's what we know right now about the severe weather breaking out in the south. A particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch, in effect until 8 p.m. for the eastern parts of Georgia, North Florida, southeastern Alabama. 16 people confirmed dead from 2 tornadoes that struck Georgia and Mississippi this weekend. Baker City, Florida's emergency management, warns that the weather outbreak could be one of the worst severe there since 1993.
We have a lot of areas that we're following for you tonight. Want to keep you up to date on where those areas are, from the low country of South Carolina to a good chunk of Georgia, especially east and southeast Georgia, and then north and central Florida does include now Jacksonville, Orlando, and Tampa. And we got about 15 million people right now under a tornado watch. Let's get you some of the latest warnings right now with our severe weather expert, Dr. Greg Forbes.
Thanks, Mike. And we do have a tornado warning right now in southeast parts of Georgia. Going back to some of that video we showed at the beginning around Albany, Georgia, with those fast-moving rain, there was a measured 75-mile-per-hour wind gust there, and a damaging tornado moved across that area. Probably that's been about an hour and a half ago now. Right down in here in southeast Georgia, that's where the tornado warning is. It's embedded in this line that runs from southeast Georgia across northwest Florida. Most of these yellow severe thunderstorm warned storms are getting reports of trees and power lines down with those. Something happened there. That's not supposed to be the first frame that shows up. This was supposed to be the first frame that showed up. Near Waycross, Georgia, that's where the tornado warning is for Bacon, Pierce, and Ware counties. And very close to Waycross. The tornado threat looks to be near the Waresboro area heading up toward Bristol. You can see some of these, Screven, for example, some of these other locations in the path of that potential tornado as it races off toward the north and east. Not optimal radar location here, but some circulation showing up in this location. Sliding a little bit down then, this is part of a line that goes from Waycross down farther to the south, all the way into the Lake City area of Florida, Fargo area of south parts of Georgia, Alachua, Columbia, Gilchrist counties with that threat for damaging winds. And then that line goes all the way from Cedar Key offshore of the Tampa, St. Petersburg area. So that line will be marching east across during the evening hours all across northern parts of Florida. Still near the surface, a little bit of lightning up in northwest parts of Georgia. One round of showers has come through the Atlanta area, so not totally out of the woods there yet for some damage, but the worst of it looks like it'll stay south. Here is the upper air system, the jet stream pushing west winds across the north parts of Florida. Cold pocket aloft is still back over Arkansas, and so that may be some of that squall line has outrun it a little bit. We may get a little bit of catching up this evening and get increased numbers of tornado warnings again. A warm sector there with the temperature upper 60s into, look at that, even in the 80s across Florida. So these storms are going to have a lot of energy to work with as they march across Florida this evening. By 7 o'clock, much of Georgia will be out of the threat. South Carolina still in play. Northern Florida increasingly. You see some of these individualized storms could have tornadoes with those. But we get to 9, 10 o'clock, it may mostly then be pushing its way, Mike, across the southern parts of Florida. I've gone with still greatest threat set across South Georgia, northern parts of Florida, but I've down the tornado condition index value, still very high, but earlier I had it at 9. Now I have it as a 7 in these areas. Mike?
All right, so you earlier today a 9, but now a 7. Any particular reason why you brought those numbers down?
Yeah, what I've been seeing earlier was we had these southeast winds at the surface. They've swung around across much of the real warm area now to a little bit west of south, so we don't quite have as much directional change, and that probably means a little bit less of a chance for these supercell thunderstorms to form. But that said, with that jet stream blasting across the area, still a chance for tornadoes. Past 10 o'clock tonight, a chance of severe thunderstorms in eastern Carolinas, and then marching from central Florida down into southern Florida. I think the farther south in Florida we go, the less of a tornado threat, but still maybe all the way to Miami around midnight or so could be damaging winds.
So this is it becomes more of a squall line through Florida, becomes more of a wind event.
That's the way I'm seeing it. Yeah, we don't have the change of wind direction then to give as big of a tornado threat. Still, I have torque-ons of 3 all the way into South Florida.
So it's not 0.
Not 0.
All right, Dr. Forbes, thank you very much. Nick?
All right, thanks, guys. Hey, we're seeing widespread devastation left in the wake of a violent tornado that tore through the town of Adel, Georgia overnight. The Weather Channel's Mike Seidel is nearby in Nashville, Georgia, and we're glad to see that we got your picture back now, Mike, so we can see what you are seeing.
Yeah, we had to head back to Adel for safety at the hotel, and we got hit pretty hard. We're going to show you that video. We'll turn it around and get it on the air for you at 6 Eastern in about a half an hour. Want to show you the back edge of the supercells that came through. We had some great anvils just moments ago. You can kind of see the edges now, but these storms are really racing off to the east and north. So we're looking east, and in the foreground you can see the trees that have been sheared off. Take a look at this tree. Look at this root ball. I remember covering the derecho in Washington back July 4th weekend in 2012, and big trees in the northwest part of D.C. in Georgetown. Look at this one. This is about the second biggest root ball I've ever seen in any kind of coverage. This is an old tree. Fortunately, it fell on nothing except the ground. Then we spin around to the house. There was a family in here, husband, wife, and twins. They're fine. They got out. We saw them earlier next door. The roof, or the second level, has been sheared off by this twister. It came in from this direction, from where the sun is setting right now, just after hitting that mobile home park over in Adel, killing at least 7. In the back there in the trees, look at the mattress up there and the corrugated aluminum. I was back there earlier. It's kind of spooky because the wind is rustling that corrugated aluminum in the tree. Now, they had plenty of lead time on the warning in Cook and Berrien County. The warning came out at 3:10, and the tornado touched down about 3:45. But the tornado watch was not issued till 3:20 for these counties. West of here, the tornado watch was issued much earlier. Just down the road here in Berrien County in Nashville, an elderly couple was killed because a big tree fell on their brick home. And again, there's debris as far as the eye can see. The wind just picks it up. And that's the important thing about today's storms, why we went for cover. Not only because of the additional risk of tornadoes, but when you throw straight line winds into the mix, 50, 60, 70 miles an hour, all this debris becomes projectiles, and that can kill you too or seriously injure you. So Mike Bettis, better safe than sorry. We went back to town. Now we're back out here for the next hour or so as the sun sets on a day which was not too bad here. The action was farther north from where we are here in this part of South Georgia. We got through the severe weather okay here.
Listen, you got to practice safety. You got to practice what you preach, that's for sure. Mike, thank you very much. The image is, really awful to see today, what's happened today in Georgia. We still have tornadoes that are threatening right now. We do have one tornado warning in Georgia. This is for Bacon, Pierce, and Ware counties. So if you live in Blackshear or Dixie Union, Waynesboro, please take shelter right away down into your basement. If you don't have a basement, lowest level of your home, down on the first floor, get into an interior room without windows, something very sturdy, a closet, a bathroom. Maybe even it's under a stairwell, something like that. A place like Bristol, 552 will be near you, 553 for Evergreen Church, and about 6 o'clock for Rich. This storm may be just north of Waycross and then pushing off to the northeast here. Could have some embedded circulation in there with a tornado. Again, tornado condition index in this area is a 7 for the remainder of the evening, about a 70% chance of tornadoes. Take shelter right now, especially if you live over toward the Pearson area. A lot of lightning with these storms as well. We'll have the very latest on the watches and warnings when we come back. This special coverage on the Weather Channel.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 42 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, a few showers this evening, then clouds lingering overnight. Low 36. Chance of rain 30%. Monday, afternoon rain and snow showers. Some mixed winter precipitation possible. High 39. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Stay safe on the roads this winter. For more safety tips, go to MichelinMan.com.
I have the worst cold with this runny nose. I better take something.
Dayquil liquid gels don't treat your runny nose.
Seriously?
Alka-Seltzer Plus cold and cough liquid gels fight your worst cold symptoms plus your runny nose.
Well, what a relief it is.
My dad's, grandma's, Aunt Stacy's.
What are the reasons you care for your heart? Cunol CoQ10, with 3 times better absorption, as the #1 cardiologist-recommended form of CoQ10 to support heart health. Cunol, the better CoQ10.
Just like the people who own them, every business is different. But every one of those businesses will need legal help as they age and grow. Whether it be help starting your business, vendor contracts, or employment agreements, LegalZoom's network of attorneys can help you every step of the way. So you can focus on what you do. We'll handle the legal stuff that comes up along the way. LegalZoom. Legal help is here.
Got gas? Acid? Try Phazon Gas and Acid. The strongest gas-fighting medicine with fast-acting heartburn relief you can get. All in one great-tasting chew. Maximum strength Phazon Gas and Acid.
I just found this amazing website called Adore Me. They have tons of bras, PJs, underwear, all from petite to plus. I know your phone's out, so look them up.
This Valentine's Day, get your first set for only $19.95 at adoreme.com. Come on in. Pull up a chair. Gather around. So many ways to invite people to come together. Or you could just put out the Sabra and let the simple, fresh ingredients do the talking. Sabra, welcome to the unofficial meal.
If you have moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, isn't it time to let the real you shine through? Introducing Otezla, a Premolast. Otezla is not an injection or a cream. It's a pill that treats plaque psoriasis differently. Some people who took Otezla saw 75% clearer skin after 4 months. And Otezla's prescribing information has no requirement for routine lab monitoring. Don't take Otezla if you are allergic to any of its ingredients. Otezla may increase the risk of depression. Tell your doctor if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts, or if these feelings develop. Some people taking Otezla reported weight loss. Your doctor should monitor your weight and may stop treatment. Side effects may include diarrhea, nausea, upper respiratory tract infection, and headache. Tell your doctor about all the medicines you take and if you're pregnant or planning to be. Ask your dermatologist about Otezla today. Otezla. Show more of you.
ProPlan BrightMind Adult 7+ promotes alertness and mental sharpness in dogs 7 and older.
The difference has been incredible. She's much more aware. She wants to learn things.
Purina ProPlan BrightMind. Nutrition that performs.
To err is human. To anticipate is Lexus. The Lexus RX with advanced safety standard.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel's continuing coverage of severe weather. How about this? Out of plain dealing, This is plain dealing Louisiana, and look at the strong storms here, and looks like we probably have a tornado that's spinning here. Pretty wild stuff. At least 25 houses received heavy damage here, and you can see at the very least a funnel, but I'm pretty sure that we've got a tornado on the ground there. Just amazing stuff to see in the pictures. All right, so let's give you an update on what's happening on the radar right now. We've got a couple of areas out there that we are watching, and let's hand it over to Dr. Greg Forbes.
Thanks, Mike. And we now have tornado warnings in Florida, down in the peninsula of Florida. That's the first there today, as well as southeast Georgia. These are all in a line of thunderstorms from southeast Georgia, now pushing its way across northwest parts of Florida. So we'll get more and more of these tornado warnings. We'll start with this northern tornado warning storm, Bacon, Pierce, and Ware counties. It's just to the north of Waycross, heading off toward the north and east. Not extremely strong circulation within that, but heading up toward Patterson, the Screven area, the Jessup about 620. The rotation, not extremely strong in this. There is some shear in some of these areas just to the north of Waycross. Then severe thunderstorms in that line, damaging winds, trees and lines down from Fargo down south of Waycross in Georgia into the Lake City area. You'll see a number of severe warnings, counties under warnings, down into the Cedar Key area, Levy County, for example. And then a brand new tornado warning off to the north of the Clearwater, Tampa Bay area, Hernando and Pasco counties with a tornado warning. You can watch me work on the fly here as I'll zoom into this particular storm, showing that circulation right now, that little hook down to the southwest edge, is right around the Holiday area, and then that would mean that the tornado threat would be coming up across locations like you'll see in just a moment here, with the areas right now near the Holiday area heading toward, say, the Jasmine Estates 555, the Loyce area at about 611. And that line of thunderstorms extends, that's a little supercell that's out ahead of the main line that extends all the way down offshore. So we watch these little supercells. There's a few others that are coming into the Tampa Bay area with lightning as well. So Nick, severe-wise, it's going to be a pretty bad night, and you have more about that.
Yeah, we've got watches that go all the way until 10 o'clock Eastern time. They've been scaled back just a little bit as thunderstorms continue to push toward the east, but look at the area that we're seeing. Atlanta no longer in that PDS tornado watch, but plenty of Georgia still is, lots of Florida, and even portions of South Carolina in a PDS, a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. All right, you don't hear that term all that often, do you? So it's a good idea to kind of review what exactly that means so you can know what kind of threats there really are. PDS watches are issued for tornado watches when we expect to see long track, very intense tornadoes. And in fact, that's what we've seen, particularly in southern Georgia. They're uncommon. Only 3% of tornado watches actually turn out to be PDS watches, but we got 3 of them tonight, all right? Extending from Georgia into South Carolina, down into Florida. And we've got torcons that are pretty high, too. They're less than they were. There were 9s here, but now a 7 in 10 chance here in southern Georgia, northern Florida, of seeing a tornado within a 50-mile radius. And it's a 6 in 10 chance here in eastern South Carolina. So still, a lot of space left for these thunderstorms as they track eastward, a lot of time left, and a lot of potential danger left, too, as we head through the evening hours. Mike?
All right, Nick, thank you very much. We have a tornado warning this evening. This is north of the Tampa area in Hernando and Pasco counties right now. A tornado warning until 6:15 tonight. See if you're in Bandit Point or Jasmine Estates or in Spring Hill. You want to take shelter very quickly, lowest level of your home, and get under maybe a sturdy piece of furniture, protect your head. You can see we've got this one very vigorous storm right now, and so a place like Bayonet Point, about 5:50 tonight. The storm will be there in Cruz Lake at the middle school. Hopefully no one's there. It's a Sunday. But Pilot Country, about 6 o'clock, we'll have the tornado potentially on you in 601 around Loyce. This is a storm that, again, is north of Tampa, north of Clearwater, moving interior now. Could have potentially at one point been a water spout and now coming on shore. But the tornado warning continuing now for Hernando and Pasco counties until 6:15. Stay with us. The Weather Channel will be right back with more continuing coverage in this special report.
When you've been making delicious natural cheese for over 100 years like Kraft has, you learn a lot about people's tastes.
Honey, what do you want for dinner tonight?
Oh, whatever you're making.
Cheesy chipotle pork quesadillas? Ravioli lasagna bake?
Yeah, I don't know.
Grilled white chicken?
Perhaps something rich, sharp, and creamy.
Triple cheddar stuffed sliders.
Sold.
We into cheese. Kraft Natural Cheese. We make cheese for how you love cheese.
Weekend recharge is... It's just a thing. I don't know.
We can recharge, great place to learn something about the weather, and to have a couple of laughs.
We got a cold stretch. Hey!
We forgot to pay the bill.
Whoops!
That just got weird. Sort of the Weather Channel's way of dialing it back.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's a lot of fun.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 42 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, a few showers this evening, then clouds lingering overnight. Low 36. Chance of rain 30%. Monday, afternoon rain and snow showers. Some mixed winter precipitation possible. High 39. Here's our 7-day outlook.
I have the worst cold with this runny nose. I better take something.
Dayquil liquid gels don't treat your runny nose.
Seriously?
Alka-Seltzer Plus cold and cough liquid gels fight your worst cold symptoms plus your runny nose.
Well, what a relief it is.
Brought to you by Alka-Seltzer Plus Cold and Cough.
Your brain changes as you get older, but Prevagen helps your brain with an ingredient originally discovered in jellyfish. In clinical trials, Prevagen has been shown to improve short-term memory. Prevagen, the name to remember.
Want to feel luxurious hand cream?
Luxurious hand cream? My hands get so dry and cracked from my job, I need serious relief. That's why I use O'Keefe's Working Hands. Guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked hands. Thanks to O'Keefe's, I got my hands back.
When did mixing food with not food become food? Thankfully, at Panera, 100% of our food is 100% clean. No artificial preservatives, sweeteners, flavors, or colors. Panera, food as it should be.
This is the Dyson V8 cord-free vacuum, and this is its Dyson digital motor, generating powerful suction to deep clean carpets, hard floors, clean up high, and convert to a handheld, to dig deep on stairs, furniture, mattresses, and cars, all with up to 40 minutes runtime.
Dyson V8 cord-free vacuum. Find out more at Dyson.com.
John, we're giving you a raise.
That's fantastic, but I'm gonna pass.
Are you okay?
Honey, you got another present.
No, thank you, Dad.
Who says no to more? Time Warner Cable Internet gives you more of what you and those little data hoggers want, like ultra-fast speeds up to 50 megs. That's 8 times faster than DSL.
This internet speed is sick.
Get 15 meg internet starting at $39.99 a month. Call 1-844-663-7310.
And with home Wi-Fi, the whole family can be online at once.
Great for kids to stream scary shows while not cleaning their room. You'll also get our exclusive 1-hour arrival window, a money-back guarantee, and there's no contract to sign. Get 15 meg internet with no data cap starting at $39.99 a month. Plus free installation and access to over 500,000 TWC Wi-Fi hotspots nationwide. Would Rex pass up more beef stew? I don't think so. Say yes to more. Call now.
7 days a week, AMHQ is right here and weather ready.
Let me get you ready for the day weather-wise.
AMHQ, every morning starting at 5 on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. We have seen damaging winds, we've seen tornadoes, and then we saw this large hail that came down in Alabama. A person actually using rugs to protect their vehicle from hail damage. Very creative, to say the least, but that can be a several $1,000 insurance claim if you have significant hail damage to your vehicle. We're watching hail, but we're also watching tornadoes now across Florida. Several tornado warnings right now. This one, Hernando and Pasco County until 6:15 tonight. This is just north of Tampa, but right north of Holiday and just near Bayonet Point here, we may have a tornado that's spun up here, and we'll zoom down in close here and show you that we do have near Port Richey, we do have what looks to be some rotation there where you have the green and the red next to each other. That's where you may have that rotation. So right there near Port Richey, maybe right over it right now, and then moving off to the northeast here. Got to take shelter currently, and then over toward Jasmine Estates, take shelter as well. That storm may come and Florida. All deemed particularly dangerous situation. That designation given by the Storm Prediction Center when you have a chance for strong tornadoes, long-lived tornadoes, fast-moving tornadoes. So the low country of South Carolina, eastern Georgia, and then north and central Florida tonight.
All right, Dr. Greg Forbes is watching the radar right now. We still have numerous warnings out there as these thunderstorms continue to track eastward. Greg?
Yeah, Nick, the number of tornado warnings now has increased. We have 1 in southeast Georgia, 3 now in northern parts of Florida. Those are the red outlined areas here. So that is going to be the area the next hour or so, southeast Georgia, the next several hours for the northern parts of Florida as these lines, especially the ones ahead of the main line, push in. But we could have severe weather all the way through with this area, a line or multiple lines of thunderstorms coming across that area. Surface low coming up into the Atlanta area, not quite as warm and unstable up there, less of a tornado threat. Pierce and Wayne counties, north and east of Waycross, Georgia, you have a tornado warning. Most of these storms are going, by the way, 50 to 60 mile per hour, so it's difficult to keep up with them, and you certainly don't want to try to outrun them. This one could be coming up toward the Screven area, for example, at about 6:08, Jessup at about 6:20 as that tornado moves north and east. Not extremely strong rotation with that. It's in the area south of Bristol at the moment where this rotation is the strongest. Jumping down then into Florida, the peninsula of Florida, Hernando area, Citrus and Sumter counties with tornadoes warnings. Down on the southwest edge of this little mini supercell would be where the tornado would be, coming up toward the Bellevue area, the Lake Weir area, 619, 621 or so. Then a little bit farther to the south, down into the area south of Spring Hill, Hernando and Pasco counties. We're getting closer to the Tampa metro area then for these, just to the north of that. Pilot country area, Jessamine about 618 with that tornado threat. There's some decent rotation showing up there heading toward the Highway 589 area south of the Shady Hills area. So be on the lookout, a possible tornado there. And a brand new tornado warning farther to the east, Sumter County, into the areas near the Center Hill and the Webster area with the tornado warnings. Now, up into some of the other parts of this line then, all the way from southeast Georgia, south of that tornado warning, down into the Lake City area, probably about an hour or less away from coming into the Jacksonville area. These storms have been causing trees and power lines down in places. Storms getting very close to Gainesville right now. In fact, Alachua, Columbia, and Union counties with severe thunderstorm warnings. And that western line, a lot of lightning all the way down to well to the west of Punta Gorda. But it's some of these little supercell thunderstorms ahead of that line that are probably going to have the biggest threat for tornadoes. Thunderstorms, another round of them coming up into parts of the Atlanta metro area. Probably a little bit too cool for any substantial tornado threat, but a lot of the upper air forcing and surface low are pushing right that way. The jet stream, on the other hand, with very warm temperatures, giving the biggest threat from southeast Georgia down into Florida. Look, that's where the temperatures, that little warm core from the 60s and even into the 80s across Florida. So Mike, that's where the worst of the threat's now going to be in the Florida Peninsula overnight. Here by 8 o'clock, most of the storms north half of Florida, and as we go toward the midnight time frame, all the way down into south parts of Florida.
Dr. Forbes, you at one point had a 9 on your Torcon today. You've lowered that to a 7. What are you seeing in the atmosphere that caused you to lower the numbers?
Well, we've had earlier in some of the warm air, we had more southeast winds. They've veered around, as we say, toward more west-southwest. So that means not as much directional change with height. So I've given this greatest threat area southeast Georgia now it would be, and northern parts of Florida, Torcon values of 7. And then as we get even farther south, South Florida, past 10 o'clock tonight, it'll be central and South Florida. I've given Torcon values of 3 in those areas. It is farther from the surface low, and the winds becoming more from the same direction. There'll still be enough shear, though, for a chance of a tornado.
All right. Dr. Forbes, thank you. Nick?
All right, thanks, guys. Well, one of the hardest hit areas is southern Georgia. We've seen widespread devastation left in the wake of a violent tornado that tore through the town of Adel, Georgia overnight. The Weather Channel's Mike Seidel is nearby there in the city of Nashville, continuing to see all the damage, and it really is widespread, Mike.
It is. This is the next county over, and just a few minutes later, the tornado hit here. And then we were concerned today about additional tornadoes. Now, that threat has rapidly moved to the east, but I want to show you what we went through, and this is why we got out of here and went back to town into the hotel, the safety of the hotel. Look at the wind and rain as this squall moved through. We were under a severe thunderstorm warning for straight-line wind damage, maybe some small hail, but you never know when you're going to get a spin-up. There were tornado warnings to our north, up near Cordell, up near Tifton, so it's better safe than sorry. Also, with all this debris out here, you do not want to be around when the winds are gusting in excess of 40 or 50 miles an hour. And speaking of that, look at this debris. This home, where there was a couple and their twins inside, they're fine. They got through okay, but their home is, boy, it's just a disaster. The tornado kind of sheared off the roof. It came in this direction towards the camera. We've got a huge pile of debris here. Power is out in this area, but the power crews are back at it. They went for safety. They came over, checked with us. I said, you know, for about an hour, you're going to have to head for higher ground, drier spots and safety areas. And now they're back up on the bucket trucks and getting the power back up here in Nashville. Again, a rough couple of days, but it's going to be much, much better in the next couple of days. Weather-wise, no more severe on the horizon. But the same storm is going to have a big impact up the coast, Jersey Shore, New York City, Boston, for travel tomorrow, especially air travel. We could have hurricane-force wind gusts. More on that and more updates on the tornado outbreak continuing in Florida and the southeast. Stay with us.
Do you know how your laxative works? You might be surprised. Stimulant laxatives make your body go by forcefully stimulating the nerves in your colon. Miralax is different. It works with the water in your body to hydrate and soften, unblocking your system naturally. Miralax.
Trade you?
Trade you. Trade you.
Frito-Lay multi-packs, packed full of smiles. I want the most out of my health and life, so I trust Nature Made vitamins. Because they were the first to be verified by USP for quality and purity standards, and because I recommend them as a pharmacist.
Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
We approach life by simply enjoying it.
Boost Simply Complete. It's intelligent nutrition made with only 9 ingredients, plus 25 vitamins and minerals and 10 grams of protein.
And look where life can take you.
Boost. Be up for it.
Winter is here.
It's going to get a lot worse before it gets better.
But you've got the Weather Channel to keep you ahead of every winter storm.
Multiple threats: the ice, the snow, the rain, and flooding.
Our team's taking you into the storm with live reports and expertise you won't get anywhere else.
Whether we're getting you through it or taking you to it, there's only one, the Weather Channel.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 42 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, a few showers this evening, then clouds lingering overnight. Low 36. Chance of rain 30%. Monday, afternoon rain and snow showers. Some mixed winter precipitation possible. High 39. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Seven days a week, AMHQ is right here and weather ready.
Let me get you ready for the day weather-wise.
AMHQ, every morning starting at 5 on the Weather Channel.
As the one who's always trapped beneath the duvet, I'm begging you, take Gas-X. Your tossing and turning isn't restlessness, it's gas. Gas-X relieves pressure, bloating, and discomfort in minutes, so we can all sleep easier tonight.
I just found this amazing website called Adore Me. They have tons of bras, PJs, underwear, all from petite to plus.
I know your phone's out, so look them up.
This Valentine's Day, get your first set for only $19.95 at adoreme.com.
What's it like to be in good hands? Like finding new ways to be taken care of.
Home, car, life insurance, obviously. Oh.
But with added touches you can't get everywhere else, like claim-free rewards? Or safe driving bonus checks. Oh, yes. Even a claim satisfaction guarantee. In means protection plus unique extras. Only from an expert Allstate agent.
It's good to be in good hands.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel's coverage of severe weather. Check out the damage here. This is along Valdell Road, which runs between Valdosta and Adel, Georgia. Storm damage really about as far as you can see. Homes that have been damaged, vehicles that have been damaged, trees that have been uprooted, things that have just been absolutely flattened. This is what parts of central and south Georgia look like today as tornadoes have touched down across the south. We're staying with you live this evening to bring you the very latest here on the Weather Channel. Dr. Greg Ford has been monitoring the radar very, very closely. Has the latest warnings right now. Dr. Ford.
Thanks, Mike. We do have 4 tornado warnings, 1 in southeast Georgia, 3 in northern parts of Florida. We'll see more and more of those warnings, I think, across northern and central Florida as the evening progresses. These are the storms that are outlined in red with the tornado warnings. In between, damaging winds coming into the Gainesville area, as well as probably not before too long into the Jacksonville area. For now, we'll focus on these tornado warned storms north and east of Waycross in southeast Georgia, Pierce and Wayne counties with a tornado warning. This storm looking to be getting a little less organized here, but it seems like the circulation is near the Jessup area. A little bit of a long arm comes in, so maybe a broad circulation connecting with this one coming in here, giving a tornado that's going to be heading up from the Jessup area up toward Lodowichie and up into the Midway area. Then jumping down into northern parts of the Florida Peninsula, Citrus and Sumter counties near the Hernando area. This storm racing very quickly off to the north and west of the villages now. These storms, this one going about 60 miles per hour near the Lake Weir High School, then coming toward 632 or so, the Electra area. South and west of that, getting closer to the Tampa area, Spring Hill vicinity, Hernando, Pasco counties. This storm also racing quickly to the north and east, might be coming toward the Spring Lake area, maybe a little bit north of Richland and the Webster areas. And east of that one, the newest of the tornado warned storms, that one, notice, is not too far north and west of Orlando, Lake and Orange counties south of Leesburg. Possible tornado here near the Pumpkin Center, heading up toward the Mount Dora area. So dangerous storms in progress, guys, and we'll certainly continue to monitor those this evening.
And Dr. Forbes, we are right in the midst, obviously, of that dangerous area, that dangerous time where we're seeing the worst storms rumbling through right now. This area in pink here, southern Georgia down into Florida, that's the area of greatest risk as we get through the next few hours. And this includes Jacksonville down toward Orlando and the Tampa area and out toward coastal Georgia, too. But we can't rule out, you know, the possibility of strong storms still in all the red areas. We're talking about Columbia, South Carolina, on up toward Raleigh, and even here in South Florida, too. We'll be watching storms coming into the Atlanta area, too, some of which could be strong. But it's a 7 in 10 chance here in southern Georgia, northern Florida, of a tornado. A 70% chance of seeing a tornado within a 50-mile radius there. And it's a 60% chance here in eastern South Carolina, and that includes the coastal areas, too. So we're going to be watching Charleston out towards some of the resort areas as we head through the evening hours. Strong thunderstorms making their way toward your area. Mike?
All right, thank you very much, Nick. There's the live look, by the way, near Patterson, Georgia, as a tornado-warned storm is passing by Patterson at this point. So we've had some rotation on the radar. We've had some really active weather across Georgia throughout the day today, and you can see a really ominous-looking sky. Last thing you want to do right now is be out in this weather, so staying home, staying put is a good thing to do. There you see the numerous tornado warnings that we have from Florida up through Georgia. I want to hone in on this one that's near Groveland here in Florida, and this is an area in Orange and Lake County where we have a tornado warning right now, headed off to the northeast here, may pass right to south of Leesburg. That warning goes until 6:45 this evening. We'll time it out for you. If you live in Eustis or in Leesburg, please be aware it could be coming your way. Tavares, Mount Dora, and Seneca on the path of this storm.
When you have a cold, you just want powerful relief. Only new Alka-Seltzer Plus, free of artificial dyes and preservatives liquid gels, delivers the powerful cold symptom relief you need without the unnecessary additives you don't. Alka-Seltzer Plus liquid gels.
Brought to you by Alka-Seltzer Plus Cold and Cough.
Ugh, heartburn.
Sorry, ma'am, no burning here.
Try Alka-Seltzer Heartburn Relief Gummies. They don't taste chalky and work fast.
Incredible. Can I try? She doesn't have heartburn.
Alka-Seltzer Heartburn Relief Gummies. Enjoy the relief.
Well, this here's a load-bearing wall. We'll go ahead and rip that out. It's going to cause a lot of problems. Totally unnecessary. And it triples the budget.
Wouldn't it be great if everyone said what they meant? The Citi Double Cash Card does. Earn 1% cash back when you buy and 1% as you pay. Double means double.
Mom's got this cold. Hashtag stuffy nose. Hashtag no sleep. Hashtag mouth breather.
Just put on a Breathe Right strip. It instantly opens your nose up to 38% more than cold medicine alone. Shut your mouth and say goodnight, mouth breathers. Breathe Right.
The full line of Ram ProMaster work vans offer better fuel economy, upfits tailored to fit your business, greater cargo capacity, and easier access to your workspace. Ram ProMaster and ProMaster City let you maximize every hour, minute, and second even more effectively. Now, competitive commercial owners or lessees are eligible for these incentives on the 2017 Ram ProMaster.
Campbell's One Dish Recipes. One pan, less than 30 minutes. Because if they aren't gonna eat it, at least you didn't spend too much time making it. Campbell's One Dish Recipes, made for real life.
You can't always protect her. Make sure her tires will. The Michelin Premier Tire with Evergrip technology. Even when half worn, it's still safe. Safe when new, safe when worn.
When did mixing food with not food become food? Thankfully, at Panera, 100% of our food is 100% clean. No artificial preservatives, sweeteners, flavors, or colors. Panera, food as it should be.
Weekend Recharge is... It's just a thing. I don't know.
Weekend Recharge, great place to learn something about the weather and to have a couple of laughs.
We got a cold stretch. Hey!
We forgot to pay the bill.
Whoops!
It just got weird. Sort of the Weather Channel's way of dialing it back.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's a lot of fun.
Goldstein Mitsubishi is the real deal. We sell more new Mitsubishi. The 2016 Outlander ES, $20,495. Lease for $219 a month. 2017 Outlander ES, $22,999. Lease for $239 a month. 2017 Outlander Sport ES, $21,499. Lease for $199 a month. Goldstein sells more Mitsubishi because Goldstein is the real deal. With no charge car washes for life, lifetime powertrain warranty, and more. GoldsteinMitsubishi.com.
Hi, this is Andy James from Rensselaer Honda, and our new dealership is complete. Thank you for your patience this past year. Our facility has a new waiting lounge, a kids zone, and express service space where you can pull in for an oil change and be done in less than an hour. And we offer free pickup and delivery. We come to your home or work, pick up your car, and service it. You never leave your home or office. Visit Rensselaer Honda's new dealership today with over 400 cars to choose from.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 42 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, a few showers this evening, then clouds lingering overnight. Low 36. Chance of rain 30%. Monday, rain and snow showers mixed in the afternoon. High 38. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Listen to that wind and rain in Adel, Georgia. This is a severe thunderstorm whipped on through. And we also know that a likely tornado came through Adel as well. We have, unfortunately, numerous fatalities in that area today. But what we're dealing with across Georgia and Florida right now is significant thunderstorms, some of them producing tornadoes and likely to produce damage through the remainder of the evening. Let's run through some of the active warnings that we have ongoing for you right now, and they're really lining up now in southeast Georgia, back down through North Florida here. Numerous warnings at this time. We're going to start north here and show you the warnings that we have in Georgia, especially this one here near Folkestone, and it's working its way to the northeast. Camden, Charlton, and Glenn counties under tornado warnings right now. But I'm going to show the velocities on this and show you something interesting. We're starting to get this thing to line out or squall out, but also notice, and that's what you see right in there, but it's got a little kink right in there, okay? So maybe looking at some rotation, trying to develop within that line. Sometimes you'll get these little notches, and within a squall line you can get a little spin up of a tornado. So likely why they reissued a tornado warning here. Could be there just north of the Folkestone area and eventually working its way closer and closer toward Brunswick, but around Burnt Ford at 6:25 tonight, 6:30 for Tompkins, and 6:34 for a city like Woodbine. Again, this is the area that is in southeast Georgia. We have numerous warnings that extend back down through Florida as well, and then up just north of there, outside of Waycross, Pearson, Wayne County, under a tornado warning right now. Bristol and Screven, those are areas where the tornado could be near, so we'll watch this very closely for you this evening. And the numerous warnings extend down through North Florida and then down through Central Florida as well. Jacksonville, by the way, under a severe thunderstorm warning for hail and high winds. Between Ocala and Lady Lake in Marion County, a tornado warning for you. If you live in Bellevue, take shelter right away. You're warning until 6:45 this evening. That could be coming right across Highway 27. Lake and Orange County also under a tornado warning. That's till 6:45. Eustis, Mount Dora, and Tavares, all places where the tornado could be, and heads up here along 441. Over to Hernando and Sumter County, tornado warning for you as well. That's until 6:45 tonight, and it's this system back in here that we're watching, and maybe a little bit of a hook echo there just outside of Spring Hill, headed toward the Ridge Manor area, warning until 6:45. Nick?
So we can't emphasize enough the need to know where the safest place in your home is. Now, if you've got a home with a basement, that is where you need to be looking, okay? The lowest level of your home is where you need to go when there is a tornado warning. Put as many barriers between you and the outside as possible. You know, barriers above you and outside walls. You know, you want to put those walls between you, away from windows too, all right? So go to the lowest floor. A small interior room is good, like a bathroom or a closet. But always consider what's on the floors above you, all right? Because tornadoes will usually damage, you know, the uppermost portions of a home or a building, and you don't want something heavy falling down upon you. So make sure that you're considering what's above you, and then crouch as low as possible, facing down with your hands over your head, and put some sort of helmet on your head, a bike helmet if you've got it. All right, let's look outside now to Atlanta, and yes, it is wet. Rain and thunderstorms coming through the area. Most of the lightning right now, fortunately, is north of downtown. We have a few minutes left, I believe, in the NFL playoff game, and fans are going to be streaming out of the Georgia Dome here into the wet. So, you know, the good news is there's no severe warnings out there and nothing really in the offing that it looks like it's going to be a big problem for them. So Atlanta looking pretty decent right now, but again, we've got thunderstorms off toward your north, a little lightning coming through Cobb County right now. We will see perhaps some thunderstorms making their way in your area here very shortly. So we just want to keep people safe, and obviously we may have dodged a bullet here in Atlanta. You're no longer under that particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch, though portions of the watch go until 8 o'clock this evening.
I've seen such a change in Einstein since he started eating Beneful. The #1 ingredient in it is beef.
The beef was fantastic.
He has enough energy to believe that he can jump high enough to catch a bird.
Try Beneful Originals with beef, with real beef as the #1 ingredient.
Whether it's our laser-measured floor liners and cargo liners, bump step, side window deflectors, or no-drill mud flaps.
Honey, did you get the milk?
WeatherTech provides the ultimate protection for your vehicle all season long. Go to WeatherTech.com to order today. WeatherTech, the ultimate protection for your vehicle this winter.
I'm Phil Mickelson, pro golfer. My psoriatic arthritis caused joint pain.
Just like my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis.
And I was worried about joint damage.
My doctor said joint pain from RA can be a sign of existing joint damage that could only get worse. He prescribed Enbrel to help relieve pain and help stop further damage.
Enbrel may lower your ability to fight infections. Serious, sometimes fatal events, including infections, tuberculosis, lymphoma, other cancers, nervous system and blood disorders, and allergic reactions have occurred. Tell your doctor if you've been someplace where fungal infections are common, or if you're prone to infections, have cuts or sores, have had hepatitis B, have been treated for heart failure, or if you have persistent fever, bruising, bleeding, or paleness. Don't start Enbrel if you have an infection like the flu.
Joint pain and damage
can go side by side. Ask how Enbrel can help relieve joint pain and help stop joint damage.
Enbrel, the #1 rheumatologist-prescribed biologic.
Impressive, Linda. It seems age isn't slowing you down. But your immune system weakens as you get older, increasing the risk for me. The shingles virus. I've been lurking inside you since you had chicken pox. I could surface any time as a painful, blistering rash. 1 in 3 people get me in their lifetime, Linda. Will it be you?
And that's why Linda got me, Zostavax, a single-shot vaccine. I'm working to boost Linda's immune system to help protect her against you, shingles. Zostavax is a vaccine used to prevent shingles in adults 50 years of age and older. Zostavax does not protect everyone and cannot be used to treat shingles or the nerve pain that may follow it. You should not get Zostavax if you are allergic to gelatin or neomycin, have a weakened immune system, or take high doses of steroids, are pregnant, or plan to become pregnant. The most common side effects include redness, pain, itching, swelling, hard lump, warmth or bruising at the injection site, and headache. It's important to talk to your doctor about what situations you may need to avoid, since Zostavax contains a weakened chickenpox virus. Remember, 1 in 3 people get shingles in their lifetime. Will it be you? Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about me, single-shot Zostavax. You've got a shot against shingles.
More doing chores for mom per roll? Bounty is more absorbent, so the roll can last 50% longer than the leading ordinary brand. So you get more life per roll. Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
I'm proud of what the Weather Channel is. It's a place you can turn to and trust.
Our team's taking you into the storm with live reports and expertise you won't get anywhere else.
We are meteorologists, and that makes a tremendous difference.
When it comes to a weather situation that warrants attention, we're the place to go. It's that simple. A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 41 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, a few showers this evening, then clouds lingering overnight. Low 36. Chance of rain 30%. Monday, rain and snow showers mixed in the afternoon. High 38. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All of a sudden, I saw the tornado go by my window.
You got to get against a building, a brick wall, and the brick wall fell out on us. And it's pretty much the only room still pretty much standing.
I didn't know who was still alive, who wasn't. I was scared.
Well, some of the images that we've seen this weekend of severe weather. Thanks for staying with us for this special coverage of this very dangerous severe weather outbreak. I'm Mike Bettis.
And I'm Nick Walker. It has been a very busy past few days filled with destructive tornadoes. I want to show you more pictures now as we let you know about the heavy downpours that have been being felt here in southern Georgia around Albany today. The video came in via Instagram to us. Look at the sheets of driving rain, wind-whipped rain. And look at the sheets just blowing across the roadway there. Looks kind of like a river flowing when you've got that rain just blowing through the streets.
It's It's the other threat. You know, we've talked so much about tornado threat, but some of you may deal with some quick flash flooding that you'll have to be aware of this evening as well. Here's what we know right now about severe weather breaking out across the south. Parts of Georgia and Florida under a rare high risk for severe weather and tornadoes. The first such designation, a particularly dangerous situation, first that the Storm Prediction Center's put out in almost 3 years. Strong, long-track tornadoes possible in North Florida and South Georgia. 16 people have been killed this weekend by tornadoes in Georgia and Mississippi. The National Weather Service confirms the tornado that struck Hattiesburg, Mississippi yesterday was an EF3 tornado.
Let's go back to our live look at Atlanta, and you see the camera bouncing. The wind looks like it's picking up here. This view from the Coca-Cola World headquarters. Obviously rain through the area as well. A little bit of lightning off toward the north and west. And in just a very few minutes, we're going to have hundreds and hundreds of fans streaming out of the Georgia Dome following this NFL playoff game into the rainfall. The good news is, though, that they're no longer in that particularly dangerous situation watch. As a matter of fact, that's really getting scaled back now.
Yeah, it really is. It now includes the low country of South Carolina, more or less the coastal areas of Georgia, then down through North Florida and Central Florida, but does still include places like Charleston, South Carolina, down through Savannah, Brunswick, Jacksonville, Orlando, and Tampa. So still millions of people are under these watches, so you have to take them seriously tonight.
And that is where we're finding our tornado warnings here this evening. Let's check back in with Dr. Grant Forrest, who's been watching the radar very closely here. New tornado warnings even as we speak.
Thanks, Nick. Yeah, there are 5 tornado warnings within that PDS tornado watch area. 2 of them in southeast Georgia, 3 in northern parts of Florida. They're the storms that are outlined here, indicated by red on our radar map. Within 2 lines, actually, down in Florida, and generally within 1 area that is going to be continuing to march, especially northern half of Florida this evening. Taking a look, we'll start in southeast Georgia. Wayne County with a tornado warning. Just to the south and east of Jessup. A little bit of a circulation down in the south end of this storm, around near, probably just a little north of Bella Vista, heading up toward Townsend area, and then the Juliantown areas as these storms go off to the north and east. This one has really developed an intense circulation. Can you see it there? The red's northbound, the greens and blues southbound. So that's a tornado vortex signature going to be heading up toward Townsend. You want to be seeking shelter if you're in the path of that storm. Then the next storm down to the farther to the southeast in Georgia. North and east of Folkestone. I think you could see in this one a bigger rotation scale, the hook echo there, Camden, Charlton, and Glynn counties, as a right around and probably just to the east of Burnt Fort right now, heading up toward Red Bluff, and then the back landing, the St. Simons area with the possibility of a tornado. This one, too, has really increased its rotation, especially right there, the red and green. Can you see how they touch? That's the tornado vortex signature heading up toward the Woodbine area. Looks like it will go south of Brunswick. Then down into northern parts of Florida, Marion County. You see this little kidney bean shaped type storm. Circulation down just to the north and east of Bellevue in all likelihood on this one, up toward the Faith Baptist Church area, the Silver Glen Springs Recreation area as it heads north and east. Then a little bit south and west of that one, just north of Lacucci, Hernando and Sumter counties. This one getting a little bit stronger rotation just to the southwest of the Center Hill area, coming up towards Center Hill and the Astatula area, past the Webster area, and off to the north and east of that one. Notice that this one is just to the northwest of Orlando and north of Apopka, Lake and Orange counties. We have a tornado warning, again kidney bean shape. It'll be these southwest edges that'll have the tornado, not too far away from Eustis, the Mount Plymouth area, heading up toward the Mount Dora area. So dangerous storms in progress, and in between those Georgia and Florida tornado warning storms, now all of the metro area, including Jacksonville up to Jacksonville and St. Augustine, under severe thunderstorm warning, Clay, Putnam, and St. Johns counties for the possibility of damaging winds. And some of these individualized storms can't totally rule out a possibility of tornadoes either. Look at all the lightning all the way from offshore of the Tampa Bay area, but that leading line within there has a severe thunderstorm warning in it. It's some of these storms farther north that have had tornado warnings, Hillsborough, Manatee, and Sarasota counties right now with severe thunderstorm warnings. We opened up with the view out of the Atlanta area, downtown Atlanta, and the Georgia Dome area. Looks you're seeing a live camera there in the upper right. that last, what probably is going to be the last shower, thunder shower line is going through downtown Atlanta. The bigger amounts of lightning now are up in farther north in northern part of Georgia from Marietta northbound. Surface low is up in that area. The jet stream is pushing drier air aloft, but the jet stream winds down into the Florida Panhandle and down into south parts of Georgia. So that's where the severe threat is going to be the greatest. That jet stream energy combining with these warmest temperatures. The warm front has gotten about as far north as the, maybe not even to the Savannah area, but look at that, 80 at Orlando. So that's where the warm energy is. Our computer models are continuing to show that that's where the next couple of hours through 8 o'clock, the activity, maybe some in South Carolina, southern especially South Carolina, but the northern half of Florida, and as we get down toward the midnight time frame, maybe even marching down, Mike, into southern parts of Florida.
And more prolific squall line down there to Florida. All right, Dr. Forbes, thank you very much. Nick?
All right, guys, thanks so much. Well, we want to check back in with meteorologist Mike Seidel. He's in one of the hardest hit areas where widespread devastation has been felt there in southern Georgia this evening and overnight, last night into this morning. And then, Mike, you had another scare earlier today as the threats of more severe weather came through some of the same areas.
Indeed, and then we just had a quick shower behind me. You can see the glow on the horizon. Beautiful sunset here. Unfortunately, anchored by the damage from the tornado or tornadoes that ravaged deep South Georgia early this morning. I want to show you the damage first from Adele. That's the next county over, the next town over. We're in Nashville, and the mobile home park got leveled, basically. The Sunshine Acres, at least 7 killed there. This is another spot along a highway outside of town, a big farm complex, and everything there basically ripped to shreds, big cylinders of chemicals. I think it's fertilizer blown over by the winds, the force of the tornadic winds. Then we came out here to Nashville briefly, and then we headed back to Adele, and this is what we went through. We had that line of storms come through that had produced tornado warnings, and we were under a severe thunderstorm warning. And look at the wind and the rain in the parking lot here, just on the west side of I-75. And this is why we headed for cover, because even though there wasn't a tornado imminent, when you have all this debris around, the debris can become certainly life-threatening projectiles. So we hunkered down for about 30 minutes, and we came back out here, and everything is fine weather-wise. But again, there's going to be a lot of cleaning up here. The family in this house, husband, wife, and twins, got out okay, but the house is certainly not livable. We've got trees down everywhere, and the power crews are out tonight. They came back out of their shelters too during those storms. They're back out working as they always do, as hard as they can to get the power back on. So Mike Bettis, better days ahead. The severe threat came through here this afternoon, late this afternoon. We were okay, at least in this particular part of Georgia.
All right, Mike Seidel this evening in Georgia. Mike, thank you very much. We have ongoing tornado warnings for you this evening from Georgia down through Florida. We're going to bring you the very latest warnings when we come back here. New warnings are being issued as we speak, and we've got some situations developing now in Glenn County in Georgia. We'll have that when we come back.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 41 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, a few showers this evening, then clouds lingering overnight. Low 36. Chance of rain 30%. Monday, rain and snow showers mixed in the afternoon. High 38. Here's our 7-day outlook.
I want the most out of my health and life, so I trust Nature Made vitamins. Because they were the first to be verified by USP for quality and purity standards, and because I recommend them as a pharmacist.
Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
When you have a cold, you just want powerful relief.
Only new Alka-Seltzer Plus, free of artificial dyes and preservatives liquid gels, delivers the powerful cold symptom relief you need without the unnecessary additives you don't. Alka-Seltzer Plus liquid gels.
Liberty Mutual stood with me when I was too busy with the kids to get a repair estimate.
Liberty did what?
Yeah, with Liberty Mutual, all I needed to do to get an estimate was snap a photo of the damage and voila.
Voila. I wish my insurance company had that. Wait, hold it, boys. There's supposed to be 3 of you. Where's your brother? Where's your brother? Hey, where's Charlie? Charlie?
You can leave worry behind when Liberty stands with you. Liberty stands with you. Liberty Mutual Insurance.
When you're close to the people you love, does psoriasis ever get in the way of a touching moment? If you have moderate to severe psoriasis, you can embrace the chance of completely clear skin with Taltz. Taltz is proven to give you a chance at completely clear skin. With Taltz, up to 90% of patients had a significant improvement of their psoriasis plaques. In fact, 4 out of 10 even achieved completely clear skin. Do not use if you are allergic to Taltz. Before starting, you should be checked for tuberculosis. Taltz may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you are being treated for an infection or have symptoms, or if you have received a vaccine or plan to. Inflammatory bowel disease can happen with Taltz, including worsening of symptoms. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Now's your chance at completely clear skin. Just ask your doctor about Taltz.
I just found this amazing website called Adore Me. They have tons of bras, PJs, underwear, all from petite to plus.
I know your phone's out, so look them up.
This Valentine's Day, get your first set for only $19.95 at adoreme.com.
There's something different at your grocery store. It's grain-free and made just for pets. It's Rachael Ray Nutrish Zero Grain with 0 grains, glutens, or fillers. Made with simple, natural ingredients like real meat or fish, which is always the #1 ingredient. With 0 grain, you can get a grain-free recipe for your pet without a special trip. Nutrish, real recipes, real ingredients, real good.
I just want to find a used car without getting ripped off.
Start at thenewcarfax.com.
Show me used trucks with 1 owner.
Pretty cool.
Show me the Carfax.
Start your used car search at the allnewcarfax.com.
Well, America, the results are in. 85% of people prefer Xfinity X1 to their current TV experience. People just like this. With the X1 Challenge, we're showing real people how Xfinity stacks up to the competition.
Chicago Med. Oh, wow. You just made my day.
This is a lot easier and fun.
Where do we sign up?
I'm getting Xfinity.
See for yourself why so many people prefer X1.
What will you say when you experience X1? Get a great offer on an X1 triple play from Comcast. Click, call, or visit a store today.
Your brain changes as you get older, but Prevagen helps your brain with an ingredient originally discovered in jellyfish. In clinical trials, Prevagen has been shown to improve short-term memory. Prevagen, the name to remember.
We got some video that was taken in Plain Dealing, Louisiana. Look at this. At least 25 houses received heavy damage from this. Clearly see at least one funnel cloud there in the distance. Looks like that funnel is all the way down to the ground, so it looks like you've got a tornado there. Just one of many that we have seen. This was from yesterday, and we've had even more today. And unfortunately, we still have that threat with more tornado warnings out there. Let's bring in Dr. Greg Forbes now with more.
Thanks, Nick. And indeed, we still have 5 tornado warnings, 2 in southeast Georgia. One of them near Brunswick, Georgia, has a tornado debris signature showing up. Could be a tornado in progress with that one. Let's take a look here. Extreme southeast Georgia in red, and then 3 close together in areas not too far north of the Orlando area in Florida with tornado warnings. Wayne County in Georgia, you have a tornado warning until 7:15. Circulation there heading up toward the Half Moon Landing area, the Pine Harbor, the Fancy Hall area. Right now, now it's close to the Towns End area. Not extremely strong rotation with this one. At times, though, it has. This one in Camden and Glynn County, though, that's the one with the real strong circulation at the moment. The very end, probably going to be a rain-wrapped tornado there. These little spiral bands coming right across I-95 south and west of Brunswick at the moment, very close to the Woodbine area. That's going to be heading up toward Brunswick, the Jekyll Island area, the Sea Island area, probably about 7:05. Here's what I mean by the tight circulation. Reds northbound, greens and blues southbound. So you see the two colors touch there just to the east of I-95, north and east of Woodbine. That looks like it should go into the south suburbs of the Brunswick area. I'm going to leave that circle on there. At times we've had a debris signature, a little bit of debris maybe left behind here, but pretty clearly a tornado in progress coming across this area. Leapfrogging then down into northern Florida, Marion and Putnam counties. That's off to the west of Daytona Beach. The tornado circulation there possibly down on the southwest end of this particular storm, heading up toward the Seville Public School area, the Hidden Trails Park. Then south and west of that one, a tornado warning that's pushing up into Lake County from around the Webster area. You can see, I think, the appendage here, the hook, may be getting a little bit stronger there, even in that last frame. It's gotten even stronger. I'll adjust this particular one for that. So close to the Center Hill area right now, coming up toward the Mount Dora area there at about the 7:09. These storms going anywhere 50, sometimes 60 miles per hour. Out ahead of that one, Lake and Volusia counties. You see this little small rotating supercell thunderstorm just to the south of Paisley and north of Apopka. This is north of the Orlando area, but at the rate that it's going, it could come toward Daytona Beach International Airport and Daytona Beach at about 7:18. So circulation there right now just to the south of the Riviera Resort and Marina area. So dangerous storms in progress tonight, including severe thunderstorms coming into the Jacksonville and through the Gainesville, Florida area. So Florida, you are in the hot spot the rest of the night. Nick?
Yeah, definitely. And even though we have seen the tornado watches scale back here, we still have a big area from South Carolina all the way down into central Florida that are under those tornado watches, those particularly dangerous situation tornado watches. The remnants of 3 of them, and the latest go until 10 p.m. tonight. So still a lot more potential for severe weather over the next couple or 3 hours. What is a PDS watch? That means particularly dangerous situation, and it's issued when the expectation is an intense tornado or a long track tornado. They're fairly rare. As a matter of fact, only 3% of all tornado watches are PDS watches, but boy, we've had several of them this weekend, and they have certainly panned out to be a dangerous situation. Still a torque on a 7 in 10 chance here in central and southern Georgia, northern Florida, of seeing a tornado as those thunderstorms continue to track eastward. And in eastern South Carolina, we're going to be watching the Carolinas as we head through the evening hours, a 60% chance within a 50-mile radius of seeing a tornado within that area. So again, still a lot of area left, a lot of time left for the potential of severe weather. Make sure you've got your plan in place, that you know where to go and where your safe place is. All right, let's look at the latest tornado warning. This in Camden and Glenn County here. Look out around the Brunswick, Georgia area as these thunderstorms move into your area. We've had rotation reported on the Doppler radar with this. There could be a tornado with it.
Hi.
Hey.
I've made plans for later in case the date doesn't go well.
Same here.
Wouldn't it be great if everyone said what they meant? The Citi Double Cash Card does. Earn 1% cash back when you buy and 1% as you pay. Double means double.
I have the worst cold with this runny nose. I better take something.
Dayquil liquid gels don't treat your runny nose.
Seriously?
Alka-Seltzer Plus cold and cough liquid gels fight your worst cold symptoms plus your runny nose.
Well, what a relief it is.
Weekend recharge is...
It's just a thing. I don't know.
Weekend recharge, great place to learn something about the weather and to have a couple of laughs.
We got a cold stretch. Hey!
You forgot to pay the bill?
Whoops!
Let's move on. That just got weird.
Sort of the Weather Channel's way of dialing it back.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's a lot of fun.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 41 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, a few showers this evening, then clouds lingering overnight. Low 36. Chance of rain 30%. Monday, rain and snow showers mixed in the afternoon. High 38. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Tomorrow's the day we'll play something besides video games.
Every day is a gift, especially for people with heart failure. But today, there's Entresto, a breakthrough medicine that can help make more tomorrows possible.
Tomorrow, I want to see Teddy make his first hook.
In the largest heart failure study ever, Entresto was proven to help more people stay alive and out of the hospital than a leading heart failure medicine. Women who are pregnant must not take Entresto. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. Don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren. If you've had angioedema while taking an ACE or ARB medicine, don't take Entresto. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high potassium in your blood.
Tomorrow, I'm gonna step out with my favorite girl.
Ask your doctor about Entresto and help make the gift of tomorrow possible.
I can shut down your power grids. I can paralyze your infrastructure. I can access the personal data of everyone in America. I am the enemy with no face, and I can't be stopped.
For every would-be cyber attack, there's a team of U.S. Army cyber warriors who will not be defeated. Find out more at goarmy.com/team.
Goldstein Mitsubishi is the real deal. We sell more new Mitsubishi. The 2016 Outlander ES, $20,495. Lease for $219 a month. 2017 Outlander ES, $22,999. Lease for $239 a month. 2017 Outlander Sport ES, $21,499. Lease for $199 a month. Goldstein sells more Mitsubishi because Goldstein is the real deal. With no charge car washes for life, lifetime powertrain warranty, and more. GoldsteinMitsubishi.com.
Hi, this is Andy James from Rensselaer Honda, and our new dealership is complete. Thank you for your patience this past year. Our facility has a new waiting lounge, a kids zone, and express service space where you can pull in for an oil change and be done in less than an hour. And we offer free pickup and delivery. We come to your home or work, pick up your car, and service it. You never leave your home or office. Visit Rensselaer Honda's new dealership today with over 400 cars to choose from.
Charge is...
We want you to unplug so you get lost in the weather.
Well, this weekend we've seen tornadoes, we've seen damaging winds, we've even seen this. Large hail that came down across Alabama, a person using rugs here to protect their car in Foley, Alabama. It's a very unique way to do it, but it can be a very expensive repair if your car is out there in those elements. Hail is still going to be a threat for us tonight across portions of Georgia, down through Florida as well, but also a risk for tornadoes tonight as well. Welcome back to our coverage here. I'm meteorologist Mike Bettis. Let's take a look at the radar and show you some of these storms that are posing the greatest risk right now. Really lining up here through Georgia and Florida. We're going to start here off to the north here, and then we'll work our way south through some of these warnings. This tornado warning here is for Camden and Glynn counties, past the Woodbine area, headed over toward the Brunswick area. This goes until 7:30 this evening. Now, one thing that's been interesting about this, at one point it had a tornado warning on it that looked like it was lining out, basically becoming a squall line, and then along that squall line it got little kinks in it and started putting down tornadoes. There's a look at the velocities right now, and that's the area right there that's more or less broad rotation right now. But if we step this back, we'll show you that even just a scan ago, right there right on I-95 is where we had pretty much a definitive tornado, maybe even a second circulation south of that, but the circulation was right on the interstate and right near, say, Bear Skull Road coming east of I-95. Looks like it has weakened since, though, as it's worked its way toward the Brunswick area. It's a lot more spread out now. It's a lot more elongated at this point, but still maybe some elevated rotation around Ella Park Church Road and Dover Bluff Road if you're familiar with these areas in Camden and in Glynn counties. Again, that warning goes until 7:30 tonight, but really strong storms on the south side of Brunswick this evening. Eventually, those are going to work their way out into the ocean. We'll time this out for you and show you the place like Piney Bluff. 6:54 is when it could be near you. Jekyll Island at 7 o'clock. Malcolm St. Simon's Island here at 7:03. And then Sea Island around 7:06 this evening. So if you live in any of those places, know the timing here, know when to get into some shelter. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Jacksonville. And then tornado warnings down through central Florida as well. So we'll start on this the northernmost of those. And you can see a pretty decent storm with a hook echo down there coming just south maybe of Crescent City. So in Marion and Putnam counties, tornado warning for you. 7:15 is the expiration on that. And there is the circulation, green and red next to each other on the radar. Green going toward the radar, red going away from the radar. And right there, northeast 300th court, that's where we potentially have a tornado right overhead, and then pushing east may head maybe somewhere between, maybe just north of Pearson. But 7:15 the expiration on that warning. Timing it out for you here and showing you the places that could be impacted by this. Hammond 7:03, then George C. Miller Intermediate School, no classes today, so that's good. About around 7:05 to live in that neighborhood. Be prepared to take shelter very, very quickly. Let's go farther south on some more of these tornado warnings. Volusia and Lake County right now also under a tornado warning near Forest Hill and Lake Catherine. Coming past Lake Catherine, we have that tornado warning for you. But notice Daytona Beach is in that warning and could be downstream of this. Some bigger hail embedded within it as well. So we'll zoom down in and show you that on the radar right there is where the tornado could be. This would be very near Forest Hills, going across 15A and say Forest Drive or Indian Mountain Trail near there, near West Bedford Avenue as well. Excuse me? Volusia County, that's the one right here that we're talking about. Forest Hills right now and DeLand, those are areas that could be impacted by that, again, heading toward the Daytona Beach area. We'll time this out for you and show you that we have Daisy Lake, DeLand, locations that could be impacted here momentarily. Daisy Lake basically on top of you, but Daytona Beach International Airport and Daytona Beach around 7:15 or 7:17. So you've got some time here to get to some shelter. It's about another 15 minutes away, maybe 20 minutes away, but if this thing holds together, could be impacting places like Daytona Beach. All right, that's a look at that storm there. We'll take you back down through some of these other ones and show you some of the action that we have. There's a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings out there that really light us up from Jacksonville just back down to north of Tampa, okay? So it's been avoiding us in the Tampa Clearwater area, but that squall line eventually will get in there. Up around Jacksonville, that squall line is coming almost right into the city now, and so heads up on some strong winds that'll be embedded with this, as well as a little bit of hail that could be hidden in that as well. And then notice our most southernmost and westernmost tornado warning for Lake County. So in place like Eustis or Leesburg or Tavares, please take shelter. That storm getting closer and closer to Eustis, gone past Leesburg at this point. Let's widen that out just a little bit on the Doppler there, and you can see they likely have some rotation right in there. So it's probably going to come right across Highway 44 here and head toward the Eustis area. So take shelter right now. Lowest level of your home, first floor, get to an interior room, closet, a bathroom, a safe place maybe under a stairwell. Protect your head, protect your neck, stay low. We have more live coverage coming back in just 60 seconds.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 41 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, a few showers this evening, then clouds lingering overnight. Low 36. Chance of rain 30%. Monday, rain and snow showers mixed in the afternoon. High 38. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Got some new video in showing damage that we have seen in Albany, Georgia earlier today. Oh, wow. Look at the trees there, just stripped of vegetation and some big trees down. Tornadoes ripped through this area here this afternoon, and the folks at the National Weather Service are going to be out surveying this area to try to determine the strength of this tornado tomorrow.
A lot of debris in the streets here. Saw some roofs that were taken off of buildings there. Really tough to see what's happening today across Georgia. We now know that 16 people have been killed this weekend in severe weather across the South. Thanks for staying with us for special coverage of what's been a very dangerous weekend. I'm meteorologist Mike Bettis.
And I'm meteorologist Nick Walker. It has been a busy past few days filled with destructive tornadoes. We have seen so many and so much damage. Look at this YouTube video taken at Auburn University. This in Auburn, Alabama. Look at the ominous skies there and the lowering of the clouds there. Dark clouds whipping into the shape of what looks like a possible rotating thunderstorm. Looks like a funnel there, maybe a tornado with this storm.
Really threatening skies all weekend long, truly. Here's what we know right now about the severe weather that's breaking out across the South, and you can see some pictures here of some of that damage. Parts of Georgia and Florida under rare high risk for severe weather and tornadoes, a particularly dangerous situation as it is deemed. Now 18 people killed this weekend by tornadoes in Georgia and Mississippi. That number's gone up. The National Weather Service confirms the tornado that struck Hattiesburg, Mississippi, and EF3 states of emergency have been declared in Georgia as well as Mississippi.
So we're continuing to watch an area from Florida northward up into South Carolina. This is an area of particularly dangerous situation, tornado watches. Still, long track tornadoes, particularly violent tornadoes, are possible in this area, and we still have several hours left where we could see that this evening. So make sure you've got your plan in place. Make sure you've got a way to get those tornado warnings if you happen to be out and about or going to bed early tonight.
Storm specialist Carl Parker has been monitoring the radar very closely. Has the latest on the warnings right now. Carl.
Mike, we talk a lot about wind shear, and boy, we still do have it across a good part of Florida as well as up the coast and into South Carolina, and a bunch of warnings to tell you about. So let's get right into that. A whole string of tornado warnings now in effect in the north central part of Florida, and one of those in effect here for Lake County, and that cell is moving rapidly northeast now at about 55 miles per hour, just about out of that warning polygon. We'll take a look at the velocity scan, and this is an old scan. I think we're going to get a new one coming in at any moment, but right in there is the circulation. That was very close to Leesburg, coming up towards Eustis generally. I'm going to go ahead and time this out. There's the brand new scan right there, and we'll take this forward. This is going to be coming into Eustis right now, so you want to get to your safe place in Eustis right now. Then coming into Dalhousie Acres after that, 705. Umatilla Municipal also at 705, so please take cover immediately right in there. That is the tornado circulation. We'll look for some evidence of debris. There are some lower values in there, but nothing that is really clear cut at this time, but very clearly a circulation showing up on radar now coming into Eustis. So again, please take cover in Eustis. Then to the northeast of that, another possible tornado coming into DeLand as we speak. This is Lake and Volusia counties under warning. Look at that circulation, very strong right now moving into DeLand, so please do take cover immediately. There you see you've got a really well-defined circulation right there that is now coming into the north and west side of DeLand. We'll look for some evidence of debris in this case. Again, not seeing a whole lot of evidence there, but certainly an incredibly strong circulation. And so I'm going to zoom back out and we'll time that out and see exactly where that's going to be headed. Looks like it's going to run right down and along Route 92 there and cross Interstate 4 as well as it moves off to the northeast. So that'll take it into Daytona Park Estates in just a couple of minutes. Daytona High Ridge Estates 7:13 and the stadium at 7:15. So please, very dangerous storm here. Please take cover immediately if you're anywhere in those areas. Then to the north of that, looking at another tornado warning here, several counties under warning, including Volusia County. We'll look at the velocity data. I'm going to zoom in a little bit tighter here. We've got a lot showing up here with all these different polygons, but right in there is your rotation. There's the velocity couplet there, as we call it. Again, I'm going to look for some debris here. I'm not seeing that, but we'll go ahead and take that forward and see where that's going to be headed. And these storms are generally moving very quickly, about 55 to 60 miles per hour off to the northeast. So that's going to be coming into Hammond right now. Please take cover right now in Hammond. Senya, 707, and the Haw Creek Preserve State Park coming up at about 7:10. Another dangerous storm here. Then to the north of that, a big string of storms, supercell storms coming into Jacksonville and St. Augustine. Damaging wind threat with these. We've been looking at some velocities of 70 miles per hour aloft, and so that's the kind of wind that you can expect. And then up into southeast Georgia, Camden and Glenn counties under warning right now, and it looks like more of a shear line right now. We've got an area where you get some strong winds that are sort of right along each other in this area, and a lot of times that interface can be the point where you get some tornadic circulations developing. And in fact, as we look back in time, we can go back a little bit. You see a little bit of a circulation right there, and then I'll go back a little bit farther, and you see another circulation. In fact, what looked like a what we call a tornado vortex signature. So you see that tiny little pinpoint right there? That was probably a tornado right there. And since then, we've gotten more of this shear line. We're not seeing as much evidence of a stronger circulation, but there could be something right in this area just about ready to work offshore. That looks like it's right along the southern end of Jekyll Island. So you want to take cover there immediately, but again, it's moving out pretty quickly at this time. So what's happening here is you've still got a lot of low-level shear. You've still got winds coming out of the south across the state in the lowest levels of the atmosphere, and winds coming out of the southwest just off the ground about a mile up. When you see that kind of directional shear, you're going to have a continued tornado threat. We're also seeing what's called deep layer shear, very strong winds at higher altitudes, and it's still fairly warm across Florida as well as into South Georgia. So this threat is going to go on for a while, Mike.
All right, Carl, thank you. When we talk about, the nighttime threat, that we had one last night, how significant do you see that being now that it's dark?
Well, I think gradually what's going to happen is as this upper low starts to move out, the upper level energy is going to become more strewn, sort of like a taffy pull, and I think it's going to be less of a threat as it gets down into South Florida. But certainly there's going to be concern for strong to severe storms and tornadoes for some time yet. Here's the high resolution model forecast, and I want you to notice these discrete cells that are showing up. There you go, through 9 o'clock into 10, 11 o'clock here, and you can see them coming down through Orlando and through the middle of the state. So this is going to be an ongoing threat there in central Florida and even down into South Florida late tonight, and then gradually it's going to be winding down, Mike.
All right, Carl, thank you. We'll get you those graphics here in just a second so we can time that out for you. But we're going to take you into Daytona Beach this evening and show you what's going on there because we have some active weather for you. We had some lightning flashes out there. Tornado warning does continue. So please be ready to take shelter in Daytona Beach. Look at that lightning on the beach right now. We'll be right back.
Friend of yours? That's frequent heartburn. It's always lurking around, but I'm safe. I took my Prevacid 24-hour today. I didn't.
One pill prevents the acid that causes heartburn all day, all night. Prevacid 24-hour.
My day begins at 3 a.m. I'm on the air at 6. We're talking about snowfall rates that are going to be 2 to 3 inches an hour. Sometimes after my show, I got to go out on the road. Conditions out there can be brutal. My days are long. I don't have time for colds. So I exercise, eat right, and I rest when I can. If I get a cold, I need to feel better faster.
Zicam shortens colds and reduces symptom severity by 45%.
We got it! Woo!
Zicam, shorten your cold to get your better back.
Honda knows that when it comes to winter, you want the upper hand. So to make sure it could handle the harsh weather, we took the HR-V with available real-time all-wheel drive and pushed it to its limits at a test facility in Baudette, Minnesota. So the next time you're in treacherous conditions, show winter who's in charge. In the HR-V from Honda.
You know what made me really love weather was growing up in Ohio and getting a lot of snow in the wintertime. And my dad used to get so excited when it snowed because he'd take me and my sister sledding. And to me, it was one of my fondest childhood memories, winter sledding with my sister and my dad.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 40 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, a few showers this evening, then clouds lingering overnight. Low 36. Chance of rain 30%. Monday, rain and snow showers mixed in the afternoon. High 38. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Weekend recharge is...
We want you to unplug so we get lost in the weather.
Do you know how many Christians have been executed in Japan? Tens of thousands.
Our mission is more urgent than ever. How do you live when the danger is so great? We pray in secret.
Your religion has a curse. If you don't give up the faith, they die.
And we have no choice but to help these people.
Surrender.
Where are you taking them? I will not abandon them.
Silence. Rated R now playing.
Remember 2007? Smartphones? OMG. 10 years later, nothing's really changed. It's time to snap out of it.
Hello, Moto.
Snap on a JBL speaker. Put a 70-inch screen on a wall. Get a 10 times optical zoom. Get excited, world.
Hello, Moto.
Moto is here. The Moto Z with Moto Mods. Get 50% off a Moto Z Droid.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. You're taking a live look right now at the nighttime view here of Daytona Beach in Florida. We have a tornado warning for this area tonight. We've had a lot of lightning here in Volusia County. So the last place you want to be is out there on the beach tonight and observing this weather, because you're going to put yourself at great risk of a lightning strike. Our Carl Parker, storm specialist, has been tracking this particular storm for you tonight. Carl, what do you know?
Mike, a whole string of tornado warnings right now extending from the Orlando area on northward up into Jacksonville and southeast Georgia. Let's get right into those warnings and show you where the worst of these storms are. So you've got a couple of cells in this tornado warning, and that's in effect for Lake and Volusia counties. The movement on these cells is very fast. To the northeast, about 55, 60 miles per hour. We'll take a look at the first couplet, which is right in there. There you see that circulation, that area of red and green, indicating where wind is going toward the radar and away from the radar. We like to check these periodically to see if there's any evidence of debris, non-meteorological targets showing up within all the meteorological targets. I'm not seeing that right now. We'll take this forward and see who it's going to be affected by this. Looks like Lake Catherine in the path of this storm. That'll be coming up into Paisley here in just about 7 minutes. Lake Catherine 7:21, Lakeview Park at 7:21, and Forest Hills by 7:24. Please get to the lowest, most interior room in your house. And then another cell here farther to the north. There are actually two separate circulations, one right here and one right here, both along 92 between DeLand and Port Orange. So we'll take these forward. First of all, the one that's nearest the coast there, as that moves forward, that's going to be getting right across 95 into Daytona Beach at about 7:19 at its current speed, and Holly Hill at about 7:20. And then the one that is following that, moving up and across the very same areas, moving up towards Daytona Beach at about 7:23, getting into the Tomoka Wildlife Management Area recharge tract at about 7:14, just in a few minutes. And again here, in both of these cases, I'm going to check and see if there's any evidence of debris at this time. That's something we like to look for, and I'm just not seeing that right now. So hopefully we do not actually have a tornado, though that's not always something that is indicated by debris. And then here, Flagler, Putnam counties under warning until 7:30. Taking a look at the velocity data once again, pretty strong circulation showing up right there just to the southeast of Crescent City. This is now generally headed towards Flagler Beach and Palm Coast. So as we take that forward, that'll be getting into Bimini at about 7:16, Bunnell at 7:21. Flagler County 7:24, and Beverly Beach at 7:28. So in all of those areas, you want to take cover as you've got a rapidly moving system coming your way with a possible tornado. Also, tornado warning for St. Augustine. This is Clay, Putnam, and St. Johns counties. We'll drop on in here. We're seeing more of a shear line right in there where you've got winds that are coming toward and away from the radar, sort of an elongated area of spin showing up right in there. Not a real tight couplet or a real tight circulation. Nonetheless, this is something that could spin up at any time, become a little more coherent. And let's take a look at where that's going to be headed going forward. That's going to come up towards Piccolata, 719, Palmo, 722, and the Mill Creek School at 726. Then to the north of that, another tornado warning, and I think the threat is rapidly winding down here. Camden and Glenn counties. This cell is all but offshore at this time, so we are looking better in this particular case. There you see the velocity data, and you see where there is a little bit of a shear line, but that is now basically just offshore, and so again things improving in this area. So looking at the larger picture, still a lot of wind shear across the region, and as we take this forward, we expect to see more very strong storms in central Florida in particular over the next couple of hours, and then gradually that's going to slide down to the south, and the storms are likely to become less severe as they drop down into South Florida. Daytona Beach, lightning flaring up there, and you've got a tornado warning for your area. Much more on that coming right up.
With class-exclusive load-leveling rear air suspension to confidently tow the heaviest loads, the largest available touchscreen in its class, and the legendary Hemi engine or proven Cummins diesel, only Ram 3500 from the family of America's longest-lasting pickups has the power to outlast the competition. During the Start Something New event, Ram is giving great deals. Now get 20% off MSRP cash allowance on select 2016 Ram 1500 models in dealer stock.
If you're driving and you can't see clearly for 1 second at 60 miles per hour, you can't see clearly for 88 feet. And a lot can happen at 88 feet. That's why Bosch created the Icon with ClearMax 365. It's a rubber technology for longer lasting performance, not found on any other wiper blade. Because like you, Bosch cares about what's ahead.
When you have digestive sensitivities, life can feel like a never-ending search for food that won't cause bloating, gas, or inner turmoil. Try ProNourish, a delicious nutritional drink that makes a great mini meal or snack that has protein and fiber. And ProNourish has no gluten or high fructose corn syrup and is low in FODMAP ingredients that can trigger digestive sensitivities. The search is over. ProNourish, nutrition you can feel good about.
Coaching means making tough choices.
Jim, you're in.
But when you have high blood pressure and need cold medicine that works fast, the choice is simple. Coricidin HBP is the only brand that gives powerful cold symptom relief without raising your blood pressure. Coricidin HBP.
I was thinking super glue brush.
I like the nozzle.
Brush.
Nozzle.
So
nozzle?
Gorilla Super Glue, brush and nozzle.
Of course.
Brush for edge-to-edge coverage and nozzle for precise application all in one for the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
I am totally blind. I lost my sight in Afghanistan.
If you're totally blind, you may also be struggling with non-24. Call 844-844-2424 or visit my24info.com.
Weekend Recharge is...
It's just a thing. I don't know.
Weekend Recharge, great place to learn something about the weather and to have a couple of laughs.
We got a cold stretch. Hey!
We forgot to pay the bill.
Whoops.
It just got weird.
Sort of the Weather Channel's way of dialing it back.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's a lot of fun.
Your favorite local forecast is more local than ever. The Weather Channel's Local on the 8s, completely revisualized to power your day. Every 10 minutes, see your world through weather. Because when you do, it's amazing out there.
National Grid wants to help you save energy. Learn about energy-saving tips and rebates, take control over energy use, and keep more money in your pocket at ngrid.com/billhelp. National Grid, here with you, here for you.
Do you have these, but want these? Let Hippos show you how to take control.
At Hippos, we simplify home control.
TV, music, lighting, shades, cameras. Control it all with the touch of a button.
from anywhere in your home. Whether you're looking to install new or upgrade your present system, our technology experts will help you every step of the way.
If your control is out of control,
It's time to call Hippos.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 40 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, a shower or two early, then cloudy overnight. Low 36. Chance of rain 30%. Monday, afternoon rain and snow showers. Some mixed winter precipitation possible. High 38. Monday night, rain mixed with snow. Low 34. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel's coverage of severe weather this evening. You take a look at New Smyrna Beach, Florida. Some pretty significant lightning happening for us right now in this area. So it's from, say, Titusville to New Smyrna Beach as you make your way toward, say, even Daytona Beach. We have tornado warnings in all these areas, Orange, Seminole, and Volusia counties, all under tornado warnings right now. Don't put yourself out there in harm's way and at the beach. Just take a look at this stuff, because you go down to the beach, you're going to become the tallest object, and you're going to become susceptible to a lightning strike. But really active weather for us right now in the state of Florida, with numerous warnings that do continue. So let's show you what's happening right now. We'll keep our eyes peeled on that camera. But here, a look at the warnings right now from just south of Jacksonville down toward, say, NASA. So there's a look at all the storms and the line that actually extends right back out into the Gulf of Mexico as well. I want to take you right down to Daytona Beach and show you what's happening here. We'll put on the high-resolution radar. The storm is right over Daytona Beach right now. So Daytona Beach and DeLand, Ormond Beach, these are all places where you need to be inside. Stay there. Don't move until the storm goes by. We'll zoom down real close here. You can see really everyone's getting hammered with heavy rain right now, and that camera, boy, it's just non-stop lightning for us. We turn the lightning tracker on here, and you can see it is everywhere on this map. So that's going to be a big threat for you this evening. Could see some embedded hail with that as well. Basically anywhere between I-95 and the beach, you're just going to get hammered this evening. Then the storm back near Lake Catherine here, between, say, Lake Catherine and DeLand. Our warning again continues here until about 7:30 this evening. Maybe a little bit of rotation back here around Lake Catherine, just south of Lake Catherine here, with the greens and the reds right next to each other. Not well defined necessarily, but you certainly could see that there's a little bit of circulation in there south of Lake Catherine. All right, that's the warning that continues tonight until 8 o'clock for Orange and Seminole County. This is now also down into Volusia County. So around, say, Orlando, by the way, and going over toward Oviedo here. This is an area where we're going to have some pretty significant weather for you tonight, and the possibility that we do have tornadoes as well. There's a little bit of rotation possible back in here, and so you can see between, say, Fairview Shores and Winter Park, we have some issues in particular over Winter Park this evening. But all these locations could be dealing with some really significant winds. Even if maybe that rotation isn't making it all the way down to the ground, you could still be dealing with 60 or 70 mile-per-hour winds. Winter Park, and then we'll time this out for you and show you the tracker here and show you some of the areas that could be hit. Goldenrod around 724 and Bertha 725, and so please keep in mind where you are, what your surrounding cities are, and what the weather is that's coming your way, and when and where you need to be taking shelter. Again, Orange, Seminole, and Volusia counties, your warning continues until 8 o'clock this evening. One last stop here. We're going to take you to the northern one here in Flagler County. So in Bunnell, in Flagler Beach, and in Palm Coast, these are areas where you need to be taking shelter tonight, as a storm and potentially with a tornado could be coming right over you. It's a little more broad circulation here, maybe trying to line out here and not necessarily bring us rotation, but we'll be following it very, very closely. Nick?
All right, thanks so much, Mike. And you know, as you said, we really need to keep our guards up here tonight, particularly in this high-risk area, which still exists from the Georgia coast coastline, down through the Florida coastline, and then back into central Florida. Tampa, Orlando still in this high-risk area. And, of course, we still have torcons out, a 7 in 10 chance of seeing a tornado within a 50-mile radius here in southern Georgia, I should say, and northern Florida, and a 4 now in the eastern Carolinas. So we're bringing these down just a little bit. We have a 4 in central Florida, 40% chance of seeing a tornado within a 50-mile radius here of central Florida. So a lot of areas where we still need to make sure that we know what our plans are, know where our safe place is in our home, and know especially a way to get those warnings if we're away from our television or away from radio. The NOAA Weather Radio is the way to go, or that app on your phone. Make sure the alarm is on and loud. New Smyrna Beach, Florida, one of those areas that is seeing that rotating thunderstorm move towards you, and a lot of dangerous lightning lighting up the sky here out on the beach. We'll continue to update you after the break.
Hey there, starting your search for the right used car?
I don't want one that's had a bunch of owners.
Just say, show me cars with only one owner. Find the cars you want, avoid the ones you don't. Plus, you get a free Carfax report with every listing.
It's perfect.
Start your used car search at Carfax.com.
When you have type 2 diabetes, there's a moment of truth. And now with Victoza, a better moment of proof.
Victoza lowers my A1C and blood sugar better than the leading branded pill, which didn't get me to my goal. Victoza works with your body to lower blood sugar in 3 ways: in the stomach, the liver, and the pancreas. And while it isn't for weight loss, Victoza may help you lose some weight. Non-insulin Victoza comes in a pen and is taken once a day.
Victoza is not recommended as the first medication to treat diabetes and is not for people with type 1 diabetes or diabetic ketoacidosis. Do not take Victoza if you have a personal or family history of medullary thyroid cancer, multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2, or if you are allergic to Victoza or any of its ingredients. Stop taking Victoza and call your doctor right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, or if you develop any allergic symptoms including itching, rash, or difficulty breathing. Serious side effects may happen, including pancreatitis. So stop taking Victoza and call your doctor right away if you have severe pain in your stomach area. Tell your doctor your medical history. Taking Victoza with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. The most common side effects are headache, nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting. Side effects can lead to dehydration, which may cause kidney problems.
Now's the time for a better moment of proof. Ask your doctor about Victoza.
Over the years, we've seen a lot of change.
We actually use change. Luckily, there are some things we can still afford.
Like Consumer Cellular.
Our average customers get everything they need for about $25 a month, and plans start at only $10 a month with no contracts.
Consumer Cellular has a great choice of phones.
Well, sure do.
And we're proud to have received the J.D. Power Award for highest customer service. Switch to Consumer Cellular. With our 30-day risk-free guarantee, it's easy. Call, go online, or visit a Target store today.
You can't always protect her. Make sure her tires will. The Michelin Premier Tire with EverGrip technology. Even when half worn, it's still safe. Safe when new, safe when worn.
Mom, I just saved a lot of money on my car insurance by switching to Geico.
I should take a closer look at Geico.
You know Geico can help you save money on your homeowner's insurance too?
Great. Geico can help insure a mountain chalet.
How long have we been sawing this log?
114 years.
Man, I thought my arm would be a lot more jacked by now.
I'm not even sure this is real wood.
There's no butter in this churn.
Do my tries look okay?
Take a closer look at Geico. Great savings and a whole lot more.
We know you have a morning routine. We have one too. 7 days a week, AMHQ is right here and weather ready with Jim Cantori, Stephanie Abrams, Jen Carfagno, and the rest of AMHQ.
Let's get right to what you want, and that is the weather.
AMHQ, every morning starting at 5 on the Weather Channel.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 40 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, a shower or two early, then cloudy overnight. Low 36. Chance of rain 30%. Monday, afternoon rain and snow showers. Some mixed winter precipitation possible. High 38. Monday night, rain mixed with snow. Low 34. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All of a sudden, I saw the tornado go by my window.
You gotta get against a building, a brick wall, and the brick wall fell out on us. And it's pretty much the only room still pretty much standing.
I didn't know who was still alive, who wasn't. I was scared.
Some of the images of severe weather we have seen this weekend. Thanks for staying with us for our special coverage of this dangerous and even deadly outbreak. I'm Mike Bettis.
And I'm Nick Walker. It has been a very busy past few days, filled with destructive tornadoes and, unfortunately, deaths. Stunning images just into the Weather Channel now. Look at this. This from Adel, Georgia. Oh, man, this is the first time we've seen these, Mike, and it's mind-boggling. We knew
really
that there were deaths in tornadoes here in southern Georgia today, but boy, seeing these images, it's just amazing to see how widespread this, what was apparently a long-track tornado.
This is known as the Sunshine Acres area. This is a mobile home park in Adel, Georgia, and look at these images and let this maybe be a reminder of how dangerous it is to be in a mobile home in a tornado. They're just not safe. If you're watching at home right now, maybe you're down in Florida and you're thinking, oh, I'm just going to chance it. Let these images change your mind and say, I'm going to go to a friend's house, I'm going to go to a neighbor's house, I'm going to go to a family member's house. They have a much more sturdy home. I'm going to hang out there for a while until the storm threat passes. But really stunning images, aerial images there from Adel, Georgia.
Yeah, wow. And Mike Seidel was telling us, you know, as he surveyed this area from the ground, he was seeing damage from here all the way to Nashville, Georgia, nearby, and that's where he's pretty much headquartered himself today. But boy, oh boy, seeing how widespread this is really devastating.
Just really splintered homes there, unfortunately. Well, let's update you on what we know right now about this severe weather outbreak. Parts of Georgia and Florida under a rare high risk for severe weather and tornadoes this evening. 18 people, now that number's gone up, have been killed by tornadoes this weekend in Georgia as well as Mississippi. The National Weather Service confirms the tornado in Hattiesburg, Mississippi yesterday was an EF3, and the National Weather Service in Tallahassee says they'll be sending someone out to actually assess the Adel area tornado and tomorrow, as well as the Albany area. States of emergency have been declared in Georgia as well as Mississippi.
Now, the thunderstorms today have all moved near the coast of Georgia, and the South Carolina coast is still under the gun here. Particularly dangerous situation watches are still up, or at least what's left of them here. There's 3 separate watches, but down into Florida, we've got a whole lot more area here to cover for the possibility of more severe weather as we get through the next couple of hours.
Yeah, our storm specialist Carl Parker monitoring the radar. Florida really under the gun right now, Carl.
Mike, some very dangerous storms right now extending from just northeast of Orlando and right up to areas south of Jacksonville. And these things are moving along very quickly. It's nighttime, of course, and they're moving at 50 to 60 miles per hour. So that is not going to give you a lot of time to react. There you see the collection of tornado warnings. We're going to take them one by one from south to north here. First of all, just northeast of Orlando, Orange, Seminole, Volusia counties under warning until 8 p.m. And we're looking at a pretty strong circulation right in there that is now near Geneva. And I'm going to go ahead and move this forward just a little bit so we can get a sense of where that's going. That's coming into Geneva right now, so you want to get to your safe place immediately there in Geneva. We'll look for some evidence of debris in this case, and was looking at just a couple of pixels there. That might be some evidence. You see those green pixels right there showing up. So what the radar is doing is determining what in that is non-meteorological, what might be parts of trees or other types of brush or even structural, and so that could be evidence that there is in fact a tornado ongoing there. That does seem to be a pretty positive return, and that is now just west of Geneva. So please get to your safe place immediately there in Geneva. I'm going to zoom down a little bit more and we'll get a better look at where this is going. Again, possible tornado with possible debris now coming right into downtown Geneva, coming up and along 426 there, and it's going to be crossing Route 46 as well. Again, if you are in Geneva, please get to your safe place immediately. And this is going to be happening very quickly. Remember that these radar scans come in about every 5 minutes or so, and so they're a little bit old, so it's probably now right on top of Geneva, and then we'll continue rapidly out towards the northeast, moving into Osceola at about 7:40, and then getting into Maytown at around 7:45. Very dangerous storm with, it looks like a debris signature showing up right in there. It looks like we do have a tornado in progress now coming into Geneva as we speak. Now, as we get farther north, another tornado warning to tell you about in Volusia County. This is the second time that DeLand is being threatened, and I'm going to get in a little bit tighter here because that velocity couplet now being hidden by the name there. So right in there is the circulation, and again, we'll look for some evidence of debris. Could be some debris in this case as well. We could be looking at another tornado in progress in this case as well. We can remove some of that noise there, and we are seeing at least one green pixel, so maybe some structural or tree debris showing up in here, and that is coming through DeLand right now and is going to be moving up and along, it looks like 17 there, and then farther to the northeast, Old Daytona Road. And then moving up along 92 as well. I'm going to zoom back out and we'll time this one out as that moves up right along Route 92 towards the northeast, probably about 55 to 60 miles per hour. And that's going to be moving into Cypress Lake Estates, very short order, getting into Tomoka Wildlife Management Recharge Tract at 7:41 and Daytona High Ridge Estates at 7:44. So another possible tornado threatening Daytona Beach, and this one appears to have a debris signature, or at least a minor debris signature. And then into Flagler County we go. Another circulation. This is right on the coast here. I'm going to zoom down and we'll get a look at where that is. That's coming into the south side of Palm Coast, between Palm Coast and Beverly Beach. So right in there, there's the velocity couplet. Again, we're going to look for some evidence of debris. It's ambiguous, maybe some debris there, but certainly you've got a broad circulation coming up and across areas of Palm Coast. So please get to your safe place immediately now, especially on the south side of Palm Coast and the north side of Beverly Beach. Then we take you farther north up into areas just south of Jacksonville. Another tornado warning that is for St. Johns County. Look at the velocity signature here. Got more of a shear line here where you've got wind that's coming toward the radar and away from the radar, but anywhere along that interface it's possible to get a circulation. Sometimes you'll see them tightening up a little bit more, but at least right now appears to be more of a shear line. I'm not seeing any evidence of debris here, but certainly there is a damaging wind threat along with that storm. And then storms in the Jacksonville metro now just beginning to exit, beginning to move out. And you've got an ongoing tornado threat here because there's just tremendous low-level shear. Winds coming out of the south at the surface, that's what's feeding into the storms, and winds are coming out of the southwest aloft very quickly. What that does is creates a rolling motion in that low-level inflow that is feeding into those storms. And that, Mike, is what helps to get them rotating.
How much longer do you think the tornado threat goes tonight? Does it go through the night like it did last night, or things get better?
I think it's going to get better. You know, one thing that's happening is the surface winds are going to turn more to the southwest, so we're going to see less of that directional shear, and it's going to be more of a speed shear thing, and I think more of a damaging wind threat. The other thing is that you've got just this little area that is left out ahead of the upper low there, and so we will likely see more storms dropping down through central parts of Florida and into the southern part of the state. And you can see the timing there. We'll go back and forth. That's 9, 10, 11, 12 o'clock. We may see some additional warnings, but I do think, or tornado warnings, I should say, but I do think the tornado threat in general is going to gradually be coming down as the storms move into South Florida, and a lot of that upper energy also is moving out at that time.
And maybe just a little bit of good news for some folks in Florida tonight. All right, Carl, thank you. Nick?
We talked about South Carolina. You know, still could see some thunderstorms making their way through that area here this evening. Columbia, still possible. possibility that you might see a stray thunderstorm, but it's looking a whole lot better as we get through the evening and the overnight hours. Could see some rain showers come tomorrow morning, dampening down your morning drive. Here's a look at the high-res future radar showing Columbia and also Charleston, too. We're seeing that by the time we get into the overnight hours, we're going to be in the clear, so looking a whole lot better here in the interior. But still, along the coastal regions, we still could see some thunderstorms. Stay safe.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 40 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, a shower or two early, then cloudy overnight. Low 36. Chance of rain 30%. Monday, afternoon rain and snow showers. Some mixed winter precipitation possible. High 38. Monday night, rain mixed with snow. Low 34. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hello, Moto. It's time to reimagine the smartphone. Snap on a speaker, a projector, a camera that actually zooms. Get excited, world. The Moto Z with Moto Mods. Get 50% off a Moto Z Droid.
So I've been thinking, if we do this, which I totally want to, you could sleep in my bed. Just don't expect me to sleep in yours. What do you think? Shake on it? Good boy.
Today's a great day to stir up commitment. Coffee Mate, stir things up.
And just like that, it's a whole new world outside. And jackets come out of hibernation. Because when the world is at its coldest, we're at our warmest. LL Bean.
Staycation? No way. I need a real vacation. One measly week to bury my work phone in the sand while sipping some crazy concoction. Is that too much to ask?
Hey, we hear you. That's why we created AARP Travel. You'll get inspired by all of the tips and tools you need to easily plan a simple getaway or even the trip of a lifetime. So pack your bags and bury your phone.
If you don't think this is right for me when you think AARP, then you don't know ARP. Get to know us at aarp.org/possibilities.
This is the Dyson V8 cord-free vacuum, and this is its Dyson digital motor, generating powerful suction to deep clean carpets, hard floors, clean up high, and convert to a handheld, to dig deep on stairs, furniture, mattresses, and cars, all with up to 40 minutes runtime.
Dyson V8 cord-free vacuum. Find out more at Dyson.com.
When did mixing food with not food become food? Thankfully, at Panera, 100% of our food is 100% clean. No artificial preservatives, sweeteners, flavors, or colors. Panera, food as it should be.
What if an insurance company wasn't only there when things went wrong? Because for every tornado, there's a twister. For every crash, an even bigger collision. And for every tailspin, well, tailspins. State Farm understands that getting the most out of life doesn't just mean being there when things go wrong. It's about being here in all of life's moments when things go perfectly right.
I want the most out of my health and life, so I trust Nature-Made vitamins.
Because they were the first to be verified by USP for quality and purity standards, and because I recommend them as a pharmacist.
Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
When cold and flu hold you back, try TheraFlu Express Max, now in new caplets. It's the only cold and flu caplet that has a maximum strength formula with a unique warming sensation you instantly feel. TheraFlu for a powerful comeback. New Express Max caplets.
Look at this video taken in Plain Dealing, Louisiana. Wow. There's a tornado there. At least 25 houses received heavy damage from it. You can clearly see at least this funnel cloud in the distance. This from yesterday, and what apparently is a tornado there on the ground in Plain Dealing, Louisiana. All right, we're still seeing the possibility of more of those out there even tonight. So storm specialist Carl Parker is watching the radar closely. Carl, what do you see right now?
Nick, still some very dangerous storms right now. One of those coming into the western part of the state, into Sarasota. Let's take a look at where that is right now. And it's offshore to the south of Tampa. There's a look at the tornado warning. That is for Manatee and Sarasota counties. We take a look at the velocity signature. Look at that. That area of red and green right next to each other. That's a very strong circulation. Probable water spout offshore, and let's see where that's going to be headed. It's going to come right across the barrier island there, and then most likely into areas just north of downtown Sarasota. So Bicentennial Park 747, Ballantyne Manor 752, Sarasota Bradenton International Airport also 752, and Matoaka there at about 753. So very strong circulation offshore coming into the barrier island there near Bicentennial Park. Please get to your safe place immediately, as that is now moving in. And then farther north up into the east central part of the state, Seminole, Volusia counties under warning right now. Look at this circulation. That is a likely tornado. Very, very strong circulation now just east of Geneva. We were looking at some evidence of debris earlier. It's really sort of ambiguous at this time, but certainly you've got an incredibly strong circulation. There's the brand new scan. You see how fast these things are moving. So from 5 minutes to the next 5 minutes, it moved that far, now up near Lake Hartney Road, so right in here, and still a very strong circulation showing up. I'm going to move this forward. That's now coming towards 95 and coming towards Oak Hill as well. So we'll time this out and see where this is going to be headed. Looks like it is beginning to shear out just a little bit. Hopefully there's good news there. That'll be coming into Oak Hill at about 7:53 and getting into Ariel at about 7:55. And then to the north of that, another tornado warning here in effect in Volusia County. And here we're looking at a circulation that is now just southwest of Daytona Beach. I'm going to go ahead and move this up just a little bit towards the northeast, and that's going to be moving into Daytona Beach in short order. Looks like right into the downtown area of Daytona Beach. That'll be moving in at 7:50, so just about 5 minutes from now. Holly Hill 7:52, Loggerhead Marina, Daytona Beach 7:52, and Ortona at about 7:53. We'll also look for some evidence of debris in this case, and not seeing that at this time. Nonetheless, strong circulation coming towards Daytona Beach. Please get to your safe place immediately there in Daytona Beach. Nick, over to you.
Well, we are seeing widespread devastation from a violent tornado that tore through southern Georgia, north of Valdosta overnight. And we've been checking in with our Weather Channel's Mike Seidel. We'll check back with him coming up after the break. But right now, we want to continue to keep you updated on the radar situation here. And again, these tornado warnings and what apparently do have tornadoes with them. We've been watching Daytona Beach, Volusia County still under that warning here until 8 p.m. Daytona Beach, Ormond Beach under those warnings here as thunderstorms come through the area. And this is an area, you know, that we're continuing to watch right along the Florida coastline. Okay, there's the thunderstorm now as it's coming into Daytona. Again, rotation reported with this thunderstorm, and there very well could be a tornado with it. You need to be seeking shelter, the lowest level of your home. Get into a basement if you got it. Otherwise, the lowest level of your home. Stay away from windows and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible here. here, you need to have the safe place here. So we're watching Volusia County here, Daytona Beach, just one of the many warnings along the Florida coastline. As we get through the next several minutes, we'll be watching all along this coastline here, and then just to the south of it, Seminole and Volusia counties, New Smyrna Beach under this warning as thunderstorms approach. This is not a time that you want to be outside at all, particularly on the beach, and don't try to see these tornadoes. You want to get inside, get to your safe place, shelter yourself, and get the kids together. Make sure they've all got their bicycle helmets on and are sheltered as this continues to move off toward the northeast.
To truly feel healthy on the outside, you have to feel healthy at your core. True Biotics, a probiotic from One A Day, naturally helps support both your digestive and immune health. Feel a difference in 2 weeks or your money back. Take the True Biotics 2-week challenge.
Jay knows how to keep his wheels spinning.
Nice shorts, Dad.
This is what the pros wear. That's why he starts his day with those 2 scoops in heart healthy Kellogg's Raisin Bran.
Ready to eat my dust?
Too bad I already filled up on raisins. Kellogg's Raisin Bran, deliciously heart healthy.
Weekend recharge is... It's just a thing. I don't know.
Weekend recharge, great place to learn something about the weather and to have a couple of laughs.
We got a cold stretch. Hey!
We forgot to pay the bill.
Whoops!
Move on. That just got weird. Sort of the Weather Channel's way of dialing it back.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's a lot of fun.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 40 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, a shower or two early, then cloudy overnight. Low 36. Chance of rain 30%. Monday, afternoon rain and snow showers. Some mixed winter precipitation possible. High 38. Monday night, rain mixed with snow. Low 34. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Well, this here's a load-bearing wall. We'll go ahead and rip that out. It's going to cause a lot of problems. Totally unnecessary, and it triples the budget.
Wouldn't it be great if everyone said what they meant? The Citi Double Cash Card does. Earn 1% cash back when you buy and 1% as you pay. Double means double.
If you have postmenopausal osteoporosis and a high risk for fracture, I can tell you Prolia is proven to help protect bones from fracture. But the real proof? My doctor said Prolia helped my bones get stronger. Are your bones getting stronger?
Do not take Prolia if you have low blood calcium, are pregnant, are allergic to it, or take Extiva. Serious allergic reactions such as low blood pressure, trouble breathing, throat tightness, face, lip, or tongue swelling, rash, itching, or hives have happened in people taking Prolia. Tell your doctor about dental problems, as severe jawbone problems may happen, or new or unusual pain in your hip, groin, or thigh, as unusual thigh bone fractures have occurred. Prolia can cause serious side effects, including low blood calcium, serious infections, which could require hospitalization, skin problems, and severe bone, joint, or muscle pain. Only Prolia helps strengthen and protect bones with 2 shots a year.
I have proof Prolia works for me. Can it work for you? Ask your doctor about Prolia today.
What if your car could make you money? With Uber, you can earn when you want and chill when you want. Because your car isn't just a car. It's a 4-wheeled money-making machine. So get your side hustle on. Sign up at uber.com/drive now.
John, we're giving you a raise.
That's fantastic, but I'm gonna pass.
Are you okay?
Honey, you got another present.
No, thank you, Dad.
Who says no to more? Time Warner Cable Internet gives you more of what you and those little data hoggers want, like ultra-fast speeds up to 50 megs. That's 8 times faster than DSL.
This internet speed is sick.
Get 15 meg internet starting at $39.99 a month. Call 1-844-663-7310.
And with home Wi-Fi, the whole family can be online at once.
Great for kids to stream scary shows while not cleaning their room. You'll also get our exclusive 1-hour arrival window, a money-back guarantee, and there's no contract to sign. Get 15 meg internet with no data cap starting at $39.99 a month. Plus free installation and access to over 500,000 TWC Wi-Fi hotspots nationwide. Would Rex pass up more beef stew? I don't think so. Say yes to more. Call now.
7 days a week, AMHQ is right here and weather ready.
Let me get you ready for the day weather-wise.
AMHQ, every morning starting at 5 on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back, everyone. We're taking a live look right now over on the Atlantic side of Florida, Daytona Beach and New Smyrna Beach. A lot of lightning embedded within these storms as well. We've seen those flashes almost constant over the past hour or so, and we still have tornado warnings in effect here across the east coast of Florida. I want to get down to some of these warnings and show you exactly what your threat is tonight, because a big, long line of storms here that extends from east to west across the state here. So let's zoom down into some of these to show you what to expect. We'll start on the north side of these tornado warnings. We'll go south, then we'll work our way over towards, say, Sarasota as well. Volusia County right now is under a tornado warning. Daytona Beach, Ormond Beach, South Daytona, all threatened right now. And the storm is basically right on top of Daytona right now. So it doesn't matter where you are in Daytona, you're getting hammered with heavy rain at this point. And of course, we've seen the lightning out there. That's a look at the reflectivity and how much precipitation we have. There's likely going to be some embedded hail within that as well. And then we've got some circulation right in here. So right along, say, 483 Bellevue Avenue. This is an area where we may have a possible tornado right now, and the storm's going to race its way quickly off the beaches here. But right now, my gosh, I wonder if there might even be. It didn't look that impressive on velocities, but there on the reflectivity, we might have a little donut trying to form in there. We can put those velocities back on there one more time, Shane, and see. Well, it forms right in there. So we may indeed have a tornado in there. Maybe we'll put on the correlation coefficient here. We may be looking at a little bit of a debris signature in there as well. Yep, there may be some debris that's being picked up by this possible tornado in Daytona Beach. So it's coming right through the heart of Daytona Beach right now. Inside is where you need to be. I've seen a lot of folks out there this evening online that have been out there live broadcasting on their Facebook page or on their Periscope account, Twitter account, something like that. Inside is where you have to go right now, and you have to take shelter in a very sturdy building, concrete structure if you can. Right there looks to be potential little donut hole, if you will, of where the tornado is, and again pushing off to the northeast. But you have to take shelter now. Bellevue Avenue, South Street, South Beach Street, St. Charles Street, anywhere along 92, 1, 5A, 441. All these places you have to get inside immediately. Stay inside if you're watching us right now. Get to the lowest level of your building. A lot of condos here. Go down to the first floor and just take shelter there. Notice now our tornado warning extending farther south here, south of New Smyrna Beach and around Oak Hill here. We've got a pretty vigorous storm that's fired up here right along Seminole and Volusia counties here are under that warning. This goes until 8 o'clock this evening. There's a look at the signature just down here, okay? And it's a pretty vigorous signature. You know, it's not necessarily, you know, I'd say right in there you're getting probably more of a squall than anything else, but I wouldn't be surprised if this would kick out a tornado. It's right on I-95 right now, and we may actually have a little bit of debris embedded within that. So please take shelter right now. A1A over toward Oak Hill. We'll time this out for you and put you some locations that could be impacted. First Baptist Church, Oak Hill, and the elementary school as well. Good thing is no one will be at the school this evening. But moving off to the northeast, and it won't be very long before that too is off into the ocean. Now we head back just outside of Kissimmee here, and notice the storms that have fired up here near Meadow Woods, Bell Island, back over toward Bithlo here are warning for this county, and it's again north of Lake Hart. This is Brevard, Orange, and Volusia County until 8:30 this evening. Merritt Island, Orlando, Titusville, all places you need to take shelter. Now Orlando's up here. I think the threat's going to be farther south of you, so I'm not necessarily sure, you know, right at the heart of Orlando you're going to be hit, but maybe southeast side of Orlando could be dealing with some strong winds. It's not a robust circulation necessarily, but Pershing Avenue, Mai Tai Drive, Reddit Road, those are areas where you have to be very concerned that you may have some circulation near you, and over towards, say, a 417, maybe north of 528 is where you're going to have some issues there. All right, take our next warning back over into Sarasota County. Now, this has been an interesting storm because it looked like we had a really prominent tornado out over the water and a A water spout. Look how quickly this thing is now pushed inland. Manatee and Sarasota County still under tornado warnings, but this thing was really vigorous out over the Gulf of Mexico. Now it's pushed inland and maybe is weakened somewhat. But take a look at the details of this storm, and you can see that we still may have some issues right over I-75 right now. Harbor Point, Parkway, right along 64. We have some very heavier rain for you right now. I can't necessarily pick it out, but you have some circulation right back in here. So that could be maybe just west of I-75 and north of, say, Highway 70 here. So maybe an area around 64 or 57th Street. That could be an area that we'll watch. We'll time this out for you and show you the tracker here indicating Stony Brook Gulf and then the links at Greenfield Plantation, places that could be in the path of this possible tornado. When we come back, we bring you the very latest on the warnings out the back in just 60 seconds.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 40 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, a shower or two early, then cloudy overnight. Low 36. Chance of rain 30%. Monday, afternoon rain and snow showers. Some mixed winter precipitation possible. High 38. Monday night, rain mixed with snow. Low 34. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All right, we got problems tonight along the Florida coastline. Looks like we've had on radar tornadoes coming into Daytona Beach and New Smyrna Beach. The Doppler radar indications are very real and very specific.
This is really the tail end of a very complex system that's hammered us across the south over the weekend. It's going to be a really rough night for us in Florida, and we've got you covered tonight right here on the Weather Channel. Thank you for staying with us on this special coverage. It's been a very dangerous weekend. I'm meteorologist Mike Bettis.
And I'm meteorologist Nick Walker. It's been a very busy past few days filled with destructive tornadoes, and there still could be more. Let's show you the watch areas, and even though they've been scaled back quite a bit here in portions of Georgia and Florida, we're still seeing these particularly dangerous situation watches from, say, Brunswick, Georgia, down into Jacksonville, Florida, and a large area here in Central Florida from Orlando back to Tampa, as we have new warnings even coming in here on the Gulf Coast.
Our storm specialist Carl Parker has been watching those warnings very closely, has some detailed analysis for us now. Carl.
Mike, we've been seeing very strong signatures on the radars on both the west and east coast of Florida, and let's take a look right now at where those storms are. We've lost the tornado warning on the west coast, the one that came into Bradenton and Sarasota, now just being warned on for a severe storm. Could be looking at some strong winds along with that, and there's still a tornado warning now to the east of Orlando as well. We'll drop on down and show you first of all this storm that has come into Bradenton and Sarasota, and again now just a severe thunderstorm warning. Nonetheless, there's going to be opportunity for some very strong wind along with that. Want to very quickly show you the velocity scan. I think it is almost certain that a tornadic water spout came into the barrier island there near Harborside Drive. I wouldn't be surprised at all to hear that we got a tornado in that area, unfortunately. Then as we go up into the east central part of the state, ongoing warning for Brevard, Orange, and Volusia counties. Now in this case, this signature is definitely broadening out. It's not nearly what it was. You've got what is called a shear line right in there where winds are moving in two different directions, and sometimes along that interface you can find some spin and you'll see it tightening up. That's not really the case right now. It's just a broader area of shear along that interface there, and so I think less of a threat of a tornado. And then we're watching a couple of very dangerous storms just now working offshore there around Oak Hill. Again, more of a shear line, but a much more vigorous one. This one actually showing us what is called a tornado vortex signature for a time. That now thankfully is working offshore. And then another storm that has just come through Daytona Beach, also now working offshore. And here too we saw a very strong signature not very long ago, as Mike Bettis was pointing out just a few minutes ago. tornado. Looks like we actually did see some debris there in the area right in there. You see those couple of pixels. It's not very much, but that's just enough to show us that we probably did have at least a brief tornado in that area. I do think things are gradually going to be improving across a lot of the region. We are still looking at a lot of what is called deep layer shear, where you've got warm and humid air at the surface and very strong winds aloft, and that gives us those supercell thunderstorms. And in addition to that, we've seen a tremendous amount of wind shear, where winds are coming out of the south across the state of Florida, just like that, and then you've got winds aloft at about 5,000 feet coming out of the southwest and across that surface flow, creating rotation in that surface flow, which is then ingested by those storms. But gradually, Mike, I think we're going to see those surface winds turning more to the southwest, and as they align with the winds at 5,000 feet, we have less of that directional shear and less of that rotation in the atmosphere.
You know, it seems like yesterday and at least the first half of today, we had these more vigorous storms that had potentially large tornadoes on the ground for a while. Are we transitioning now to maybe brief tornadoes, short-lived, not as strong in Florida?
Yeah, I would absolutely say so. We're not seeing as much in the way of that directional shear. That's lessening at this time. We've still got some instability because it is Florida. You always have a certain amount of instability in Florida, and you still have this deep layer shear, but we had so many of those ingredients coming together across South Georgia and many parts of the southeast over the last couple of days, and we're just not seeing those same parameters through tonight. And so looking at the model forecast going forward, we will likely continue to see some very strong storms there in the south central part of the state, anywhere from the Space Coast on southwestward right down the coast towards Sanibel Island and towards Cape Coral there and into Lake Okeechobee as well. And we're still going to see some stronger low-level winds. There will be wind shear, but again, as the surface winds are also becoming more southwesterly, when we're not seeing as much of a change in the wind direction in the lowest levels of the atmosphere, it's going to be less likely that we'll see tornadoes and more likely that we'll see a damaging wind threat. And that is slowly going to make its way down into South Florida, maybe midnight, starting to get into Palm Beach County there, Broward County, and continuing down into Miami-Dade as well into the overnight hours. But as it's happening, we're going to see less and less energy in the atmosphere, and so things are gradually going to be getting better later
That's some good news. All right, Carl, thank you. Nick?
Well, as you know, we're seeing widespread devastation left in the wake of a violent tornado that tore through the town of Adel, Georgia overnight. The Weather Channel's Mike Seidel toured some areas that were hard hit.
Tornadoes ripped through deep South Georgia early Sunday morning, hitting Cook and Berrien counties very, very hard. Let's take you first to Adel. This is Cook County, just to our west, and just on the east side of Interstate 75. The tornado touching down at the Sunshine Acres Mobile Home Park at 3:45. They did have about a 30-minute lead time on the tornado warning, but nonetheless, at least 7 were killed in the mobile home park. Next stop, you can see the video we shot late Sunday afternoon before we ran for cover, and you can see on this farm, as far as the eye can see, everything was leveled by the tornadic winds. And then we headed back to Adel for safe shelter. And look at the squall that came through. Now, we were under a severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado warnings not far from us north of where we are on I-75, but you can get a sense of the wind and rain. And we didn't want to be out in any of these areas because all this debris sitting on the ground could very easily become deadly flying projectiles. Then we come back after the storms flew through. We're back out here in Nashville and the town here in Berrien County. You can see this house. The top floor is gone, sheared off. There was a couple in there with their twins. They got out okay. There's debris everywhere. I mean, as far as the eye can see, trees uprooted, and especially this one over here. This is a huge root ball. This has got to be about 12 or 13 feet. So you can imagine the force taking out this hardwood that's probably been here for, what, 100, 150 years. Again, the weather quieting down. We're looking for quieter weather the next several days. Good for the cleanup here in South Georgia. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel in Nashville. Back to you.
All right, Mike, thank you very much. Updating you on severe weather across Florida again. We've got some very active weather for you in Central Florida. And a pretty good squall line coming through Tampa, Florida right now. Zooming down in here, we have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, including Hillsborough County. Storms are hammering us right now, both Tampa and St. Pete as we speak. Some really heavy rain, lightning, strong winds. Hillsborough, Pasco, and Polk County all under a tornado, or excuse me, a severe thunderstorm warning right now. That's until 8:45 this evening. Strong winds right in downtown Tampa and heavy rain with high winds right in downtown St. Pete.
This program brought to you by Famous Idaho Potatoes.
Hello, I'm an Idaho potato farmer, and I finally found our big Idaho potato truck. It's been touring the country telling folks about our heart-healthy Idaho potatoes, America's favorite potatoes, and donating to local charities along the way. But now, it's finally back home where it belongs. Aw, man. Hey! Wait up! Where you going? Here we go again.
Friend of yours? That's frequent heartburn. It's always lurking around, but I'm safe. I took my Prevacid 24-hour today. I didn't.
One pill prevents the acid that causes heartburn all day, all night. Prevacid 24-hour.
Hey, what's going on here?
I've seen such a change in Einstein since he started eating Beneful. The #1 ingredient in it is beef.
The beef was fantastic.
He's a very active dog. He never stops moving. He has enough energy to believe that he can jump high enough to catch a bird. It has real beef, grains, vegetables, and he loves it. Well, we were coming for an interview, so he wanted to wear his tie.
It's my power tie. Gives me power.
Try Beneful Originals with beef. With real beef as the #1 ingredient. Healthful, flavorful, Beneful.
Blizzard of 1978, the one moment that made me a weather geek. I mean, I just loved weather. I remember that night hearing all the warnings, oh, blizzard coming, a lot of snow, blah, blah, blah. Looking at my front window, nothing. Go to bed, wake up the next morning, poof, talking close to 2 feet of snow. Wow, I was hooked ever since.
Advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 40 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, a shower or two early, then cloudy overnight. Low 36. Chance of rain 30%. Monday, afternoon rain and snow showers. Some mixed winter precipitation possible. High 38. Monday night, rain mixed with snow. Low 34. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Seven days a week, AMHQ is right here and weather ready.
Let me get you ready for the day weather-wise.
AMHQ, every morning starting at 5 on the Weather Channel.
With class-exclusive 4-corner air suspension for a smooth, controlled, level ride. And the class-exclusive Rambox cargo management system, only Ram, America's longest-lasting pickups, has the power to outlast the competition. During the Start Something New event, Ram is giving great deals. Now get 20% off MSRP cash allowance on select 2016 Ram 1500 models in dealer stock.
We'll show you a live look of Daytona Beach here. Boy, we've seen thunderstorms coming through and more still to come. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. There were reports earlier of a funnel cloud that moved over the International Speedway, and we've had reports of some gusty winds in the area. Obviously, on the live camera, you see the abundant and frequent lightning here. So Daytona, not out of the woods yet. We're still seeing thunderstorms coming through coastal regions of Florida, and a lot of areas here around Florida are still going to be seeing the possibility of severe weather for the next hour or so. So, Carl Parker, bring us up to date on where we are there and elsewhere in Florida.
Well, Nick, I think gradually we are seeing less of a tornado threat, more of a severe threat across the central part of Florida. There are a number of severe thunderstorm warnings that are now in effect, and let's take a look at where those are right now. Extending from the central part of the state near Orlando right down into Tampa and St. Pete. We'll take you down here into Tampa Bay and show you one of these severe thunderstorm warnings. That's for Pinellas County. That is going until 8:30, and these cells are moving eastward right now pretty quickly, 65 miles per hour. I also want to show you the velocity data. We can use this not only to look for the presence of circulation, possible tornadoes, but also to look for damaging wind. And what we're seeing right in here is winds of 70 miles per hour, and they're now rapidly, again, moving eastward about 65 miles per hour. So that's going to be coming into the airport of Manatee, 8:23, and getting into Ruskin at that time as well. Very strong winds on the way, and there are exceptionally strong winds in the lower levels of the atmosphere at about a mile up or so. So these storms can easily tap into that wind energy. Great big long line of storms now coming across the bay into Tampa and getting towards Zephyr Hills and Lakeland as well. Severe thunderstorm warning here. Again, you've got that damaging wind threat with these storms, and there's quite a bit of lightning, 300 strikes in the last 15 minutes with that line segment that extends across the Tampa metro area. Then into the east central part of the state, still a tornado warning here in Brevard, Orange, and Volusia counties. We're not seeing as much evidence of a circulation right now. You see there's sort of a broad shear line that's sitting right through there, but not nearly what we were looking at earlier. You go back just a few frames, and right in there we were looking at a more well-defined circulation. We're just not seeing that at this time. Nonetheless, a dangerous storm, certainly a damaging wind threat along with that storm. And Daytona Beach, boy, have we been hit hard here. Possible tornado just moments ago, and now severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Very strong winds coming in with that line segment right there, and that is just about ready to crash into Daytona Beach. And then you see all these cells that are now working offshore, and boy, they've all got a little bit of rotation in them. We've seen that over and over and over again. Just a lot of rotating storms, but a lot of those are now working offshore. And where the most severe weather is going to be found is going to be here into the south central part of the state, right there on the southeast part of this great big upper level low, winding up there across the southeast. So that's really where the threat is going to continue, and I think it's gradually going to be morphing into more of, as I mentioned, a severe thunderstorm threat than a tornado threat. Very strong storms dropping down into areas of South Florida, maybe around Stewart, Port St. Lucie into 11 o'clock tonight, across Lake Okeechobee in the southwest part of the state, Marco Island there, Sanibel Island. It's still possible that we could see some tornado warnings at that time, but I think we'll see less and less of a threat getting deeper into the night as the surface winds are not going to be coming in at such a different direction as compared to the upper level winds. And then eventually those storms will drop down into South Florida, into Broward, into Miami-Dade counties overnight tonight, but again, getting less and less severe, I think, as they go along. Maybe some additional storms coming in early in the morning across the state of Florida, but that is going to be it for our severe weather event here across the state of Florida. So going forward, looking at the potential for severe, there is some potential in the eastern part of the Carolinas, but there's been a lot of heavy rain there, so I think not so much. I think it's mostly going to be concentrated in the central and southern part of the state of Florida. Looking at the Torcon values for the rest of tonight, we've got a 3 out of 10 in the eastern Carolinas and a 3 out of 10 in South Florida as well.
From director Martin Scorsese comes the most provocative film of the year. Pray, but pray with your eyes open. Silence, rated R.
Smooth, easy strokes.
When you're raising a child,
Pinch.
be soft. When you're doing it alone, be strong.
Thanks, Dad.
Life takes softness and strength, which is why we make Angel Soft with a balance of both. Quaker breakfast flats are crafted with delicious ingredients that help keep you going. We bake our wholesome Quaker oats with this and more. Quaker breakfast flats help satisfy your morning hunger with every single bite. Quaker breakfast flats.
When you have a cold, you just want powerful relief. Only new Alka-Seltzer Plus, free of artificial dyes and preservatives liquid gels, delivers the powerful cold symptom relief you need without the unnecessary additives you don't. Alka-Seltzer Plus liquid gels.
When you're out in the field, out in the elements. I think it's the greatest thing in the whole world.
It is a cool moment to kind of strap on the blue jacket and head into the snow or to torrential downpours.
Out there in the worst of the weather, we use LL Bean gear. That keeps us warm and that keeps us dry.
I'm beyond proud to put on that blue jacket and be part of the Weather Channel.
Regardless of what's going to happen, weather-wise, people want us there to take them through it. I've always been proud to wear that jacket.
LL Bean, official outfitter of the Weather Channel.
Direct from our imagination, the Civic. Get a great deal on KBB.com's best overall buy for 2017.
Weekend Recharge is... it's just a thing. I don't know.
Weekend Recharge, great place to learn something about the weather and to have a couple of laughs.
We got a cold stretch. Hey!
We forgot to pay the bill.
Whoops!
Let's move on. That just got weird. Sort of the Weather Channel's way of dialing it back.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's a lot of fun.
Goldstein Mitsubishi is the real deal. We sell more new Mitsubishi. The 2016 Outlander ES, $20,495. Lease for $219 a month. 2017 Outlander ES, $22,999. Lease for $239 a month. 2017 Outlander Sport ES, $21,499. Lease for $199 a month. Goldstein sells more Mitsubishi because Goldstein is the real deal. With no charge car washes for life, lifetime powertrain warranty, and more. GoldsteinMitsubishi.com.
Hi, this is Andy James from Rensselaer Honda, and our new dealership is complete. Thank you for your patience this past year. Our facility has a new waiting lounge, a kids zone, and express service space where you can pull in for an oil change and be done in less than an hour. And we offer free pickup and delivery. We come to your home or work, pick up your car, and service it. You never leave your home or office. Visit Rensselaer Honda's new dealership today with over 400 cars to choose from.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 40 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, a shower or two early, then cloudy overnight. Low 36. Chance of rain 30%. Monday, rain and snow showers mixed in the afternoon. High 38. Monday night, rain mixed with snow. Low 33. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. Special live coverage for you this evening of severe weather and really focused on Florida right now. You're taking a live look in New Smyrna Beach, Florida. This is on the Atlantic side. Boy, there's a lot of lightning. It's most of the active weather, most of it has pushed off the beach for you, but my goodness, the lightning has been incredibly frequent for us here in Volusia County. It's been Daytona Beach and New Smyrna Beach, so inside, stay there tonight. You're watching us right now. That's a good thing. Just stay parked right in front of the TV. Don't venture out there till these storms are long, long gone. You don't want to put yourself at risk with this lightning. All right, let's run through some of the warnings that we have for you this evening. And we still have one tornado warning for us here in Florida. And the number of reports has really gone up here this evening with some really active weather earlier in the day, maybe a little bit of a break, and then things have really taken off for us once again. So let's get right to it and show you what's happening right now. Thank you. There it is. We've got the wind damage has gone way up here. 58 wind damage reports, 5 tornado reports today, and 8 hail reports. But we've had, unfortunately, quite a few fatalities reported this weekend because of tornadoes. The death toll now stands at 18 across Georgia and Mississippi over the weekend. Numerous severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings in this big line here across the state of Florida. There's a look at the tornado warning for us here in Volusia, Orange, and Brevard County. Wedgefield up toward Titusville. Really active storms for you right now. And when you take a look at the velocities, what you end up seeing here, I don't see any really tight circulations, but maybe some bow echo forming in here. There's another one that's formed back in here as well. So Bithlo over toward Christmas, heads up on really high winds that could be coming your way. Those storms could be gusting out a little bit, producing some high winds. Nick?
Well, the first tornado in this outbreak across the south killed 4 people and left a wide path of devastation in the town of Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Our Dave Malkoff shows us some of the areas hardest hit.
Drone video above Hattiesburg, Mississippi shows the 15-mile-long scar on the earth and hearts below, where 4 people, 3 men and an elderly woman, lost their lives Saturday before dawn. Students at William Carey University huddled together in their rooms as the powerful tornado tore their dorm apart.
All of a sudden, I saw the tornado go by my window. So I started running towards the door, and I wasn't able to open the door. It was sucked in shut, and finally I was able to open it and had people outside my room, and they were crying.
Just blocks away is Ida Avenue, named for Carlos Broach's great-great-grandmother.
My grandmother, my mother, my sister, my nephew were all in the house that was pretty much surrounded by trees that had been standing for years. And to see them split pretty much directly in half, it is baffling.
Carlos rode it out here. His neighborhood took a direct hit, a neighborhood where everyone is related.
There was a tree sitting on the backside of our car, the back windshield busted. The back roof of our home here was completely removed. Yeah. Like you can stand in our back dining room and you're looking straight up at the sky.
Mississippi Governor Phil Bryant has issued a state of emergency for this area, just about an hour and a half away from the governor's mansion.
This was a lethal and extremely dangerous storm. The path was, we think, somewhere between 20 and 25 miles long, about a half mile wide in some areas. It stretched into Perry, Forest, Lamar, Marion, and Jones counties.
The loss of life here could have been much, much worse. The National Weather Service told the people on Ida Avenue more than 30 minutes ahead of time to take cover, and they did.
You can destroy a building, you can destroy structural things, but there are intangible things that can never be taken from you.
And now comes the long, difficult process of cleaning up for this neighborhood where these homes have stood for generations for this one extended family. Some of these homes will never be lived in again. In Hattiesburg, Mississippi, I'm Dave Malkoff, the Weather Channel.
We're still tracking dangerous storms in Florida. Stay with us as our extended coverage continues.
I want the most out of my health and life, so I trust Nature Made vitamins. Because they were the first to be verified by USP for quality and purity standards, and because I recommend them as a pharmacist.
Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
Hi, my name is Tom.
I'm Raph.
My name is Ann.
I'm one of the real live attorneys
you can talk to through LegalZoom.
Don't let unanswered legal questions hold you up.
Because we're here.
We're here.
And we've got your back.
LegalZoom. Legal help is here.
Oh, my love.
This Friday,
good boy.
Experience love and adventure.
Hi, you.
Through the eyes of your best friend.
Go, Billy.
A boy? I am definitely keeping this boy. A Dog's Purpose. Rated PG.
If you have postmenopausal osteoporosis and a high risk for fracture, I can tell you Prolia is proven to help protect bones from fracture. But the real proof? My doctor said Prolia helped my bones get stronger. Are your bones getting stronger?
Do not take Prolia if you have low blood calcium, are pregnant, are allergic to it, or take Extiva. Serious allergic reactions such as low blood pressure, trouble breathing, throat tightness, face, lip, or tongue swelling, rash, itching, or hives have happened in people taking Prolia. Tell your doctor about dental problems, as severe jawbone problems may happen, or new or unusual pain in your hip, groin, or thigh, as unusual thigh bone fractures have occurred. Prolia can cause serious side effects, including low blood calcium, serious infections, which could require hospitalization, skin problems, and severe bone, joint, or muscle pain. Only Prolia helps strengthen and protect bones with 2 shots a year.
I have proof Prolia works for me. Can it work for you? Ask your doctor about Prolia today.
Home Advisor is a very easy way to find a home contractor, and for me, it's the only way.
Home Advisor instantly connects you with top-rated pros for any type of home project.
If you need it, Home Advisor has it.
And it's completely free. Go to HomeAdvisor.com now.
Mom's got this cold. Hashtag stuffy nose, hashtag no sleep, hashtag mouth breather.
Just put on a Breathe Right strip. It instantly opens your nose up to 38% more than cold medicine alone. Shut your mouth and say goodnight, mouth breathers. Breathe Right.
It's not just a car, it's your daily retreat. Go ahead, spoil yourself. The ES and DS Hybrid. This is the pursuit of perfection.
Hambone, Sally, 22, hut.
Tiki Barber running a barber shop?
Yes!
Surprising.
Yes!
What's not surprising? How much money David saved by switching to Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Who's next?
Winter is here.
It's going to get a lot worse before it gets better.
But you've got the Weather Channel to keep you ahead of every winter storm.
Multiple threats: the ice, the snow, the rain, and flooding.
Our team's taking you into the storm with live reports and expertise you won't get anywhere else.
Whether we're getting you through it or taking you to it, there's only one, the Weather Channel.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 39 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, a shower or two early, then cloudy overnight. Low 36. Chance of rain 30%. Monday, rain and snow showers mixed in the afternoon. High 38. Monday night, rain mixed with snow. Low 33. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All of a sudden, I saw the tornado go by my window.
You got to get against a building, a brick wall, and the brick wall started out on us.
And it's pretty much the only room still pretty much standing.
I didn't know who was still alive, who wasn't. I was scared.
Significant damage this weekend, lives turned upside down. Thanks for staying with us for our special coverage. It's been a very dangerous weekend. I'm meteorologist Mike Bettis.
And I'm meteorologist Nick Walker. It's been a very busy past few days filled with destructive tornadoes. And we want to show you some stunning images now into the Weather Channel of the widespread tornado damage. This in Adel, Georgia. This drone video just really tells the story, and when you stand back and look at how widespread this devastation is, it's just jaw-dropping.
Takes your breath away, really, when you think about people that were in those homes when that tornado came through. This is Sunshine Acres Mobile Home Park, and a lot of these homes are splinters now. And let this be a reminder that a mobile home is not a safe place for you to be during severe weather. If you live in one now, say in the state of Florida where we have the most active weather, let this remind you that you need to go someplace else, someplace sturdy, a family member's house, a workplace, a friend's house, someplace where they have a well-built frame home that you can take some shelter in, because this has unfortunately been an area where we've had numerous fatalities today.
Well, here's what we know right now about the severe weather that has been breaking out across the South. Parts of Georgia and Florida are under a rare high risk for severe weather and tornadoes. The watches have been scaled back, though. 18 people have been killed this weekend by tornadoes in Georgia and in Mississippi. The National Weather Service confirms the tornado that struck Hattiesburg, Mississippi was an EF3. States of emergency have been declared in Georgia and Mississippi, and we continue to see that devastation, those pictures of the devastation coming in from that area.
National Weather Service in Atlanta, National Weather Service in Tallahassee, both sending out messages that they will be doing storm surveys tomorrow. There, a look at the watches still in place here across Central Florida, from Tampa through Sebring over toward Orlando and Daytona Beach. Within this watch, we have numerous warnings tonight. Our storm specialist, Carl Parker, taking a look on the radar right now.
Mike, we're seeing a little bit less in the way of wind shear in the lowest levels of the atmosphere, and the upper level energy that caused all of this mess in the first place is now beginning to become stretched out as it comes across the state of Florida. So we're seeing less of a tornado threat, and we certainly do have some severe thunderstorm warnings. There may be some additional tornado warnings, but I think this is now transitioning from a tornado threat into more of a severe thunderstorm threat now along I-4, and that's gradually going to work south and east and down through the central part of the state. There's a look at Tampa. We've got a line of storms now coming across the metro, generally to the east and south of Tampa. Hillsborough, Pasco, Polk counties under warning until 8:45, and we have had some pretty serious wind in some areas. In Holiday, emergency management reporting that several downed trees and power lines are in that area, and 3 structures are damaged as well. Also, we're hearing that in Lakeland there are 2 mobile homes that sustained roof damage as a result of these storms. So it's been a very scary night there in central Florida. Now a severe thunderstorm warning along the east coast, Brevard, Orange, Volusia counties, and the worst of that storm now coming into New Smyrna Beach. And boy, it's been really active here. We've had rounds of storms across the east central part of the state there. New Smyrna Beach with an earlier storm measuring a wind gust of 63 miles per hour, and still a tremendous amount of lightning with these storms. 724 strikes there in the east central part of the state in just the last 15 minutes. So when we take a look at the larger picture and what's causing all this, you've got this great big upper low, and we look for that intersection of low level warmth and humidity and stronger upper level winds, and that's basically now in the east central part of the state and the southern part of the state, and that is slowly going to migrate southward, we think, through the rest of tonight, Mike. So I think we're probably going to see less of a tornado threat tonight.
But more squally weather where high winds could still be an issue.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, you've still got a very strong low level jet across the area, and so the storms don't have to go up very far to tap into that strong wind. So yes, definitely I think we're going to be looking at some really strong winds with some of these storms as they drop down here into, say, Port St. Lucie and Stewart and into Jupiter, eventually Lake Okeechobee. That's 11 o'clock tonight. Also down into the southwest part of the state, Sanibel Island, and into Cape Coral there, and then gradually down into Palm Beach County, into Broward County and Miami-Dade counties overnight into, say, midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. And again, I think it's still possible that we might see a tornado warning or 2, but I think it's going to be more severe thunderstorm warnings, and that'll continue through the very late hours overnight tonight and finally work offshore most likely into early tomorrow morning, maybe some additional showers. But that is going to be the very last of this prolific severe weather maker, and boy, it has been rough over the last several days, Mike.
And one thing about Florida is a lot of the storms tonight, boy, they are just loaded with lightning. And so folks that maybe want to go out there and say, okay, well, you know what, that tornado threat may be going down, might be my opportunity to get out there and see what's going on with the weather. That lightning, you never know when or where it's going to strike.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the lightning capitals in the entire country, and you certainly got to be really careful. Again, we're talking about 700 strikes there in the east central part of the state, and that is one of the big killers in severe weather.
All right, Carl, thank you very much. Maybe a little bit of good news as we start to go to bed tonight. Yep. Very good stuff, Carl. Thanks. Nick?
Yeah, we really need some good news after we've seen those widespread pictures of the devastation following a violent tornado that tore through parts of South Georgia overnight. The Weather Channel's Mike Seidel is touring one area hard hit.
They're known as nocturnal tornadoes. They hit in the darkness of night, and statistically, they're 2.5 times deadlier than daytime twisters. And that was the case here in deep South Georgia early Sunday morning across Cook and Marion counties. Hit very, very hard. A twister or twisters killed at least 10. 2 of those just up the road here from Nashville. An elderly couple in a solid brick home, but a tree fell over their home and they were both killed. Here, though, this couple and their twins fared much better. They were able to get out to safety. They're fine. The top of the house was sheared off. You can see all the debris in the foreground. Now, we were out here earlier, but we had to run for cover ourselves. We headed back to Adel, about a 15-minute drive because of this. Round 2 coming through, a tornado watch and a severe thunderstorm warning. But you don't take any chances, whether it's a tornado or a severe thunderstorm warning, when you have all this debris on the ground and winds that could gust upwards of 50, 60, 70 miles an hour. That's a life-threatening situation because all this debris can become deadly projectiles. The weather's quieted down now for the night, and for the rest of the week it looks much, much better for the cleanup here in South Georgia. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel in Nashville. Back to you.
So this has been really a grim reminder of how important it is to have a plan in place for you and your entire family, particularly about where to seek shelter when there's a tornado warning. And a basement is best. If you've got a basement, that's where you need to go. That's the area that you need to use. Otherwise, the lowest level of your home, and get away from windows. Put as many walls and barriers between you and the outside as possible. That is key. Right here would probably be the safest room. Under the stairwell or the hallways might be shelters as well if you have those in your home. But an interior room is really going to be the best place to go. A couple of things about that. Make sure it's on the lowest floor. A small center room, a bathroom or a closet is often a good place to go. But consider what's above you. All right, you don't want things come crashing down through the ceiling on you, so make sure that you're in an area where there's not a lot of heavy things up above on the floors above. And when you get there, crouch as low as possible, facing down with your hands over your head. And it's a good idea, to also take with you some sort of helmet to cover your head. Bicycle helmets are always good. You and your kids, you ride bicycles, you've got those helmets, use them for this purpose. And it's a great way to keep safe. Mike?
All right, Nick, thank you very much. We have some new video to show you here of this big wedge tornado that hit near Albany, Georgia today. And we know that we've had numerous areas around Albany that have been damaged today. We've had 14 fatalities in the state of Georgia. And look at that. You can't even really see a cone. It's just a big wedge tornado. Amazing, the power of these storms that we've had today. This being with more of a discrete supercell that we had today, as opposed to what we had this evening with more of the lines and the squalls. But that is a very impressive storm right there. And obviously, we know what's happened, as that numerous areas have been hit, homes have been destroyed, people have lost their lives this evening, and we're now getting these images tonight.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 39 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, a shower or two early, then cloudy overnight. Low 36. Chance of rain 30%. Monday, rain and snow showers mixed in the afternoon. High 38. Monday night, rain mixed with snow. Low 33. Here's our 7-day outlook.
With class-exclusive 4-corner air suspension for a smooth, controlled, level ride. And the class-exclusive Rambox cargo management system, only Ram, America's longest-lasting pickups, has the power to outlast the competition. During the Start Something New event, Ram is giving great deals. Now get 20% off MSRP cash allowance on select 2016 Ram 1500 models in dealer stock.
That's life. That's what people say. You're riding high in April and shot down in May.
That's life. You diet, you exercise. And if you still need help lowering your blood sugar, this is Jardiance. Along with diet and exercise, Jardiance lowers blood sugar and A1C in adults with type 2 diabetes. Jardiance is also the only type 2 diabetes treatment with heart, proven to reduce the risk of cardiovascular death in adults with type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular disease. Jardiance can cause serious side effects, including dehydration. This may cause you to feel dizzy, faint, or lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Ketoacidosis is a serious side effect that may be fatal. Symptoms include nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, and trouble breathing. Stop taking Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of ketoacidosis or an allergic reaction. Symptoms of an allergic reaction include rash, swelling, and difficulty breathing or swallowing. Do not take Jardiance if you are on dialysis or have severe kidney problems. Other side effects are sudden kidney problems, genital yeast infections, increased bad cholesterol, and urinary tract infections, which may be serious. Taking Jardiance with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Tell your doctor about all the medicines you take and if you have any medical conditions. So talk to your doctor about Jardiance, the one and only type 2 diabetes treatment with heart. Visit Jardiance.com for a free consultation with a certified diabetes educator if you qualify.
Everyone's getting back to what's good. More creating, imagining, doing with purpose. At Quaker, for over 140 years, we've known good is made. From the potential that started with the humble oat, to the innovative spirit within our people, we've been thoughtfully crafting, perfecting, to bring what's truly good to your table. So while everyone's getting back to what's good, we were always here. Quaker, we are the good we make.
When you have digestive sensitivities, life can feel like a never-ending search for food that won't cause bloating, gas, or inner turmoil. Try ProNourish, a delicious nutritional drink that makes a great mini meal or snack that has protein and fiber. And ProNourish has no gluten or high fructose corn syrup and is low in FODMAP ingredients that can trigger digestive sensitivities. The search is over. ProNourish, nutrition you can feel good about.
All eyes are on Olay Ultimate Eye Cream, Allure Best of Beauty, and Marie Claire's Most Wanted. Eyes show emotion, not your age. Olay Eyes, ageless.
Hello, I'm an Idaho potato farmer, and I finally found our big Idaho potato truck. It's been touring the country telling folks about our heart-healthy Idaho potatoes, America's favorite potatoes, and donating to local charities along the way. But now, it's finally back home where it belongs. Aw, man. Hey! Wait up! Where you going? Here we go again.
This program brought to you by famous Idaho potatoes.
We continue our severe threat tonight, and we're getting a look now at the aftermath of that deadly tornado that hit Adel, Georgia. Debris, downed trees. You can see those dark clouds still on the horizon. They've opened up several shelters for those who lost their homes, and unfortunately, 11 people lost their lives as this tornado swept through during the overnight hours. We got some new video now in from Albany, Georgia. Just look at those trailers. Some are completely demolished after today's severe weather. A tornado swept through there this afternoon, apparently killing 3 people. So we're still getting reports in of damage from this Albany tornado, and obviously the folks from the National Weather Service will be out surveying the damage to try to get an idea of the EF strength of this tornado. All right, active weather still ongoing. So let's talk about Florida, Carl, and what is left of this severe weather threat.
Well, Nick, it has been an awful few days, and now it does appear that things are improving a little bit. We've still got severe thunderstorm warnings to tell you about, but I do think less of a tornado threat going forward. And here's a look at where those warnings are right now. There's a line of broken storms extending across the state now from the east central part of the state near the Space Coast and right down I-4 there and into Tampa and St. Pete. And we're just not going to see the same level of parameters in terms of what is favorable for tornadoes going forward. And so again, I do think we're going to be looking at more of a severe thunderstorm threat for the rest of tonight, which is not to say that we can't see any additional tornado warnings. We may, but for the most part, it's not going to be the same level of threat that we saw earlier today. Manatee County under warning right now for a severe storm, looking at the possibility of some damaging wind. It's coming right into Bradenton right now. Had a little tornado coming into the Barrier Islands earlier. Got another another line of storms that's no longer being warned on here in the Tampa area. But boy, we got a lot of wind earlier in Holiday. Several downed trees and power lines, 3 structures damaged in Lakeland, a couple of mobile homes sustaining roof damage, and a big line of storms coming across I-4 right now. Not being warned on again, but an awful lot of lightning with those storms, and they're going to be getting into Kissimmee and Haines City before very long. Also a warning here in the east central part of the state, Brevard, Orange, Volusia counties, going until 9:30 Eastern time. And going forward, again, you've still got some warm and humid air across the south central part of the state, and still what we call deep layer shear coming into these areas. So we look for the juxtaposition of those two things when we talk about severe weather. But as the front comes through, we're going to see storms right along that boundary and then dropping down into the east central part of the state, but much less directional shear and much less upper level energy as well. That's really going to become stretched out as these storms continue to drop down into the southeast part of the state. So 11 o'clock tonight, say around Stewart and getting into Port St. Lucie, down towards Lake Okeechobee and into the southwest part of the state near Port Charlotte there. That's where we could see some additional severe storms. That'll then make its way into Palm Beach County, Broward County, and Miami-Dade County, midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. Could be some bigger storms there, Miami-Dade County possibly, as we hit a lot of instability near the water, and that's all going to have rolled through by 3 to 4 o'clock in the morning. And that will be the very last of that severe weather across parts of the Deep South. Nick, over to you.
All right, let's take a look at where we still have watches. These are tornado watches, and they are particularly dangerous situation watches. We've been talking about these watches. You know, we don't see those very often, but this weekend we've had several of these watches put out by the Storm Prediction Center, the PDS watch that we call them, a particularly dangerous situation. And it's a term that you don't hear all that often because, frankly, it's not used that much because usually the storms are not such that they're going to be long track tornadoes or violent tornadoes, but that's exactly what we have seen this weekend. They're used in that very situation. Only 3% of tornado watches are actually PDS, or particularly dangerous situation watches. We still have Torcons out, a 7 in 10 chance of seeing a tornado here around northern Florida and a 4 in 10 chance here in the eastern Carolinas. So we got to keep a close eye on this as well as down into central Florida, a 40% chance within a 50-mile radius of still seeing a tornado this evening in central Florida. We'll continue to keep you updated. We're watching the radars, and we'll be right back after this break.
Stay safe on the roads this winter. For more safety tips, go to MichelinMan.com.
Weekend recharge is...
It's just a thing. I don't know.
Weekend recharge, great place to learn something about the weather and to have a couple of laughs.
We got a cold stretch. Hey!
We forgot to pay the bill.
Whoops!
That just got weird.
sort of the Weather Channel's way of dialing it back.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's a lot of fun.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 39 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, a shower or two early, then cloudy overnight. Low 36. Chance of rain 30%. Monday, rain and snow showers mixed in the afternoon. High 38. Monday night, rain mixed with snow. Low 33. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Well, America, the results are in. 85% of people prefer Xfinity X1 to their current TV experience. People
Just like this! With the X1 Challenge, we're showing real people how Xfinity stacks up to the competition.
Chicago Med. Oh, wow. You just made my day.
This is a lot easier and fun.
Where do we sign up?
I'm getting Xfinity. See for yourself why so many people